Hello, everybody. Welcome to Let's Play Scrabble. We are going to see the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASPA Games this weekend. Today we'll be seeing the Early Bird. It will be a seven-game round robin featuring some of the top players in Canada. Uh, I'm Brian Garnett, and with me, as always, and for the first time ever, is Evan Chester. I believe they call him Evan. How are you
That is,
today, Evan?
I'm doing good. I maybe didn't get the best sleep last night, but I'm really excited to be here. We're going to have some good games. There's some really strong players at this event in Belleville, Ontario. And yeah, I'm super excited.
Well, if you need to, rest on that bed behind you during the commentary, we won't mind. Uh, so I understand our first matchup will be featuring Chris Sykes and Hank Hees. Chris Sykes is the second seed in this top division of the early bird. And Evan, oh, here we go. Here we have the standings so far, everyone with an equal record, but we see the seeds here. Jackson Smiley, three-time World Cup winner, three-time consecutive World Cup winner at the top
Yep,
um,
we're going to
the
be
seeding. Go
yeah, we're
ahead.
going to be sticking with this NWL division for the entire day for this early bird. So you guys are going to hopefully get to see most of these players on stream. They're all very strong experts in their own right. And you're going to get to see how this division unfolds as the day goes on.
Okay, here we see Christopher Sykes is playing card. We see his lovely face. He has a rating of 1891, but he has touched 2000 in the past. And with a string of recent tournament victories, hopefully he's well on his way back to that elite rating.
Yep. And over on to Hank Keys, who's only been playing Scrabble for around 3, 4 years, but he's been a very steady improver. He's a student of Mac Miller's, and he has done a very good job of working his way up to expertdom in not a lot of time. So, should be an exciting game. As far as their head-to-head matchup is concerned, it's very even. They have played 13 times, both residents of Canada, and Chris Sykes currently is up 7-6 in this matchup. But this is going to be a toss-up for who wins. I'm very excited to get into the action. Let's head over to the board.
Okay, we've got Chris Sykes on the left. We got the handshake. And Hank Keys, I believe, is mixing them up for Chris, who will be going first. Chris is a close friend of mine, so I may be appearing a bit biased in this matchup, but try to give Hank the respect he deserves as well. Let's see what we have. We have three vowels so far. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a complete rack. ACDEORW. While
Yeah.
Hank is filling up his rack, what are you looking at here?
So if I'm in Chris's position, I am looking at these tiles. It looks close to a lot of bingo. There's a lot of solid bingo tiles on this rack. The W is kind of playing spoiler. It's definitely not a straightforward turn because there are some strong long words like coward, which Chris is going to play. There's an argument for maybe playing a little bit shorter, but I think that the decision that Chris is making, coward for 30 points, makes a lot of sense. I would agree with generally taking the points in a position like this rather than trying to fish on a board and scoring a lot less. So good
Yeah, then
decision.
he keeps an E and gets to dig into the bag.
Yeah.
See
I
if
find
he
it
can draw that first blank or an S.
Yeah. And you can see the placement of the A in coward set up a very good spot for Hank's X. I would expect to see Dex come down pretty quickly. He's got Rex arranged on his rack. I think that Dex would be a slight improvement. Just getting rid of the D scores 2 more points, and BDL doesn't work as well as BLR as far as synergy is concerned. But he has identified the correct spot to play.
Mhm. Yeah, this is a turn that shouldn't take too long for most players. With that, how much
Yeah,
is that score for you?
I do think you want to do a check to make sure you're not missing a double double through the O. There's definitely a lot of potential 7 letter words that you could play with these tiles, but nothing that makes sense in this position. I think should be seeing Dex come down in short order. Oh,
Mm, hmm. He's, looks like he's keeping the D. He's not playing the R or the D, just X.
yeah, I
What do you
think
think
this
about that?
is a small mistake. Nothing, that's going to really affect the trajectory of the game, but you are keeping a little bit less balanced of tiles, and plays hooking X in the front could allow Chris to score better than he would have otherwise. So you can see Chris has another rack of some bingo tiles with a few scoring tiles in between. It looks like he has some pretty decent options to score, but nothing here is the necessarily the easiest to spot. His top scoring play is underneath EX, actually playing the 5 letter neath, NEATH. This would keep the Y on his rack, but it is 36 points, and that is the most he can get. There are some other 30-point options that look pretty close. Anything that sticks out to you, Brian?
Well, what's sticking out to me at the moment is that Hankey's is sitting on a bingo that he arranged a second ago, but just went back to the alphagram just now. So we'll see if he's able to put that down on his turn. But
Yeah, he's very fortunate to have drawn into Labroid. He could have easily drawn 2 constants there and been pretty hosed, but he's got a currently unplayable bingo. I don't think many of Chris's top plays will open up a spot for it. If he plays Honey underneath the EX, keeping AT, that would actually open up a spot for Labroid, making Axel and YA. So a lot of options here do seem pretty close, but there is one that we know would end up pretty poorly for Chris. I believe Chris is a fairly quick player, so he has taken a lot of time on this turn, and he's playing Honey, which
yeah,
happens to be
I
the one play that will allow Hank's bingo to fit.
yeah, of course he doesn't know that, and I was going to say that actually, personally, I think I would prefer Honey. I just would much prefer to keep the AT over the OY, even if I'm sacrificing a few points. I just want to have a better chance of bingo next turn. But unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, that did open up a spot for Labroid, which Hank is counting up at the moment. And that puts the score at 125 to 61.
Yeah, Hank jumps out to a pretty sizable early lead, and with Chris's draw of mostly bingo-y tiles, but again, no bingo, he's going to be a little bit pressed in terms of scoring this turn. There's not a lot of great options, but there are some solid equity plays. Just playing AIM underneath Honey, making HI and OM seems like a pretty strong equity option. Doesn't really set up any hooks, but it does clean up the rack well. Keeps a very balanced ADET. Scores 23. See anything else you like better than that, Brian?
No, I like that. Um, I like the lead. I like that there's still space to hopefully bingo on this board for Chris. I don't think he needs to necessarily set up any hooks just yet.
Yeah, no, I don't think you need to be desperate at this point in time. There's going to be the Labroids hook and the Cowards hook in play. ADET
Mhm.
could also very easily bingo down into the R and Coward, hitting the triple word score. AIM just looks like a really strong equity play. Looks like Chris has decided to go through with that, and I think that's a very good play on his part.
Yeah, and we have some floaters through the ROID and Labroid as well. Meanwhile, Hank is sitting on just one vowel. We'll see how he can find some balance here. What do we think? Just playing wing, something like that?
There's not really a great spot to play wing on this board. However, those four tiles do play for 51 points if you can spot yawing down from
Oh,
the YA on the board. That is not an easy find. I did not see that before looking at the options on Quackle. And in absence of that, I think just playing a six-letter word through the I in Labroid looks pretty strong to get rid of five consonants, just playing whining or wiring if you're unsure of that. I would definitely say that whining is the better choice as wiring takes an S. And having the lead that Hank has, better to not set up the hook. But he's spotted yawing. This is the standout play, significantly better than anything else. This is an extremely, extremely strong find.
yes, indeed. Of course, that's what I meant when I said wing. I meant yaw wing.
Yeah.
All right, and does this change anything for Chris over with his mix of vowels and consonants?
Uh, no. He did not have a bingo on the board beforehand, and he still does not have one. This is a rack that he might want to take a bit of extra time with to make sure that you're not missing anything. It looks so promising with these tiles, but there's just nothing there. I think he's going to probably just play something like Da underneath aim. It's 25 points. So, a lot of times when you're in a position like this where you have to fish, you're sacrificing a lot of points, but that is not the case here. I think if you're Chris, you just plunk Da for 25 and try to land the next bingo. But we can see it's going to be Hank who's going to be getting the next
Oh,
bingo down.
yeah, for Chris, the most important thing he wants to do is unduplicate those A's. Keeping AENRT would be a very strong lead for his next turn. That extra A is, yeah, really the sore spot on his rack right now. And looks like we are seeing that recommended play of Da, Hid, Oma.
Yeah, no, very well played game by Chris. I can't really think of anything he's done too wrong this game, but yeah, Hank has a good amount of bingos here. His high
Ooh, we
scoring.
see Retinas on Chris's rack.
Oh wow,
I
yeah. So we're
wonder.
gonna see two consecutive bingos. Uh, Hank has spotted Einkorns that plays for 76 through the N in yawing, assuming that he plays through with the second N as the one on the board. His highest scoring bingo is 85 points for knowers. Whether or not Hank is a knower of this word, we will we will see. There are a few other 77 pointers, reckons and re-knots, hooking cowards. I would expect Hank to know those for sure. Reckons a common word, re-knots a high probability word. But yeah, we'll see what he ends up finding. I do
So,
think. Uh, Sorry, you go.
yeah, remind me where Nowheres would play.
Hooking cowards. We'll put the K on the
Hooking
triple letter
cowards.
score.
Yeah, it can be. I'm sure if he sees that, he'll guess that that's a word, and uh, you know, we'll go with that highest scoring play. But it could be hard to think of the blank as being a W. You tend to think of when you're thinking through the possibilities of what the blank can be, you generally think of the more common letters, low point tiles first, and it can be difficult also to form that KN beginning of a word in your brain. But
Yeah,
yeah, if the stars do align and that he does manage to think of a word beginning with KN and think of the blank as being a W, I'm sure he'll know that that's a word and put it
yeah,
down.
yeah. It's just one of these positions where the process that Hank is going through is definitely a process that I find myself going through when I have a blank. It's just find one bingo, and then once you find one bingo, you can really focus your efforts on optimizing what bingo you play. Like we already see that he's found einkorns. He's now found reckons, which is about the second best bingo that he can play here, and that is what he's going to go with. Um, you can see him reaching over for the blank designation sheet. I assume this is going to be a C. You can just get some confirmation from our producer, Josh Greenway. Uh, but yeah, Reckon's coming down. Slight inaccuracy, but Hank is still in a very commanding position in this game. And I expect we're going to see either one of the bingos from the G for Chris, either granites, gantries, or ganister. And I think of these options positionally, I think I like gantries the best. You could also play tasering into the G, but I think that at the deficit Chris is at right now, putting that S in the triple lane is very advantageous for him. Just an extra strong bingo line. And compared to Granites would set up big Z plays that would potentially make it so that if Chris does draw a bingo, he's still not catching up. So I think this is the correct choice from Chris. Well spotted, played quickly. We got a bingo bango.
Yes, bingo bango. We'll see if we can find a bunzo.
Very true.
All right, so we have Hank. He's still up by a bingo, and he's got some. He's got a nice balanced rack, but he'll probably want to be finding a productive use for that F. Um,
Yeah, so you
and
can see
try to
that.
keep a good lead.
Yeah,
What are we seeing for his best play here?
well, he's arranged
Yeah.
form on his rack, which plays underneath the I and D in Labroid. That is 37 points, and it does a lot of good defensive things as far as blocking the S in gantries and blocking the S hook on Labroid. I think form is a fairly strong play for those reasons. There are a few longer plays that, if you see, you might want to consider. You can play 4 men into the N in yawing for 36. You could also play freedom through the D in labroid for 36. But I think that the defensive merits of form would make it the play that I would choose. You see Hank's going for freedom, though. This is still a strong
Freedom!
option.
Sorry, my inner Mel Gibson coming out there.
No
Well,
worries. Yeah, still a strong option for Hank. He's, trying to play a lot of tiles, rush towards the end of the game when you have a lead. Generally a decent thought process to have. And there's still a blank unseen. And if Hank can draw that second blank, he can be pretty confident that this game will be his.
all right. Well, now Chris is dealing with the U and the V combo. He must not love that on his rack. We'll see
Yeah.
what he can do to balance things out here.
Yeah. So Chris has a few options to dump VU on this turn. Uh, He could play something like Alluvia. It's the six-letter word Eluvia. That would play on either side of freedom, either making if and ar or making fa. I don't know if you want to do that, at least on the left side of freedom, because that takes out a lot of the floaters of reckons, and Chris needs as much bingo space as he can get. So maybe to dump UV, you play Erov through the R in freedom. It does block the S in gantries, but the V is still a marginal line that you might be able to hit later. There also might be some other plays that I haven't really considered yet, though.
Yeah. So we see
Yeah, he is
Olivia come
going for
down.
Illuvia. This is a very strong play from an equity perspective. Scoring 28 points, keeping the Y, which will likely score well next turn. But yeah, it does take out most of the floaters and reckons. Not completely, but there are a lot worse bingo lines now compared to what they were before. And Hank's plan to turn over tiles and try and draw the blank has worked out. He has drawn the second blank along with the QU combination, but a bit of clunky consonants to go alongside it. So he could just dump the Q on this turn with just QI for 21. It takes out a bingo line for the most part, and it does retain your blank for next turn. It doesn't probably feel too inspiring. You have the QU combination, but there's not a high scoring spot to dump your QU. Do you consider a play that keeps the QU? I think maybe it might be in Hank's best interest to play something like just BO above the E and S and gantries. It's 18 points. It saves the QU blank combination for next turn, although the L's do not work well with the QU blank leave. What do you think about this turn, Brian? Do you want to play the Q now? Do you want to save it for later? Block a bit?
Yeah, well, I find in my own games that I often have this reflex to try to dump that Q, which is normally a good idea. But when you have the QU, when I have the QU, I find that I'm often wanting to dump both of those when actually keeping QU is not so bad for your next turn, generally speaking. Um, and especially with a big lead like this, he's not needing to bingo anytime soon. So uh, all things being equal, yeah, I would, I think, just prefer a play if it's feasible that just kind of dumps a B and an L. Um, let's
Yeah.
see, he could play Lob
Yeah,
for
that's available
17.
for 17. That would actually set up Hugh plays for the future. The L is not necessarily the easiest spot to hit, and if Chris were to, or if Hank were to redraw an E or an O, or even it might be worth using, or an I, he'll hit a Q U blank LL play with either Quell, Quill, or Quoll. You could also play Quolls into the S of gantries. That is only 16 points, but it does get rid of your Q. It turns over more tiles again, and it does block the most threatening bingo line on this board. So I think Quolls would also be a solid decision. We see Hank going for Quill. So similar idea, but maybe not taking out the as dangerous of a bingo line. He has left that S open for a few turns, which I know in this position I certainly would have tried to close off by now, but knowing that he has the blank, he can probably be fairly sure that he is in a good position in this game where he is a pretty decent underdog. So you can see him doing pretty well. You can see Chris very quickly playing TYE. This does make a lot of sense. This word takes a front S hook. And while Chris doesn't have one now, he needs these lifelines for himself. Knowing that he's down a bingo already. So very perceptive play from Chris Sykes. But we can see that one of these S's, one of the two S's unseen, has made its way onto Hank's rack.
And we see the high scoring J on Hank's rack as well. That's definitely the focal point at the moment.
Yeah, so I think that if you're Hank, you want to get rid of your J. And I think you're either playing Job uh, next to Reckons, that would score 24. The J next to the triple word score, it's not very dangerous. Or you play Jobs into the S of Gantries. There is a 30-point play saving the J of Boho, but the J is not a very good tile on this board. And I think in this position, I would take the 3-point sacrifice to block the S of Gantries, but we've seen Hank leave that open for a while now, so we'll see what he ends up going with.
Yeah, he has Job lined up, it looks like. Job or Job Huh, but probably thinking Job.
uh, there's no bingos on this rack. There is one in Collins that was pointed out in chat, but that is not the lexicon we are playing today. We'll be seeing 7 games of NWL action for this early bird. You see Hank switch over to having Hob set up on his rack. I don't know what he's considering here. I think plays keeping the J don't necessarily feel like make the most sense. There's really not any upside for the tile. The J is a very conditional tile in which there are certain situations where it can be very strong, but in most situations like this where the board is, somewhat exhausted, it's not a lot of great scoring spots, the J is just kind of mid. I wonder if he's going to consider playing Josh with Sty to close down the lane that Chris just opened for an SUck. I think this probably would be a mistake. He also could be considering just playing JO underneath the T and tie. There's only one O on scene. So there is upside to placing the J right above the triple letter score. It's only one O out. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think you need to be taking those chances.
Okay, we see Job come down.
Okay.
And like you said, that J to the right of the triple word score is not any concern. And he is blocking up some bingo lines. It'll definitely be harder to bingo up there on the top. I want to take a second to remind everyone that to support the channel, Let's Play Scrabble, you can like this video, you can subscribe to the channel, or you could be like me and you could be a super friend for $5 a month. And I would like to thank Muffin with Tentacle, or excuse me, that's his name on Twitch, but here it's just Muffin Tentacle. He drops the middle name with here. I want to thank him for being a super friend, and I want to thank Magnus. Also, we got back-to-back super friend subscriptions here. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting this channel, the best place to watch Scrabble on the internet. And we see Stanley Kubrick come down for Chris. What do we think about the play?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from Chris's perspective. He didn't really have any super solid options that didn't also close down different parts of the board on his last turn. He had the IIU combination, which is pretty bad. So he went digging a bit deeper to try and draw the S's and the blank that is unseen, but he has not pulled those tiles. You can see that Hank has found his top bingo of Southers. This will play for 92 points and essentially put this game out of reach for Chris Sykes.
Southerners. I did not know that word.
Yeah, definition will pop up on screen shortly.
Yeah, so now he's up by 160 points.
Yeah, he's up
Now it's time for
160.
Chris to just try to cut spread as best as he can. I imagine.
Yeah,
Um,
at this point, there is two S hooks on the board. So if you draw a bingo ending in S, it will play. But uh, yeah, we see Chris going with his top equity move of Zori. Really, not much else for him to do here.
yeah,
Uh, as Hank draws three A's and two I's. I know that Agapa is a word. Forget if that takes an E hook. Oh, never mind. Wait. No, Agapi is a word, but no Agapa. My bad. But Agapai is a word. Agapai. It's a fun word that Hank is drawn into. Doesn't fit anywhere on this board. We'll see what he's able to generate. There's not really great options with these tiles,
yeah.
but
His
he'll be able to score something.
drawing is his drawing has come down to earth. He has drawn both blanks in this game and some very nice racks. What tends to happen is, yeah, after a hot start, sometimes um, yeah, what's left in the bag is the clunky, unwieldy stuff, and that's what he's drawn into here. But he's got this game nicely locked up, regardless.
Yeah. So if I'm in Hank's position, I'm trying to think about how I can maximize spread. And the way to maximize spread is to try and stop Chris from bingoing. If you're in Hank's position, equity does not matter, right? You don't need, you already won the game. So what you want to try and do is just make some plays that cut off Chris's scoring options. And, you know, if you recognize the sty hook is in play, you might want to play Pia, Pia underneath. It is actually the best equity play in this position, but it also blocks one of the two S hooks. So if Chris doesn't have a bingo, which we can see he currently does not have a bingo, and he probably will end up fishing for a bingo with ifs. You would be blocking both of those spots. We're going to see Hank play Papa. He can do anything he wants at this point. But yeah, back over to Chris, who's probably going to attempt to fish to draw a bingo to cut his spread. You know, sometimes in these positions where you've already lost the game and there's just a bit left to do, you are mainly focused on just trying to score to cut spread. But in this case, with two S hooks unseen, I think that trying to bingo to cut the spread is Chris's best option.
We see him writing some notes to himself. He could be thinking about what bingos he could try to fish into by playing off one tile or two.
Yeah, and it's also worth keeping up on your tracking. I think just playing off something like Din through the eye and Labroid is 15 points, keeping EENST. That is about as good of a leave as you can get from this rack. We see Chris has set aside an N and a T, so you might be thinking of playing Tin or Knit there. I can definitely see the idea behind that. There are two T's unseen to Chris in this position, as well as two G's. So he wouldn't really draw anything if he drew an I and a G. Seeding wouldn't work anywhere, and that doesn't have an anagram. But yeah, he's going to try and look to see if there's any other way to optimize his bingo odds. Maybe a one tile play provides the best bingo odds. That's not, I don't know if I can be solving that here. Maybe you play Doth. It's 22, and your most likely draw is IG out of that pool. That'll give you engines in 2 spots. But yeah, it's really just a matter of just trying to find an
Okay, so
option.
he actually plays off just a T, keeping his double ends. He must be looking to draw into something specific here.
Yeah, so if he draws an A or an I, he'll have Enneads or Indians in 2 spots. We can see that he has drawn the E, and Hank has very quickly played Taj for 30. That's his highest scoring option, just trying
Makes
to
sense.
pump up his spread. And we can see that Chris will not be bingoing to end things off. He does have 34 points through the Z. Now that he has that third E, he can play Sneezed. It doesn't really give anything big back to Hank on the triple, despite putting the D next to the triple word score. But yeah, we're going to see Hankies pull away with a pretty big upset over the number 2 seeded Chris Sykes.
Yeah, and it also increases his lifetime lead on Chris, right? That will make it eight to
It's
six in his
it's 7
favor.
to 7 now.
Oh, I had it backwards. Sorry, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's really big having an even score against a longtime top player in Chris Sykes.
Yeah, no, Chris
Very
has
good for
been
Hank.
an expert since the turn of the century. And yeah, no, for Hank to have such a strong record against such a strong player at this point in his Scrabble career is very impressive. And we're going to get to see how he does throughout the rest of this tournament. He's got a big win to start things off. It's very likely he'll end up in first or second place after this game, just as a result of the spread of it all, considering he will be winning this by a lot. And it turns out that what I had mentioned earlier about Sneeze not giving much back is untrue. The F had not been drawn for about a minute. So, yeah, now seeing the F on his rack, that would give back Fig for a bunch of points. So you probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, and this is not the start to the weekend that Chris wants. It doesn't feel good starting off a tournament or a tournament weekend losing to a lower rated player. But there, as we saw, there's not much he could do given the tiles drawn by each player. So hope he
Yeah, no,
can bounce
I think
back
it's
and yeah, regain his confidence.
yeah. No, I can't point to really any turns that Chris played this game, and assert that they weren't a mistake. Honey was definitely a bit of an unfortunate break, considering that was the one play out of many candidate plays that allowed Hank to bingo, but well played by the up and comer to not to win here. You see Chris playing Need for 29, keeping ENS, which should go out for some decent points on his next turn. And this does not give anything back to Hank, whose best play in this position is the extremely rarely seen Fizz Gig through the Z. That is a word I have never seen on a board before. And if Hank spots this, that would be pretty crazy.
But you knew this word?
I've studied all the Power Sixes, but
Okay.
I've never seen Fizzgig be relevant in a game before. We're gonna see Hank play GIF. This is 2 points back, so very very marginal mistake. Not gonna make the difference here. And Chris is gonna go out underneath Need for 24 points with ends.
Yeah.
And the game is going to end in a
Keeping
495 to 371 win for Hank. We can cut to overhead Mike now.
That's 16 more. 375. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 490.
492.
492. Yes. Okay.
Hopefully.
I think I missed some stuff along the way, but I just had such good tiles that I was able to pull through and get some needed bingos when I had to. just feel that I missed some good stuff in the middle of the.
I think I had some almost good times, but obviously this was a good rank.
Yeah.
Like Coward with an E is close to things.
Yeah, like here, there was tons of stuff. So that I don't think I necessarily played the best bingo, but it was using up so much time. I just decided.
This was here for snookers.
What was that?
Snookers.
No, that wasn't there yet.
Wasn't there yet? Oh,
No,
right. We
no.
played that right after.
Like, I mean, I could have played Einkorns here. You know, this gave me a fair bit, just hooking on to Cowards, so I just decided to go with it and kind of open things up more than I probably wanted. But does Labroid take an S?
I would not challenge it. I saw it either yesterday or the day before.
And then this, I had the blank when I played this. I mean, I could have played just Chi for more points, but I wanted to kind of clear out rack and have a better chance to bingo with the blank that I still had. So.
I was trying for turnover right from the start to try and get the good stuff. But, no guarantees that turnover equals blanks. It's good to have these directional things straight.
Yeah, I tell you that. Okay, this one.
Okay, let's cut it off there with a nice pun by my friend Chris Sykes pointing out that the play of Southers did, in fact, get played in a southerly direction. Uh, so, yeah, these two played pretty quickly. Chris with 9 minutes on the clock, Hank with 6. I think we are going to have a quick interview of Hank in a little bit, given that they did play so quickly, to give us something to talk about before our next matchup. So yeah, we saw Hank very humble in his victory, recognizing the nice tiles he drew, but he definitely deserved that victory. He played very well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe a few inaccuracies here and there, but there were no blunders in that game from Hank. For someone who hasn't been playing the game for nearly as many years as his opponent, I think he held his own very well. And in general, when you reach a certain level, when you draw the stuff, you can just run away with games. And clearly, Hank has reached that level of strength to where whenever he draws the stuff that he draws pretty well, he can just coast to a very straightforward and simple win. So they're currently entering the scores right now. And whenever that is done, we will get Hank in the booth. But yeah, just a bit of, I think we can talk about the future of this event right now. I think this would be a good time for that, Brian.
Yeah, so we're watching the holiday party sponsored by NASPA Games here, held in Belleville, Ontario. I've got my main holiday themed mug that I'm drinking my much needed coffee out of. So we just watched game 1 of 7 for today's early bird, and we'll let you know what we have set for our next matchup. Um, So we have the number 1 seed Jackson Smiley in the house. I imagine we'll be seeing a game of his in the near future.
Yeah. And I think that it's definitely worth the mention that this weekend will be pretty packed with Scrabble streams. In addition to the Scrabble holiday party sponsored by NASPA Games, there is also the California Open in San Francisco that is going to be streamed this weekend. It'll actually be starting today, and what we have set up is live look-ins at the California Open. So during times like this, when we have a bit of time between games, will be able to take a peek at their stream, get an update on the standings as that event goes along, and you'll be getting coverage of that event periodically here the whole time. So it's really great that we have that set up. We are also all right.
Quite yet, since they're still waking up on the West Coast, but I think now we are ready to go ahead and have a short interview with the winner of that game, Hank Keys. Hank, hello, can you hear me? Um, I don't believe we can hear Hank.
Yeah.
So give us a second.
Hold on, one more time. Go ahead. Okay, can you?
Oh, Hank.
Yep, we got you now.
Okay, great.
So, Hank, are you aware that you now have a 7-7 record against top player Chris Sykes?
I am. I keep track of these things.
Very good. So, you've had quite a remarkable rating climb in the past couple of years. What do you owe that improvement to?
Well, actually, it feels like things have plateaued a bit lately, but I certainly did go through a period where I was increasing my rate quite quickly. I'm getting a lot echo and feedback. I can. We'll get through.
That must make it difficult.
So just bear with me in terms of that. Word study, I'm pretty consistent with that. And I definitely have to give a shout out to Mac Meller. I've been taking some lessons from him in the past year or so. And in terms of game strategy, because he can't learn the words for me, but he can help me with game strategy. We've been particularly working on end game lately, which didn't really apply to this particular game, of course.
No, I think there was a very small improvement you could have made in the end game. The very rare fizz gig through the G, through the Z, would have been 2 points better.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a very cool word. Never really see that applied in a game, but I figured that was.
So, Hank, what are your goals for the weekend and in the near term for Scrabble?
So the funny thing is, my goal for today is I think I need to win 3 out of the 7 games to go above 1700 rating. And the reason that's important to me is that I'd like to attend nationals again, and I'd like to qualify to be in the first division again. And unless I break 1700 this year, I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, well, you're off to a great start towards that. Big win against one of the top seeds in the division. I think that it's if you keep up this level of play, it's very likely that you'll get there at some point this weekend.
All right, I think we're ready to get back to the action. So thanks for the interview, Hank, and good luck the rest of today and the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, hope we get to see you again.
Good talking to you guys.
All right, we're back, and we're waiting to see what the next matchup today will be. While we're waiting, remember everybody that this channel depends on viewer support. Thank you for watching, but if you can, take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. To help support this #1 Scrabble channel. This channel has been, doing a lot of good lately. They just covered the World Championships in Ghana for the first time, and we're ready to see the matchup soon. But yeah, in addition, if you really want to support the channel, you could be like me and be my super friend of this wonderful channel. So for $5 a month, you can be a super friend. I wanted to say subscribe, but subscribe is something else. But yeah, for just $5 a month, you can get your name highlighted and whatnot. So we have Bush. C. Bush is first. Patrick Beatrice second.
Yep.
In our next game.
All right, so it's fun. We're gonna have a matchup between the two non-Canadians within this D1 division. But we're gonna have a quick break first. Stay with us. We will be back very shortly with the next game of the Belleville of the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games.
Okay. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the Scrabble Holiday Party. sponsored by NASPA Games. I'm Brian Garnett with Evan Chester, excuse me. Um, and looks like we're about to take a look at the standings after this first game. We have Jackson Smiley, the number one seed in number one by spread, 355 spread after one game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the game
What?
score. It was Jackson won the game against Steve Bush, who we'll be seeing on stream. He won 623 to 268, which is more one of the better ways I've seen someone start out of tournament. To put it that way.
Okay,
And then we got
so
Morris
we'll be
Greenberg in
seeing
second.
Steve Bush. Sorry, we'll be seeing Steve Bush in this game. Hope we can see him bounce back. Here's his player card. He's rated 1850. He's had a pretty steady climb in rating over the past couple decades.
Yep. Again, he took
And
the trek up from Kentucky to get here, and he'll be joined by the other player in this division from the Midwest, Patrick Beatrice of Ohio. He's also been a very quick improver. He was gaining rating pretty fast at around the same time that I was getting into Scrabble rating pretty fast. He's got a 1652 rating from what his peak is, so he's definitely a more capable player than that rating suggests. Have these players played before? One game before in Lexington this past, and Patrick won that game.
all right, so not much history between the two. Let's see what happens today.
Yep.
All right, looks like they're ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so have you played against either of these players, considering you're also from the Midwest area, Brian?
Actually, no. I've never met Patrick before, and I just met Steve for the first time in Kentucky a couple months ago, but we were in different divisions.
Okay.
Yeah, so no
Gotcha.
personal history with either of these two. But speaking of that tournament in Kentucky, Steve actually finished in second place, right above a player we were just hearing about earlier, named Mac Meller. So pretty impressive to have a tournament standing above the legendary Mac Miller. Let's
Mm-hmm.
see what happens for him today and this weekend. So we're starting off on his clock. It's got an interesting mix of tiles here. A couple of sore spots. What are we looking at here? Can he get
Yeah.
rid of both of these clunkers? No, it looks like he's quickly putting down maybe to get rid of that V and hold on
Maybe.
to the G.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe is close on equity with Vig. I think I would have gone for Vig in this position, less because AEMT is that good. It is good, but more I would go for Vig because it's a lot more defensive. Maybe
Mhm.
puts more tiles out in space. It's going to allow Patrick to have some stronger options than he would have otherwise. He's already spotted his top option of Amadou for 18 points, keeping just IS, playing off most of his vowels. This looks like a really strong play from the up-and-comer, and he's making it pretty quickly.
Yeah, very impressive. And Steve not happy with what he picked up alongside that GT.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he'll just
all
play COD.
consonants.
He'll just play COD for
Excuse me?
24.
Sure.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where your rack is so bad that there's really not many better options than just simply shed the queue. It's interesting if you want to play this word on the right or the left side of maybe, though. Both score 24 points, and I think it's pretty marginal what you decide to do, as long as you don't spend too much time on it.
Yeah, you don't want to spend too much time on marginal decisions like that.
Yeah, and
Looks like he has picked up the QT. He's putting it to the left of maybe.
yeah, I think I agree with this play. There's bingos that could fit above the A that you're cutting off, and I think that if you put the Q on the other side of maybe, it would allow for maybe a few higher scoring overlap plays that Patrick now does not have access to.
Okay, so now Patrick looking at a lot of vowels here.
Yeah.
So looks like he's playing the nice vowel dump of EIDE, using the D on the board that lets him dump off 3 vowels and keep BIES, hoping to increase his bingo chances for next turn.
Yeah, I think I would have
And
gone with.
meanwhile, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I would have gone with Vibe instead. It scores a little bit better, and there's a lot more vowels that have been played than consonants, so I believe is not as bad as it would be in a vacuum. And it also doesn't, I don't necessarily feel the greatest about creating some scoring spots after I'd, but we see that it's a decision from Patrick and Steve to move next with 7 consonants. But the open vowels should give him good enough options. I think vying through the I and maybe seems pretty strong. And again, in these racks that are very clunky, you can see players at the top level make these decisions pretty quickly. And Steve's already identified his best play and has put it on the board.
Very nice. Okay, so Patrick's probably not too happy with drawing the F. Let's see, he also drew another S. So would this be a chance to score a little bit using one of the S's?
Maybe you would do that, but I think just playing Fib for 25 through the I in I'd it looks better. I mean, you don't need the second S, but when it comes to playing off a second S in this position, you want to do it when the score difference is significant enough to warrant it. And in this case, he's really only getting like 3 to 4 extra points if he plays off an S. So it's definitely better to keep it. Fib is the right call.
And he plays Fib.
Yeah. We can
That
see
puts the score at 67 to 50 in favor of Steve, who has drawn the first blank of the game.
Yeah, but there are no bingos in this position for Steve. There's really only, with only one vowel like this and no S to hook maybes or Amadeus, the only line you're even looking at is the U in Amadou for starting an 8-letter word, and there is nothing. So as far as other options are concerned, he's got a really strong 30-point play of just playing Teared, just dropping 2 tiles between the T, A, and E, making far and bod. It's 30 points. It does keep duplicate ends, but a lot of the time, the blank can bail you out of that. See anything else you like any better?
No, that's a bit of a tricky find, and I think to me that looks like the best play if he finds it.
Yeah, we had seen Steve grab an N and a D at a point. Bond is also a decent play, extending the BO downwards. That would be 18 points, but it definitely keeps a stronger leave unduplicating the ends. I think if you see the 30-point play there, you take it. There are also some double-doubles that burn the blank, but you're not scoring enough extra with the blank for those to be worth it. But it is fun. Octanes and notated and rotated are all in play, but not correct.
Yeah, I don't think Steve's here to just to play fun words. If he wants to win this game, bounce back from that devastating loss to Jensen. But we
Yeah,
do
I
see
mean,
Bob. It makes a lot
yeah,
of sense. It does kind of open up another line for his bingo chances with that blank. And as we said, Tared in that spot was a tricky find. Okay, and Patrick quickly playing gins,
yeah. This is
scoring
his best
well.
equity play by a lot. Yeah, there's no good J play that doesn't use an S, and while you are putting in the J in the triple lane, it's just the right play. Nothing else is really worth considering there. So good on him for making these plays fast. And I think that we might see Steve take a little bit more time on this turn. He does have a 7-letter word of crown net on his rack, but again, there is nowhere to bingo on this board unless you either have an S or start with a vowel. And we can see Steve still struggling with a lot of consonants. I think Jiao is just too good to not be correct here. You want to look to make
Right.
sure you don't have a bingo, but it does play your only vowel, but it's 39 points. And
Yeah,
Steve
and
has
weird
reached the
ones.
conclusion that he should play Jiao.
And but now his chances of winning are looking a little suspect. What do you
Right. I
think?
suspect that we're going to see this bingo pretty quickly. And we've seen
I suspect
Patrick
you're right.
pick. Yeah. We've seen Patrick go with the safer position. There are two positions of suspect, obviously, two different S's you can hook onto Mavies, but one of them would create the suspect's hook in the triple lane, and you don't really want to do that if you can avoid it. So, again, another accurate turn. We've seen a lot of very well played turns from these players. Really, only one small miss per player so far, which is exactly the high level of Scrabble we can expect to be seeing throughout this whole event.
Yeah, unfortunately for Steve, he still just has one vowel to accompany his blank, and he did not get much help in terms of vowels to play through just now.
No, he doesn't have any bingos on this turn either. Again, it might not take him that long to work through those progressions, considering our only line for an 8-letter word is through a T from the W. So I think in terms of his options here, it's just something sad through the eye of gins, like Rin or Tyro, looks to be right here. And there's really just not much better. All of his equity plays score less than 20 and keep good bingo tiles with the blank. He just needs some sort of vowel help. And yeah, I think playing Tyro the 7 points for the O seems worth it. You can't get overly emotional about not having vowels for like a million turns in a row. And I think it is the right way to go about this turn.
It looks like he is, taking these poor draws rather well. Just calmly thinking through his options, sipping his coffee.
Yeah, definitely
Hard to
giving
know what
this
he's thinking
turn the
right
time
now,
it
Steve.
needs.
Yeah, hard to know what he's thinking as he hasn't arranged anything on his rack just yet. But looks like
Okay, so
he's choosing to open things up by playing Torque.
yeah, that is a reasonable line. He could have played the same letters for 4 more points with Croc. So I think I like that option maybe a little bit better, although Croc does take a back eye hook for Croci, and maybe that's common enough to not be worth it. But we can see that Patrick has drawn an incredible rack out of the bag. He has a lot of 78-point double-doubles to the R in Torque, and I think that we'll be seeing one of those fairly shortly.
And then Steve's going to say, "Hey, you just got that blank, and you're
Yeah,
bingoing already. That's not fair. I've been holding onto this blank for several turns, just waiting for my chance, and you just took that chance from me."
yeah.
And we see him circling, designating the blank, We'll see what we went with.
This is going to be thornier.
Thornier.
One of his 78-point options. I don't think there's too much of a difference between them, but the two consonants at the start of the word maybe makes a few less bingos fit for Steve. So, good choice by Patrick as he takes a 100-point lead in this game. And Steve, with the draw of the X, is once again not going to be bingoing on this turn. He can score well with this X underneath the O and Jow. Just playing ticks looks extremely straightforward. 38 points, saving NORT blank. That's just the play you make here. And he's gone through and made this play fast.
You want to make it, yeah, exactly. Want to make those straightforward decisions quickly. Save time on your clock for the tougher decisions that might come later in the game.
Oh my God. You see what Patrick has lined up? This is a word, and it plays with torch.
Oh my God.
And Steve's drawn
I did not know this word.
Yeah, I've never seen this before either. This is entirely foreign to me. It's a 19,000 probability word. So
Wow.
The fact that Patrick knows this is extremely, extremely impressive.
Yeah. Oh, but what's he doing?
He's just alpha grabbing the rack again. That is not an easy word to pull the trigger on. McGilf. You can drop the H, and that's a word. So maybe he's more familiar with McGilps. But either way, he'll be fine if he plays this or not. He does have some options, like something like hemp. It's 32 points. And torch, I believe, just takes a back Y hook. So you're not really worrying about, you're not setting up an S hook. You're blocking the S hook that exists on the board with torques. So if you don't find the confidence to play a McGilf, then a play like hemp is still pretty strong.
Yeah, but if you see McGilf, how could you be making that up? That had to come from somewhere in your brain, right?
Yeah. No, it's just one of those things where it's so absurd that it's like, how do you make that up? But again, it is genuinely pretty tough to pull this trigger on a play like this. Also worth mentioning that the H is a very good scoring tile on this board. That blank H in Thornier does allow for the insertion of the other H for SHH, which I have never seen on a Scrabble board before either.
Yeah, not sure I have either. Maybe once.
Yeah. So currently Patrick has GIMP set up. This would play under Thornier with 3 overlaps, which is is a solid play to just clamp down on the board. Again. Yeah, he circled back to the bingo. I hope he finds the confidence to play this. I think he really is just like looking at the alphagram, just trying to just be extra sure, because it really is like the one way that he can.
It's coming.
Yep.
And let's see if Steve knows the word or if he finds it suspect.
Yeah, we'll see. This is not normal. Clock has been pressed.
Nice little shape to the board here. We got suspects, Thornier, McGill.
Looks like this play is on hold.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this
Very
is
impressive for Patrick to know this word.
Yeah, but it looks based on body language that Steve has given it the okay. He knows that this is good. As frustrating as it may be to see your opponent bingo 3 turns in a row, and you have had a blank for all 3 of those turns and have never had more than 1 vowel in that process. Yeah. It's worth mentioning that Steve has drawn 3 vowels total since his opening rack, which is pretty ridiculous, as we see Patrick has drawn into a 4th consecutive bingo. Wow, that is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and remember, Steve is coming off a 355-point loss,
Oh my
a
god, I feel
355
bad.
spread loss.
Yeah, he plays
Uh,
on for 2 to create a new line. I maybe would have liked to see a bit more points from Steve on that turn, but either way, like, there's no denying that this is a ridiculously bad break. And Steve draws the Z, which will, of course, stop him from bingoing yet again.
and we're definitely going to see DFIR come down. He's got another spot for it to consider. But
Yeah, no, that's very impressive that Patrick has found the insertion spot. DFIR here is 85. DFIR below is a lot more dangerous. Reified also plays below for 85, but this is definitely the safer play. Just a clinic put on by Patrick Beechers right here.
yeah, we got a bingo, bango, bongo, bunzo.
Exactly. All right, but Steve, having drawn the Z, he
Little
will be
John
able to score well this turn. Zoril is 48 points, and seems to be pretty straightforward.
And Patrick did win his first game, so as the bottom seed in this division, it looks very likely that he'll start off 2-0.
Yeah, I thought that for a sec we were about to see him pull out bake on his rack. The 8 was the last tile, and if I was Steve and my opponent had bingoed for a 5th time, I think I might have flipped the table. But he's done a good job of remaining calm in this situation.
Yeah, in fact, we just saw a little yawn from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Scrabble. This is what happens. What can you do?
Yeah.
Just gotta find my best play.
And he's done that. He's playing Zorro. He's been making a lot of good plays this game. If I was in Steve's position, I wouldn't be feeling too bad about the play here. It's just, sometimes you just run into an unstoppable force, and that would in this game is Patrick drawing 4 bingos in a row.
It's certainly easier said than done. But
yeah,
remaining calm in the situation. But yes, he's doing a great job. Okay, well this rack looks much more promising for his next turn.
Oh yeah, no, Steve's gonna bingo.
Let's see what Patrick comes up with here with his high scoring players here.
Well, Steve has a triple of striding, so I think it's going to be in Patrick's best interest to play to that D. That is where his best equity plays are. Hoked or baked seem like very strong plays. I would have been very shocked if he had left that open. There's not really any play that would have left that open and also been anything less of than a terrible blunder. So we're going to see baked.
Yeah,
Hoked might have been a little better, but Steve's not going to be
when you're up by over 100 and there's a triple possibility, you generally just want to shut that down because that's your main chance of losing. As long as that triple doesn't get hit, you're total. So
yeah,
it makes sense to shut that down, and like you said, also happened to be his best among his best scoring options.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like Steve is still looking to bingo here.
Yeah, if I'm Steve in this position, I think riding is the clear play. He has 2 66-point options hooking on. There's tiering with a blank E and riding with a blank O. You're down by so much, you got to give yourself... riding takes an S and tiering does not. That's the main difference between these two plays. So I think you have to play riding, set up the S hook, hope for some miracle draw out of a pool that honestly looks pretty terrible. There's 5 A's, 3 O's, 2 U's, very few bingo consonants. But there's some stuff you might be able to pull. with riotings. That's the only chance Steve has. Even then, I think it's probably would be too little too late anyways.
You see Patrick counting the tiles in the bag, just saying to himself, how soon can I chalk up a victory in this game?
Yeah.
How
I
many
think
chances does Steve have to have a miracle comeback here?
yeah. The answer is not much. We can I don't think that we're gonna be seeing a miracle comeback here. But yeah, I think we've seen some really great performances on stream from some of the lower seeds in this event. Hank and Patrick are both going to be coming away with wins on stream, and that just goes to show how strong this top division is. You know, even the lower rated players within this top division are still very strong experts in their own right. And we can see that when they get the stuff, they can go all out and just win these dominant games.
Yeah, and although they are lower rated, they are both Yankees and Patrick Beachers. They're both on the upward climb, uh, as we can see by their performances.
Yeah, absolutely. I had mentioned that Patrick's rating right now is in a little bit of a dip compared to what it was maybe a few months ago. I know he had a bit of a poor showing at Nationals that dropped his rating, but clearly he is still very much on his game. Other than maybe the Ide turn, I don't think he has made a mistake this entire game. So
Okay, we do see the recommended play of rioting. Again, as Evan pointed out, rioting takes an S, which is to Steve's benefit here. Is that gives him, if he can draw that S, then that gives him a chance to reduce the deficit in this game at the very least.
yeah, for sure. You can see that on our screen we have a Quackle pulled up. Quackle is suggesting an exchange 7, but that is a really terrible play in this position. If you exchange 7 and Steve bingos, I mean, he's probably not going to bingo with these tiles, but either way, you're just if you don't play a word here, Steve has the ability to bingo twice, just based on the number of unseen tiles. There are currently 15 tiles unseen to Patrick. So all he needs to do here is just make a play, and he wins the game. It doesn't have to be good, but he just needs to not exchange in this position. I think that this is
Play
another.
at least 2 tiles, right?
Yeah, at least 2
To
tiles.
play at least 2 tiles. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think there's a very straightforward play here of ooh for 23 next to rioting. It blocks the S hook that Patrick does not have, and it scores 23. It does keep 2 U's, but again, when you have this much of a lead, equity does not matter. All you need to do is just put the clamps on the board and just win the game. We saw a similar principle on display in our previous game where Hank had a very sizable lead, and at that point, yeah, equity is not important whatsoever. So if Patrick just plays ooh, that really takes out Steve's last main lifeline in the ridings hook. There are still some bingos that can play on the B column and the D column, but they won't hit as hard.
It looks like we have about 100 people watching this early board. That's great to see. So if any of you haven't already, please like the video. And if you're just finding your way to Let's Play Scrabble for the first time, I strongly suggest hitting that subscribe button to get caught up on the latest Scrabble action.
Yeah, no, 100 viewers is great. Let's Play Scrabble is doing a lot to grow Scrabble as a game from the online content perspective. And they do a phenomenal job. So any and all support is greatly appreciated. You can see Patrick has set up ooh. It's in his hand. He's on the verge of playing it. And coming down. Very well done.
But yes, thanks to all of you out there who are watching. Tell us where you're watching from in chat. Are you watching from Canada, where these players are? Are you watching from Kentucky, where Steve Butch is from? Are you watching from Ohio, where Patrick is from? Are you watching from Missouri, where I'm from? Are you watching from Evan, where are you from?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Are you watching from Pennsylvania, where Evan is from? Or are you watching from another continent? Ooh, we've got a UK viewer, a super friend, T-Bix. Thank you for
Yeah.
being a super friend. I suggest all of you out there become a super friend, like T-Bix and myself. Helsinki, Finland. Wow, thank you for watching.
Okay, so Steve has
Again.
played Awa out of his rack with 3 A's, which definitely makes sense. Patrick is now looking at this position. There are 2 tiles in the bag, and there's not too many unseen bingos. Obviously, if AY is in the bag, Steve will have Roasted and Torsade. I can actually just check the pool right now. AA in the bag, Steve will have Destroy. Destroyed as well. But Patrick is not going to block the numerous bingos that are in the pool, and he's not going to get punished for that. He's going to take his top equity move of Ali, keeping the incredible UU leave. And yeah, we see that Steve has no bingos in this position. And yeah, he's probably just going to want to play some longer word next to Awa, getting as much value as he can from the Y.
All right. Something like story.
Ooh.
To cut that,
All right.
cut that spread.
That's a ridiculous sequence. So the top equity play, according to Quackle's endgame solver, the top play there is to play OS, making Zorils. And the reason that this play is the best play is because it saves an I believe unblockable tear away. Actually, no, it's not unblockable, but Patrick would have to keep both U's on his rack in order to block tearaway with Da. That's ridiculous.
Well, you gotta always keep 2 U's on your rack.
Right. No, that's absurd. Yeah. Just even seeing the possibility of tearaway through Awa in this position is crazy.
How did you see that possibility?
Quackle. I would never have generated that myself. Don't give me that much credit, Brian.
And we see another slight yawn from Steve. Just another day at the office.
Yeah, he's
Losing by 355 to Jackson Smiley, and now getting bingoed on 4 times in a row.
He's gonna have nearly negative 500 spread after 2 games.
Yeah, that's nothing. He'll come back.
Yeah, that's just kind of cruel, though, right? Like, if I was in that position, I'd just be like, "What did I do wrong to deserve this?" It's like there's some sort of like cosmic justice that is working against me. So let's see. Yeah, Steve has Teary set up on his rack. Is that going to be tearaway? He was about to play Teary and took it back.
Do I have another?
Oh, well, Teary is actually the same score. It's just not as cool.
Yeah, so right now he should be thinking to himself, how did I end this game looking extremely cool? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a way more
Not as cool,
competitive
but
game. No, and
a human kind of gift.
this is only 2 points back of the best sequence according to Quackle, and these it is a transposition of the same sequence. Steve is saving OS with Zoril. I presume the only difference is that Patrick now has a better play in response. Uh, looks like, yeah, now that he knows Steve is going to go out, there's nothing that he needs to sacrifice to block. He can just play Gad for 15, saving UU for the third consecutive turn, but it does not matter here.
No. So those of you in chat, who's your favorite Scrabble player, and do you think they would have found the sequence that included the play of Tearaway?
I know if you're a Nigel fan, that question is already answered. But yeah,
Nigel would find that play before any computer program. Wow, Patrick still has 10 minutes on his clock.
I mean, a lot of his. I mean, when you draw 4 bingos in a row and you see them pretty quickly, the turns kind of play themselves.
Well, yeah, just gotta find McGilf.
Yeah,
Easy
no,
find, easy play.
yeah, McGilf is a wonderful, wonderful find. Very advanced for someone who has been playing Scrabble for only about 2 years at a high level, I believe. I can just check his cross tables real quick.
Wow, we got a very nice question in the poll. Please respond. I think it's a little unfair to include me in that list. It should have
Yeah,
been who's your favorite Scrabble player besides Brian Garnett. Then these
no, I
other
mean,
players would have a chance.
yeah, I
But
mean, I
thank you
voted for you right
for
away
those of
because
you.
it kind of wasn't close.
Yeah, right. But I see Will Anderson getting a lot of pity votes. That's also good to see.
All right. So we see Fad from Patrick. This does block OS and Zoril, but it is, according to the engine, 4 points back of the optimal plays that just let that go, because this gives back does and fems, or sorry, hems. That is a blank H. So yeah, does and hems, 13 points is Steve's best out. He can also play out for 12, unhooking Fad himself. And this game will end with a final score of 490 for Patrick, and if he plays his best move, 361 for Steve. So just barely getting out of this second game with above minus 500 spread.
Yeah, small goals.
Yeah.
It's like those reasonable goals. Coming into this tournament, I'm sure he said, like, as long as I am above minus 500 in spread after 2 games, that's all I desire. Anything beyond that is just icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm. And hey, this is just the early bird. I'm sure Steve would be much happier if his strong performance came in the main event. So instead of going out this turn, we're going to see Steve slow play this to try and gain a bit of extra spread, knowing that Patrick has 2 U's on his rack and he cannot play out. So he's going to start this sequence by playing his O with Oxo and No for 12 points. Patrick's best play with 1 U is Pun for 5, in between his bingos of Suspect and Thornier. And then Steve will just go out with his S in its highest scoring spot that I guess, is it Elise and is? Feels like he shouldn't
Really?
have better. But
That's no?
oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, Fads is 9. Elise is 8. Oh no, riding's an SH is better than that.
Of course.
That's 13 points with his S. So yeah, this is something we didn't actually discuss here, but Steve correctly, I believe, figured out that slow playing here is the call to make.
Evan, I'm leaving.
Okay. Sorry.
Bye, Evans.
Dad. That's my dad.
Friend, Dad.
Yeah.
Mr. Chester.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay,
So
we'll see if
we didn't
Steve
discuss
finds
this.
Riding's just
Yeah,
not to
riding's an
shush.
SH is best spot for Steve's S. 13 and out. And yeah, Steve's going to cut his spread a bit more than we initially thought. That was just Quackle's endgame solver not iterating deep enough. So yeah, 495 to 371 is the final in this game. Patrick Beatriz going 2-0 as the bottom seed. Let's cut to overhead Mike.
That's over, Mike. Yes.
I was sure of Miguel.
I think it's good with the H too.
Yeah, I'm like pretty sure, but I was in such a good
It's
spot
such a
that
weird looking word that it's like
I'm in such a good spot there that I considered just not even taking that 15%, whatever. I'm not sure, 20%, and just playing something else. Like I could have played GIMP right here and it was like the game goes on, but like I didn't have a good play hooking torch. Like if I had like I don't know, like if I could play like the word phlegm right here somehow, hooking torch. But I mean the golf is good. Yeah. But I was just that much unsure of it, and I was in a good spot already. So
no, I think that was
It's-
pretty much
I just checked it. It's good.
that pretty much sealed it because when you did that, I was struggling.
I was up 100, and then you played Tix for 38, and then I had that for another 80, and then I pulled Deifier out of the bag.
After I played Vying, I dumped consonants there,
Mm-hmm.
and then I had CD in and OR blank. So I had a bunch.
Oh, you
of
had the blank for
had the blank for
the
a
whole
while with like
Wow.
one consonant, 5 vowels, like over and over and over with, and the board was kind of closing up, and I probably missed something in there. That's all ordnance, but
I mean, you
There
had
was
to have an
nothing.
S to really play anything
yeah,
or start with a vowel, and that's what I was
Right.
happy with that because I had the S on my first rack.
uh-huh.
Well, Amadou, I kept IS, and then I had 5 vowels again.
We had complimentary racks there for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure. Once I saw you play Vying and Bond, I figured that I wasn't in that horrible of a spot.
No, I
mean,
was
And then
open consonants.
Fib kept EINSS, and then I drew JP. So it was like Jim's kept EPS, so I was right there.
Juniper's wouldn't play anywhere, I guess.
No, I'm 2
Not
letters
on
off
that
of that.
board. Yeah. Oh.
Three 71495 is
Yeah.
24 and 24.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 4, 9, 5, 3, 7, 1. There you go.
And then the end of the game, I had awful racks, which I'm sure you knew, but I wanted to at
It
least
didn't
block
matter then.
riotings.
Yeah.
I figured it was easier to hit something than
I didn't
This
draw that
thing.
last S until
yeah.
the very end. I had AEOSTRY, and
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything with that.
No.
So,
Yeah, I thought you played the end game right. There's no way for me to even try to go out in 2, so
yeah.
I should have gone. I was thinking here to go to block OS, but going
Yeah.
this way, I should play AD
With
here.
the O there and the S there, I mean, there's.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
So I have Pun and I have Yuta, and I'm not getting.
Yeah.
I should have played Ad here.
Maybe. Yeah.
Or actually,
I
If
would have probably gone out.
if I play Yuta, I'm threatening dud and Lud.
Mhm.
So that's what I should have done.
Yeah.
I just wasn't even thinking about. But if I do
That's one
that,
of
then you
those-
can go out
Yeah.
and I scored less. So I wasn't thinking that far ahead with that.
It didn't matter that much at that point, other than just spread. And since I lost my first game by 355
So your
to
spread doesn't
Jackson,
matter, yeah.
so I'm not playing for spread this tournament. I guess that's one nice thing about getting clobbered the first two games. It gives you a little bit of clarity on how to play
I won my first
your
game
remaining games.
I won my first game by 100. So
Yeah, well, good. You're having a good time there.
it's a good start.
Yeah.
You and Ari, so very glad I actually played McGill because I was really close to not playing it.
Just, yeah. No, that's it's done play.
All right, looks like the players are squaring up the tiles. We had a nice post-game discussion there. Good to see that Steve Bush is in such good spirits and looking at the bright side of being down almost 500 in spread after 2 games. But I'm sure he'll end the day on a strong note. He's a very strong player. So, Evan, is there anything you wanted to promote before
Yeah,
we
so
go to break?
Yeah, so we had mentioned earlier in between the first 2 games that there's going to be another streamed tournament this weekend, the California Open in San Francisco. But in addition to that, there's going to be a third tournament broadcast this weekend. This one coming from this same event, the Scrabble Holiday Classic, sponsored by NASPA Games. Heidi Robertson, director of the Ottawa Club, is going to be streaming her POV on twitch.tv/heroin to birds. I'm going to be the one piloting that stream on Saturday, and Will Anderson is going to be the one piloting that stream on Sunday. Heidi is an independent creator. She has permission to stream her games from this event. It's going to be all Collins, so if you're craving some extra CSW action, go and support Heidi. If I was in that position, I would have all 3 streams up at the same time. The more we can do to boost these Scrabble streams in the algorithm, the better. So whether you're watching on different devices, whether you have different tabs open and you're just flipping between them, depending on which game is the most interesting, be sure to give Heidi some support tomorrow. She's a lovely person and a content creator that definitely deserves your follow.
Yeah, I put her Twitch channel link into chat. I'm Chess Bunzo, hence all the strange references to the word bunzo, the quasi word bunzo. Yeah, be sure to give her Twitch channel a follow and check out that action. I believe I will be joining you tomorrow, Evan.
Yeah, for the afternoon. It'll be a fun time.
So those of you out there can look forward to more of this dynamic duo. And it looks like we're ready to cut to break as we get ready for our next matchup. Everyone, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Let's Play Scrabble as we continue this Scrabble holiday party, Early Bird, sponsored by NASPA Games. Welcome back, everybody, to the Scrabble Holiday Party Early Bird, sponsored by NASPA Games, hosted here on Let's Play Scrabble. I understand our next matchup will be Hank Keys versus Dean Hergot. We saw Hank Keys win that first match, and I understand he just lost the second game to one Jackson Smiley by a mere 25 points. Let's cut over to standings and see what we're looking at. I know Jackson will be 2-0. Let's see if his spread is still the highest after that amazing first game. Indeed, he's sitting on top, the number one seed. And Patrick, the bottom seed, in second place right now, the spread of 209 and a 2-0 record, followed by Morris Greenberg, 1-1, and Hank Keys, with the same record and same spread. So let's see what our profile on Dean looks like here. Rating of 1650. Nice record. Do you have any info on this player, Evan?
I do not have info on Dean. I don't know him personally. He's from the Ottawa area. He's played a lot of games in his career, so definitely a pretty seasoned expert. You can see that Hank and all in 2024, and Hank won all three of those matchups. So maybe a little bit of revenge in Dean's heart. And considering he's started off this tournament 0-2, he's definitely looking for a win here in order to, keep his tournament chances alive. I will get the scores reset real quick as we start game 3.
And Hank Keys is starting things off. The first tile we see is a Q. Let's see what comes with that ugly tile. Oh, a Z as well. And he quickly puts down, well, he turns the board around and then quickly puts down QAT. Standard opening play with these tiles.
Yeah.
And
no.
we don't even see tiles from Dean yet.
No, Hank played that about as fast as he reasonably could have, and he was very correct. Oh my God! Oh Lord! I don't know if I've seen 5 E's on a rack before of my own, but yeah, I think you're pretty much forced into an exchange here. You could play TEE for 9 above or below cot, but that just doesn't make sense. The real question is, do you keep an A or not? And I think the answer, I would say, probably not, but we see Dean elect to keep the A. It is very close.
Yeah. All right, so now we see Hank with just one vowel to go with that Z, and he also picked up the W. Let's see.
Yeah, so it looks like he has Warren set up right now. He really has nothing better on the scoreboard other than playing Warren, or I think you play Warren over Want. LRZ is maybe a little bit better than LTZ, but Warren does not take an S hook, and maybe the N is a little worse in the double-double line, so it's a bit more defensive. Could also play Waltz through the A in cot, but that does donate some pretty easy scoring from the Z, so I think I like this decision of Warren. It is the most defensive of his decent equity options here, so I think this is a strong play from Hank.
And we see Dean with his leave of ETA keep up the letters of hate or heat, which he's lined up on the left side there.
If you hate T, this is your rack. But yeah, he's got heat set up. This plays for 24 underneath Warren, making Awa and Tot. Looks to be the right spot to play in. I would say maybe play Hayet, Haet, instead of Heat, because Heat takes some front hooks, takes the C, and takes the W as well. So Hayet is a little bit more defensive. So it's very marginal, but I think this is the right spot. Maybe a small adjustment to be made, but still a very good play in this position.
Oh, okay. Just took a fresh look at Hank's rack. All consonants, many of them high scoring, and I don't see any fouls to play through. So, what are we looking at
No.
here? An exchange? Looks like all the top suggestions are various exchanges.
Yeah, no, I think
It is
that
all
literally
going.
the only spot for a legal move was like from the E and Heat, and those plays are obviously horrible. So Hank's going to trade everything but the Z, which is a lot of sense. Going as hard as you can for like the vowels, the blanks. The S's aren't actually that valuable on this board, but they will still help. And yeah, going on, the Z is definitely a tile worth keeping. So good call for Hank, who has
Oh my gosh, he's just
not
picked up
drawn the
more
vowels yet
consonants.
again. But he will get an E to play through after Dean's best play of Abled. He already has it lined up on his rack. That's 35 points, playing above the N in Warren, going to the triple. That just looks like a standout play, and he's already spotted it.
Yeah, that will probably come down pretty soon. Might just be
Yeah.
seeing if he could get rid of the G, but looks like Able is his best option.
Yep, we're going to see Abled and very likely going to see something like Prez from Hank. He kept that Z in the hopes that he'd be able to get a lot more value from it, but this is a position where there are definitely plays worth making, and Prez seems to be what is by far the best choice there. You could also play something like Deft or Dreg or Fret, but those just score so much worse. I think that, as unsatisfying as it is to play the Z for just 21, Prez is pretty forced here.
Hello to Seth Lipkin in chat. We have him to thank for the clock featured on this stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so we see Prez lined up. Just thinking of other options in his head, I imagine. But yeah, now he's putting it down.
Yep.
Well done.
This is the right call to make. So good on Hank for deciding that. As Dean has encountered a rack with a lot of low point tiles and no bingo, and these tiles do not go well together. He really will not be able to get too much value out of this turn. I believe he was looking at Glouted before that play of Prez from Hank, so that doesn't fit anymore. There are no 6-letter words on this rack that play on the O column. That is the standout spot to play in a rack like this. You'd love to play long, but there is not the option there to do that. I guess, oh man, but the options on this turn are not good. You play Togue with He. Does get rid of 5 tiles, which is pretty desirable when you have a rack like this. All one-pointers that don't go well together. What do you see in this position, Brian?
Well, I was just focused on Hank's nice pickup here with the blank and some fouls to go with it finally. So he's got a word set up right now that would, I see that it would play below Heat if Dean doesn't take that spot.
Yeah, no, that's the word Hank has on his rack is it's a word I can say, but it's a word I won't say on stream. But we will see what Dean comes up with. He's looking at glue right now, and that's not too much, not too far off of something like Togue. I think this is a pretty fine play. Maybe you'd want to get rid of the extra vowel, but see D play glue, and I believe the bingo that Hank has set up is also You can spell that with 2 G's, and I believe we're going to see that come down. Hank does have one other bingo through the L of gatefold, but that is 4 less points than the word I presume he is about to play for 78 points. Yep, we are seeing it come down.
The blank you might imagine is an E. Not sure what else it would be.
Yeah, both bingos actually make the blank an E.
Right. We'll see if we get a shot of that wonderful blank cam, but
I
unless
believe our producer's away right
had
now,
a
but we
brain
know what
fart.
this is.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, unless he had a brain fart, that is definitely an E. And Dean's accepting the play and spinning the board around and considering his options. So the focal points of his rack would be this J and K's. He's got a joke on his rack.
He's got
What's he looking to do here? Just score some points?
he's got the JEE on set aside. Hefe for 45 is a pretty clear play in this position for Dean. 45 is just so much more than he can get elsewhere. He could play Jete for 38 with 4 overlaps next to Hank's bingo, but I think you just take your 45 and move on. Looks like Dean's got those tiles in hand. Hefe for 45 is the play. Very well done. Over to Hank, who has drawn an ING, but a little bit of an owie in the rest of his rack. So there's this. I hope you appreciate my puns.
Of course I do. I was just jealous I didn't say it myself.
So we see that Hank has. Oh, okay. This is his best equity play of Widgeon, but he's already almost on the board of. I don't know what he's doing, but I think he's noticing right now that Widgeon looks like a wonderful play until you realize that it ends 1 before the triple and it takes an S. So Widgeon is 42 points, but obviously the counterplay is very strong, and we can see Hank having active reservations about the positioning of this play. So as far as other options are concerned, I don't think you're supposed to play Widgeon here. You could play wide, keeping the ING together, but this board is pretty poor for ING, so I don't think that's necessarily the right call. So in this position, I'd either play Dowing or Wad, and both of these plays have a drawback. Dowing would place the I right below the triple letter score, set up huge X plays for Dean to get him back into the game without a bingo. And Wad has the downside of keeping 2 I's in a position where no I's have hit the board yet. So a lot of decent looking options for Hank, but everything has some sort of drawback. What do you think you would do in this position, Brian?
Yeah. Tough question. I think I would go with Wyden because that's what Hank played, and I'm bailed out of the.
Yeah.
What do you think about Wyden?
I think keeping the N would give a lot of, it would give some extra stability rather than taking the 3 extra points. I think that GIO can go extremely far south, and whereas GION, you at least have that ING in your back pocket for potential bailout plays if you need to play long out of that rack. So I think I like wide a bit better, but we can see that Hank has redrawn that N. So
we have Blots set up on Dean's rack. You might
Yeah.
be looking to play Hefes and Blots.
Yeah, I don't think that might have been a decent option before Wyden came down, but he is instead looking at playing those other two tiles, Kef for
Uh,
35 through the
yeah,
blank
good one.
E. This is just this is a standout play. Dean has done a very good job of identifying a lot of his strongest plays in this position. And I believe when Hank set aside that ING, he was looking at widening, and that is 39 points, and it seems to be by far his best option here.
Yeah, I find in the puzzles you can do on woogles.io, I find that the answer very often, if you have ing on your rack, the answer to the puzzle is to make some extension, adding ing to a word, and this would be yeah, a great puzzle position right here. Tap that ing onto Biden.
Yeah. You can see Dean actually had just set up a bingo through a G of biltongs on his rack. But even though the G is likely to come down this turn, it won't be in the space that Dean needs it to be in.
No.
Yep, widening
There
is
it
the
is.
play for Hank. That's the right call.
So we do have that I below the triple letter square, but that's not going to
Yeah, no,
cause
in
any
this
damage
position,
on this turn.
yeah, nothing else was particularly close to the score of widening. So you take the drawback when it's very clearly the right call to make.
Indeed.
But yeah, over to Dean, who doesn't really have many great options here. He could use that spot and just play BO above it. That's 22 points, keeping a decent leave of ILNST. If he draws an E, that becomes an exceptional leave. But there's a lot of draws where ILNST just leads to a rack with 7 1-pointers that do not go well together. So I would have some reservations there. There's just not a lot else to do. You could play Boone through the O of the bingo. It's 18. Gets rid of one extra consonant. Just none of these options really speak to me. You could blow up the rack and play long with something like Oboist through that same O, or you could play Bionts hooking Hefes. But I don't feel like blowing up your rack when you're down 50 is really the right way to go about this position. What do you think, Brian? Do you like Bo?
Yeah,
Or...
I like Bo. You just have to, you know, play the rack you have, and that scores decently. Keeps a good leave. You know, we don't have an E currently, so we can't have you know, the best type of leave we can hope for. But given the available options, that's looking pretty strong. And
Yeah.
it's also taking away a high scoring spot away from Hank potentially, who
Yeah.
may have been setting that up. I mean, it seems like a clear play that you would make, regardless. But you know, you might be worried that he's holding on to high points
Yeah, no,
odds.
it's very reasonable. I think if Hank had the X, he probably would have played widening a little bit quicker. There's a lot of different racks that widening is the correct play out of, like racks with 3 eyes, for example. But yeah, Bo does make a lot of sense. Will he hit on his draw? Looks like not.
Nah.
But over to Hank, who now has a good 30-point option above BO. The 5-letter moher. I had noticed that word on his rack before, just at a glance, but there was no spot to play it until now. Yeah, 30 points, keeping IY. IY is pretty not good, drawing into a pool with so many other I's and a lot of other vowels, but 30 points looks solid. You see anything else you like better, Brian?
No, so that would Um, we have Rumi come down, which is 37 points, increasing his lead to about a bingo. So that's also looks like a strong play, keeping HIU.
Yeah, no, this is also a decent play from Hank. I think this is a pretty good play. So the H does have some good value on this board. It's not easy to necessarily see, but Heath takes the back H for Heath. Potential words starting with RH are in play, and those will score over 30 points. There's also the spot with Hun. So as much as keeping the U with the I is not very pleasant with this pool, Rumi is still 37, and I think that's a very good play. And it looks like,
Some of us will do a lot for 37 points.
yeah. So Dean is looking at Lint, I believe. There's not really a great place to play the R and the S. So yeah, Lint with Hefes is 25. It definitely is not ideal to be using up the Hefe's hook for a non-bingo, but Lintz does a great job at opening the top of the board. And you have two S's, so you're not really hurting your bingo chances by using one here. And there's really not much else to do on this turn. There's like, yeah.
What are the front hooks to Linz?
EG, F, and I think it's just EGF, but I'd have to double check. Yeah, just those three.
Okay, so I think sometimes my brain thinks that slints is a word, which would have given that some, made that play a little bit, or it would have been another benefit to that play. But
yeah.
So yeah, he tricked me that time. Last play he had his desired tiles on the right side. This time he had them on the left side. So yeah. Gotta watch out for this Dean. He switches things up. Meanwhile, Hank sitting on 5 vowels in addition to the CH. He could score. I see. I see what. I just took a glance at the point you were making last play.
Yeah. So he does have that H for Rhea now. RHEA is 34. The issue with that play is the leave is CIIU, and that's about as bad of a 4-tire leave as you can keep in this position. A play that I like is what Hank had set up before Dean opened the board with Lintz, and what he's going back to now. Hewick is 24 points, plays with Hun, and it completely shuts down most of the bottom of the board. There are still plays hooking tot that will play with tots or tote, but any other 7-letter word down there is not going to fit. So I think that on the basis of not keeping such a dreadful leave, I like Hewick a bit better than Rhea, which would be 10 more points, but you've got to be averaging so terribly next turn. And then maybe the turn after Hewick, Hank can dump some vowels with an Elan's play and try to close up the top. But yeah, that spot I had mentioned is where Dean's going to now bingo with Sirloin. This is his only bingo, and it's a very nice find. Good on him to play it quick. He is down to less than half his clock, and this game is tied.
Wow. And we have the second blank on Hank's rack now, along with an R and 5 vowels. Let's see how he handles this turn.
Yeah, so
looks like he wants to set himself up for a bingo next turn, yeah?
Yeah, and I think that probably the best way to do that is to play Naira from the N in Sirloin. It's a 5-letter word that is very uncommon. These 5-letter words with 5 1-pointers that are generally used for bingos don't come up too much, but Yeah, if you know the 5-letter Naira, that's 18 points, keeping AE blank, which is pretty solid drawing into this pool, which definitely looks a good bit better now that some of the junk is off the board. There's only 2 eyes unseen relative to how many there was a lot of eyes unseen at other points in the mid game. So I think Naira looks pretty good. If you don't see that as a possibility, then just various plays like AA next to Lint looks okay. I think that now that you have the blank and Dean has a fully random rack, you don't necessarily need to play defense. I would rather keep that open if I was Hank.
Yeah, I agree. So maybe are there other decent spots for the AA that keep the board open?
Next to Lint making NA and TA. It also plays for 10 points. That's 10 points. It's also 10 points making AL and AI, but I would probably not do that.
Right.
Keep the
Yeah,
board
I
more
don't
open.
like the I don't like the ALAI version of it.
I wonder if Hank is considering an exchange here. He has all 3 A's set on the side, but this is still just alphagram order, so maybe he's still just play finding. I definitely do not think the exchange is correct. There are definite, even just like playing for 10 is worth it here. If you just get a bingo down, which you're the heavy favorite to do, then you're in a fine position.
I agree. I would imagine he's looking for his favorite AA play, but I could be wrong. As he starts making other arrangements, what is he thinking here?
I'm not fully sure.
Find out. We will find out.
Mm-hmm. Now's probably a good time to just remind all of you guys to like and subscribe. Any and all support for the Let's Play Scrabble channel is much appreciated. There's going to be a lot of great Scrabble content this whole weekend, so I hope that you're all going to be with us for the ride.
To answer a question in the chat, yes, this is double challenge. We have not yet seen a challenge on the stream today.
Yeah, we've not seen a phony on the
brief
stream
hold.
today.
Right. We saw a brief hold with McGill.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Hank's looking at Raya right now. This plays with AL next to Lintz, I presume is where he's looking at playing Raya. I don't like the creating that sort of opening. Just, giving back a triple on a board that really doesn't have a lot in terms of scoring opportunities. Other than like 6s on the O column, which have been available for a while. But it looks like he might have Naira set up. I'm not sure if that's Naira or Air that he has lined up on his rack, but if he has Naira set up, that is a great sign for him.
It's really hard to know what he's thinking here.
Yeah.
Arya?
He's playing Lari.
Lari.
So this uses the same tiles as Naira, but it's 6 fewer points. So I do think this is a bit of a miss. But I think Hank is still going to be in an okay position considering Dean also has a 5-vowel rack right now. Looks like, as much as he'd love to save the S for bingos, there are no good S hooks on this board. And if you can find undoes through the N, that's 27. And it absolutely feels like the right play to make here. Yeah.
Let's see how he handles this odious looking rack here.
Yeah, that does play for 21 points through the I in Lari that was just put out in space, keeping 2 E's, which is not too much worse than EO. There are a lot more E's unseen than O's, though. There are 4 E's unseen to Dean, and only 1 O. You can see 2 of those E's are on Hank's rack. But yeah, if you undoes is also just 6 more points. And I think that every point is very valuable in a pretty much even game situation like this.
In fact, literally even before Hank's last play.
Yeah, but we can see that Hank,
Odious.
Dean's going to play Odious. And Hank had lined up his 1 7-letter word already. He had in place that plays with Elance for 72. He does have a few higher scoring bingos through the L. Obviously, you can just play in places or in placed. Those are 78, as well as placemen.
Placemen.
Yes. So he's already
So is that
found.
like, sorry, is it placemen? Is that like a person who you eat on top of? Like instead of a placemat, you have
No.
various people that you. Okay.
It's defined in Zizva as a political appointee to a public office. It's fun because placeman has a hook. It takes the T for placement.
Mm.
So that would be fun to see come down, but I would expect emplaces or emplaced probably make the blank a D just a little bit harder to overlap. Blocks a little bit of stuff. But even after a bingo from Hank, it's still not going to be over yet. There's still some clunky stuff unseen. There's an X out that could potentially swing things towards Dean's favor. The X would play well above Odious. So it's not game over yet, but definitely advantage Hank.
Yeah. So I saw Dean had some of his tiles flipped over. He made the T upside down to make it look like a null symbol, and then the U off to the side to make it look like a subset symbol. So I wonder if Dean is a fellow mathematician.
Maybe. Very, very intelligent mathematician Adam Logan will be playing in the Collins division at this tournament during the main event. Be sure to feature him on stream.
Yeah, he's pretty intelligent.
It's pretty solid. Good. Yeah.
Pretty good.
I mean, he's not better than you, but
yeah, just like Will Anderson is not better than me.
Right.
I don't know what those pollsters were thinking. So we see a blank circled, and it looks like he's going to play either in places or in placed, like you suggested.
All right,
and it's an S in places.
Yeah. Maybe a
so that gives them 359.
359 to 290, and yeah, Dean has he's set up on the vote, which is not a word. I wonder if he's going to try that on the O column. I certainly, if I was across the board and my opponent played unvote, I would definitely know to call that off. But we'll see if he chooses to do that, or if Hank recognizes that. I think that
many people are wishing they could unvote in that poll.
Right, and
Will
revote
Anderson
for Brian Garnett as the best Scrabble player.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but I think playing Vo at 3A, making OE and EM, is kind of this play you have to make if you're Dean. You're keeping 4 bingo-y tiles. ENTU could potentially materialize. You're setting up a very marginal hand. You don't actually have a front hook to EM right now, but there still is an R unseen that you might be able to draw. It's pretty bleak, but I think Vo is the way that you have to go in this position. And then just hope for the best.
Yeah. Makes sense. Vo would score 22 if he plays that. Meanwhile, Hank has some bingo tiles on his rack. Couple duplicate vowels.
I'm very curious to see how Hank is going to handle this turn, because if Dean plays something like Vo, I could very easily see Hank do something like Fish when he should be maybe trying to just exhaust the board. It'll be a very interesting pre-endgame position for sure. Because at least for what we can see the pool from Dean's perspective, it looks very bingo-y other than the VXY. All right,
Oh,
this
he
is a
plays
creative.
Vom.
This is a creative option.
Yeah.
Vom setting up the case O.
Mhm. Nice. Let's see what he draws to complement that note plus E. I believe he has another V
And
and
the
an
X.
Wow. Okay.
I think that's gonna. Yeah.
We'll turn our attention to Hank for now.
Yeah. So Vom definitely reads my opponent has the O, and the clear top play on terms of just static equity is Ivied through that V.
Yeah.
But there's a pretty glaring issue with Ivied, and it empties the bag. So in a lot of situations, if Dean left the X in the bag and he bingos out anywhere, you are essentially losing on the spot if you empty the bag. And Ivied, while it blocks Ovum, there's still plenty of bingo space that you can't obstruct all at once. So I think that if you're Hank here, you can't empty the bag. I wonder what the right approach is, though. Maybe you play I'd into the E of in place. It does make it so that Ovum bingos would have to be an 8-letter word. Makes those fits very hard. It takes out the 3-row above in places. The E and first position is not the best floater with this unseen pool for Hank. So, I mean, unless there's some big word starting with EX that I don't see in this pool, it looks like a solid play. What do you think about that, Brian?
Yeah, I was looking for plays from that top triple down to the E to partially obstruct the O hook atop Vom that Dean set up for himself. And yeah, like you said, it is putting a couple floaters up there, but it's also obstructing a lane that Dean already has above the E and S of in places. We really, like you said, do not want to empty the bag right now because that is the easiest way to lose the game.
Yeah.
But as long as he doesn't empty the bag, if Dean does come back with a bingo, then he, in lots of situations, would still have a chance to score after that and take this game home.
Yeah. So the worlds where Dean bingos after I'd, in a lot of those, Hank is then drawing the X and scoring well in response to Dean's bingo. I'd would leave one in the bag, and using that X play to score, Hank will pretty surely hold on and just barely outrun a normal scoring bingo. So I think that a play like Ide is very good for timing, and the unseen power tile does work in his favor. So we're gonna see retied from Hank. Again, in the absence of the O setup, I do like the idea of this play. The idea of this play is to just exhaust as much space as you can. And in this situation, we know that it's going to work because Dean drew VX on his 2-tile pull and does not have a bingo here. He will be able to make things close with X on, hooking Ovum. Hank will not be able to go out. Dean will be able to almost certainly go out first. We can see that he has already identified X on, but in this instance, retied will be enough to get Hank the win.
Okay, but in many situations, possibly not his optimal play there.
Retied, I mean, I think probably would rather play tidier instead. Seems a little bit
Sure.
better positionally if you're going to go that route. But yeah, I think
Have you done a simulation on his last?
I didn't run a sim on it. I wouldn't trust Quackle with a sim on that position anyways. I would want to go to Macondo, which I don't have open right now.
Shout out to Macondo, made by Cesar del Solar.
Yeah. But yeah, Dean's going to take his time here. I would be surprised if Exxon is not his optimal move. Seems to be that way. It's based on a quick Quackle endgame run.
Yeah.
But this, any valid play from Hank is going to be enough to hold on and win this game.
Yeah. Too bad for Dean. He played well this game.
Yeah, no, I think
But
that
he'll be starting 0-3.
yeah, no, definitely an unfortunate
Tough
start
field.
for Dean, but yeah, I think he played pretty well this game. Maybe a few small inaccuracies, but again, if you're in a game and you have like 2 small inaccuracies, like that's a very well played game. I think both of these players did a very good job this game, and we're gonna see Hank go up to 2-1, and he'll be in serious contention for this 7-game early bird event.
Yeah, so we're seeing some high-level play even from 2 of the bottom seeds. And speaking of which, the viewers out there, you have a high-level matchup to look forward to next game. We will be seeing finally the top seed Jackson Smiley face off against Ari Sinki, another top seed.
Yeah, no, it's gonna
I'm
be
very much looking forward to that matchup.
yeah, it'll be a banger to end off this morning session. Looks like Hank's best play here is Soya through the O in Sirloin. It's actually significantly better than anything else he has, but as we had mentioned before, any valid play in this position will get the job done for Hank. You do want to try and optimize spread, though. When you have a position like this, it's easy to take your foot off the gas pedal, but in a tournament setting, especially a longer tournament spread setting, you want to do whatever you can to optimize your margin of victory.
Unless your name is Steve Bush today. Yeah.
Right. There are certain situations where it might not be worth your time, but
Oh, the score is 379 Hank to 351 Dean, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I forgot to update it. That is my bad.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, thank you, fellow Brian in chat. Nice to see you. Okay, we're down to just about 2 minutes. He's got to just pick something here.
Yeah, this is going to be Hank's last turn.
10 points per minute.
Yeah. He's just using up all his time. He can't really stop Dean from going out. Dean could play vet above retied, and he can also play vent through the N inlets. So the out is guaranteed. Hank plays Yair, and Dean's best out is now in that same spot with a vote, which he has found. That'll be 20 points to go out.
Hank with a nice even 400 in this victory.
Yeah. Dean's just going to scan the board, make sure he has nothing better than what he has already seen. The vote will lead to a 400 to 377 win for Hank Hees, who has knocked his
Okay, let's
second
go to Ored.
win. Yeah.
Games. Yeah, Widgeon would have given me more points, but it just seemed too dangerous. There were still S's around, and he could have scored real big there. So.
I'm trying to remember if I had an S there. I had a pretty clunky rock. I only had one vowel, but I think I may have had
It worked
an
out
S.
okay for me. I ended up.
Yeah, I think I actually did have an S. So yeah,
getting widening.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm not sure I missed anything. I felt like I did, but I think that could also just be sitting on stream. So I think Snurtles is Collins, I think, right?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
It's
a
funny
Collins
because
word.
I had faggoted on my rack, and then I think I had a place. I had a place to play it under here, and then you put a G there. So because I think faggoted is good with just one G. Or two,
Yeah, it
right?
is. It's definitely good with one.
That just sort of I lucked out on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty close game. I mean, the second blank made a pretty big difference if it was going to get to bingo.
For sure.
I was hoping for something miraculous with my my O hookup set up rather for ovum, but
Yeah, well, I saw that, and I was thinking how I could block it, but like I had riveted, that would have given me a reasonable number of points, more than that, but that
then
just opened that
yeah,
up.
exactly. Well, that's what I figured. If you block, I might get something anyways. I had a very small chance of maybe drawing something over here that was profitable as well, but I ended up drawing the second V. When I played VU, I got the other V, so. And my opening rack, first time on stream, E.
Oh my! No wonder.
AT. It was like
No
I was like
changed.
drawing these letters, going, "Come on, is this a trick bag or what? What did Josh get me into here?" Yeah, it felt like a shame to burn my S, but I had a second S, and it's
I'll get you to check that out.
yeah.
Okay, I think we'll come back as they are submitting scores. So I noticed Dean mentioned that this was his first time ever on stream, and he started out with those 5 E's and the AT. He also mentioned that he may have been a bit nervous to be on stream during some of his decisions, but he'll be happy to know that we were very impressed with the way he played. Just no big mistakes. It just didn't go his way with the tiles and the sequencing and the expert play we've seen from Hank Hees today as well.
Yeah, no, this was a very well played game from both sides. I think that Dean did a great job in his stream debut. I mean, maybe a few inaccuracies here and there, but nothing severe. I think if he looks back on this, he'll have a lot to be proud of. And yeah, Hank notching his second win on stream today, very impressive from the up and comer. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see some more of him today. But I believe we're going to cut to a quick break right now and stay tuned because we've got a great game coming up.
Yes, indeed. Yes, stay tuned here on Let's Play Scrabble. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the Scrabble Holiday Party Early Bird in Belleville, Ontario, sponsored by NASPA Games, hosted here on Let's Play Scrabble. I think we are ready to begin the next matchup, so let's take a quick look at standings. And no surprise, we have the top seed, the wonderful Jackson Smiley, on top. Oh, this looks to be not
It's not
updated
updated
yet.
for
Right.
the last game.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not sure if Patrick or Jackson won their last games, but we can see that Chris Sykes, at the very least, is at 2-1. Good. You won't have leapfrogged either of those. They suffered a sizable loss, but yeah, we'll get to see Jackson's record when it updates, because he will be one of our live players on the stream board.
Yes, indeed. So let's see the player profile for Jackson Smiley. Oh, first we have Ari Sinke, excuse me, rating 1856. He has brushed up on 2000 in the past. Let's see if he can go back on that upward trajectory in rating. But a nice career win percentage.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, win percentage at 67% is extremely impressive. We can see a similar career win percent from Jackson. He's one of the top players in all of North America. 2100 rating. He's extremely fun to watch. He's extremely fun to play against. I've played 3 games against him, and all of them have been extremely.
Yeah. I don't think I've commentated on a game that he's played yet, so I'm super excited.
Oh yeah,
And
no.
what's their head-to-head matchup? Wow, they played a lot of games together, but both Canadians, and actually Ari has an edge, 15-12. Let's see if Jackson can try to even up the score here.
Yeah, we can see that.
Level matchup.
You can see that the past 5 are a game losing streak against Jackson this year. So
All right,
now this is going to be a great matchup. I'm excited. We get the scores reset really quickly.
Ari is going to play first, drawing tiles. Jackson not sporting a hat today.
Yeah, I think he got a haircut since I last saw him.
And he does his patented behind the back drawing. And Ari has picked up no vowels at all. The draws we've seen today.
Yeah.
He's picked up some of the letters, all of the consonants of Bunzo. So I'm sure that's what's going through his mind at the moment.
Yeah, no, this is not as straightforward as you think. The most standard exchange is RZ as the leave. I wonder if there's any merit to playing Burr, just BRR. It's 10 points. It keeps 4 consonants, but it is one of the more defensive opening plays you can make in the Scrabble. Definitely an interesting call to make. I can see that regardless, it will not stop Jackson from bingoing with the X and a blank. If Ari exchanges, Jackson already has lined up exploit. And if Ari were to play Burr, Jackson would still... Oh, never mind. I need to...
It looks like he is
valid that wasn't.
Keeping RZ.
Yeah, no, I thought something was valid that wasn't valid. So,
okay.
You can ignore me there, but... Yeah.
Will do.
Burr actually would have stopped Jackson from bingoing in this position.
What happened here?
Oh, no, Ari traded 5. This is...
Yeah, no, but
did they overdraw?
Discussing something. Yeah, I think it's an overdraw.
All right. Yeah, we'll get word from our producer as far as what actually happened there. But
yeah, that was an
Ari
overdraw.
did have an overdraw. If we know what was overdrawn, then.
Okay, so in case any viewers out there don't know, what happens if a player draws too many tiles is that the other player gets to reveal 3 of the tiles. Well, generally it's an overdraw by 1. So in that case, the other player flips over 3 tiles and picks one of them to put back in the bag. So that was a quick decision Jackson had to make. And we see the expected exploits scoring approximately a million to start off the game. Not a good start for Ari.
No, yeah.
Uh, Against a top 5 player in North America. Uh, this reminds me of the first time I played a top 5 player in Joey Krafchick. He opened with objects, slotting the J
Oh,
on the double letter, and
this
it was
isn't.
game over.
This is not a word. I had thought about this when I saw what Ari had drawn. The possibility of seizure, but seizure does not take a D.
He's played
And
it. It's on Jackson now.
Ari has played it. We'll see
Yep.
what Jackson does to respond. Ari has yet to reach for the tile bag. He is on hold right now. Jackson just wants to look at his tiles before making any sort of decision. This is very interesting, though. Seizure
very
again. I saw
solvable.
this as a possibility right off the bat. And Ari's best valid play was still in that spot, resized 58 points through that E.
Oh, that's too bad.
But yeah,
Let's see if Jackson accepts it. This is the type of plausible phony I'd expect from Jackson. He is very good at playing phonies that get accepted by his opponents. But he
yeah.
has to make the decision here.
This play scores 92 if it stays on the board. And I don't believe Jackson has a bingo in response. No thionate, no athetoid. I am not sure if these are courtesy tiles or not. Looks like Jackson still is still working through things, writing stuff down, thinking. He hasn't really looked to have started play finding yet.
Okay, so what happens if a player is considering challenging is that they can notify the player that they're considering challenging by saying hold, and then the player has to wait about 15 seconds before they can draw tiles.
Okay.
And
So when I had mentioned that I didn't think Jackson had a bingo, that was wrong. He has Thiotepa available as a bingo through the P. He's lined that up, and that makes this decision even more complicated because if Seizure gets challenged, comes back good, and he plays Thiotepa, and Thiotepa gets blocked, this rack becomes a lot worse. So the fact that Jackson has drawn into another bingo could potentially sway him in terms of accepting Seizure if he's not sure. And clearly, he's not fully sure this is no good because if he had that confidence, it would have been off the board already. It's very interesting.
he still, at any moment, can challenge this play if he so desires.
Yeah. No, it's just...
He's looking into space.
We've seen him think about this for a while. If he calls this off, Jackson will be in a very commanding position, having gotten 2 bingos on the board and Ari having scored 0 for 2 turns in a row. Again, that is if he can confidently call this off. These layers to Scrabble are fun.
He's tracking, he's crossing off letters on his tracking sheet. And he's putting down the bingo. He's accepting and playing his bingo. Wow. Still looks like he's not too sure of seizures, but deciding to not risk the possibility of losing the opportunity to play the bingo.
Right. No, I think this is the perfect midpoint of having a bingo, but not having good enough tiles to where you can bingo if your one spot gets blocked. I think if Jackson's rack was worse than this, he probably would have been incentivized to challenge. If his rack was better than this, he would have been incentivized to challenge. It's just the perfect sweet spot of My rack is good, but not good enough to confidently, positionally challenge the word.
Yeah, excellent point. So Ari got away with one here, and he does have the QU combo and some other clunky stuff.
Yeah.
What are his
So
options here?
his options are really I think the first thing to acknowledge is that you cannot keep a good leave on this play. So at that point, I would try and look more towards maximizing points, and the way to do that is to play quit through both seizure and Thiotepa. It's 33. He leaves a terrible leave, but again, you cannot leave a good leave with this rack unless you exchange, which is obviously not worth it when you have 33 points on offer. And Jackson's pulled into planner, which he should be playing very swiftly. Yeah. So that'll be 3 bingos in a row for the 3-time consecutive Word Cup champion. And we can see Ari has drawn. Can you draw duplicate T's? Wow.
Yeah.
It's brutal. This is almost like
That puts the
identical to his
score
opening match.
247 to 125, Jackson.
247 to 125 for Jackson. And yeah, Ari has atrocious tiles. I think something like Butter is forced here. It plays
Like
off 5
Butter.
tiles. It just does terrible things to the board. And that's the main reservation I would have with a play like Butter. But every other play
Like
just
Butter.
keeps so much worse.
Oh, is he going to draw Jackson? He might draw Jackson. No. Ooh, 4 of the letters of Jackson. Not bad.
Yeah, I wonder how long we're going to see Ari take on this turn. If he doesn't want to play Butter for positional purposes, which I would, again, be hesitant to play through that E, but is 20 points above Seizured, BUTT. But no, I think he's correctly.
It's looking like Butter.
Yep. No, yeah, but would
RB?
keep 2 R's and then just can't do that. It's just as sucky as it is to make that play. This is forced. And he just gave Zhao's back to Jackson, hooking a Butter. That is, yeah, that's just Scrabble sometimes. Jackson is set to score 65 on this turn. He's already lined it up. Just double checking to make sure that a Butter is good, which it is. And 3 R's for Ari. This is brutal.
He's just back to alpha gramming.
Yeah. I see Jackson reorganize his rack. I feel like I'm not sure what the hesitation is. If he sees the spot for Zhao's, he should certainly know that that's the correct play.
Yeah, he just might not be sure of a button.
Yeah. And there's also the fact that Zhao only takes an S in one of the 2 North American lexicons, but this is the lexicon where it does take the S. And so, yeah, Zhao's for 65 is the play.
Maybe the hesitation could be a bit of gamesmanship.
Maybe. I don't.
Likely that Ari would doubt one of the 2 plays.
Yeah. But it's never proper to say a game is over this early, but it's looking like we might not be getting the dogfight we expected coming into this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope we can get an update on Jackson's record. We see Ari is 1 and 2. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, no, Ari's a very strong player in his own right. As
Yeah,
far as
yeah,
this turn is concerned, Virid through the 2 disconnected eyes is definitely the right play. It's by far better equity than anything else. Maybe not the easiest spot to look at, but yeah, it keeps 2 R's, but those are the last 2 R's. And yeah, Ari is in fact making his best play here. So very well spotted for him.
yeah, a bit easier to find when you're desperate for vowels on the board. You're more inclined to look at disconnected
Yeah.
vowels like that. Um, not to take away his nice find. Oof.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now we have E healed. That's when you see a doctor online and
Rehealed, yeah, that's. I don't think Jackson will feel confident enough to try that.
no, I meant E healed. E healed.
Oh, okay. I think he's looking at rehealed, but
Uh,
that's
I like E,
pretty.
but
I
that's
think that's
obviously
pretty
E
clearly
hyphen.
not a.
Yeah.
There's
So yeah,
nowhere
it
for
has that.
healed on this board. I think just playing Heed next to Exploit with 3 overlaps, POH, Lie, and 8. That's 31 points. It takes out the Thiotepas line, and it scores well, does good things to the board, keeps AEL. Looks to be the right call. Just to play based on equity here. Could also just dump 2 Ds for 24 points with DEE, making OE and quite. Ooh.
Yeah, it can be tough to find those plays that form a hook with a word containing a blank.
Yeah.
But
So
Jackson's a high level player. Very,
yeah,
very high.
so we can
Sure, you
see
scoop that
it
off.
was pointed out in chat that Ari has a 9-letter bingo of ratifiers
Wow.
through the AT, the T is the blank T of exploit. So if Jackson doesn't play alongside exploit, then Ari will have a 9-letter word available that could potentially be his ticket back into this game.
Speaking of which, I believe Jackson won his second game by out bingoing with a 9-letter word against Hank
Right, that
Hughes.
was what I heard. Yeah,
Oh, you heard that too?
yeah, it was mentioned in chat. So yeah, Jackson's got the 2 E's set aside to play DEE. This is a strong play. I think that Heed is a bit better positionally, but this is still a strong play in its own right if he does decide to go through with this. And yeah, he's playing D.
Clock it. Now it's time for Ari to find his 9-letter word.
Yeah, 63 points. It's by far his best play. I think it's pretty safe to say that if he does not find this, he is nearly a lock to lose the game. Now, Ratifiers is still not very great positionally. You're opening up the triple in a way that makes
It's
it really
coming.
easy for Jackson to score. But Ari's found his
Good
9.
job.
It's
Coming back,
wonderful.
making it a game. Good job, Ari. So now he's at 224.
Yeah, so now Ari's only down
It's good.
112, but Jackson
Yeah,
is
okay.
set to play for 49 points above Ratifiers, close down all of those lines, and just continue to expand on his lead.
What a find. What a find.
Yeah. Still a
Especially
play from Ari to
given
give
that
some.
it had that blank T, like I was mentioning before. It's just a little bit harder to find those words that use a blank on the board. Harder to visualize. But you did it.
Jackson's got held
Considering
set
health fact.
What?
Health fact.
Oh,
I don't
let's.
think that's a valid compound word.
No, no. Yeah, no. The strike would
What is
bingo with an A
head
for
here?
Florida, but no, I think you just play head here and you just win.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a standings update. Jackson did win his third game. He's at 3-0 right now, currently occupying first place in this division. I will look for the rest of the standings to give you guys an update. Jackson is the only person at 3-0 so far. Morris Greenberg, Patrick Beatriz, Chris Sykes, and Hank Keys all at 2-1. So this afternoon session is looking like it's going to be a test of who can catch up to Jackson. He's got fantastic spread so far, plus 422 after 3 games, and it's looking like he's going to win pretty sizably here.
Yeah. Keep in mind that this is a round robin, so everybody just plays every other player one time. Everyone's just got to play the best they can against each individual opponent. Yeah, he plays Feel. That seems like a reasonable alternative to head, yeah.
Yeah, this is... I think the logic with Feel is that you're putting a worse tile in the O column. The D is a very good tile for ending bingos, and the L is still okay, but that's a lot harder of a fit. So I think this is a pretty heads-up decision by Jackson to put a worse floater out there in space for Ari. And we can see that it was pointed out in chat that Ari had a bingo of Viscount available through that S in ratifiers, but reasonably he should not have expected that to stay open. I think that there's just too much that was given back there for Viscount to ever stay open there. But Ari has already found his best play of cutover into the ER, and he's playing it very quickly. Yeah, despite the scoreline in this game, Ari has played very well considering the racks that he's had. He's actually played better than he should have meant to be played, considering he got away with a phony bingo of Seizure.
Sometimes that's Scrabble.
Yeah.
You play an elite level and you're still down by over 100. Okay, so now we are looking at Jackson's turn, 12 minutes on the clock. A lot of scoring tiles.
Yeah.
Just looking to add to his lead here, I imagine.
Yeah, so just playing something like Hob in the corner is pretty straightforward. He's got Boom set up that would play for 3 less, but keep the 8, which is a lot more synergistic with those tiles that he's leaving behind than the M. So I can definitely see this. It also gets away in the way of planners a tiny bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Oh my god, I just looked at Ari's rack. He's 3 ends. This game is cruel.
Yeah. Okay. He's got the tiles. He has them up really high. and boom goes the dynamite.
Nice one.
Thank you.
But yeah, Ari.
Jackson increasing his lead. Ari.
He has one move that's definitely definitely looks pretty good. Extending the FE to Fenny is 22. It doesn't block any of his bingo lines. I guess it blocks the N in planner, but that's a pretty marginal line.
So that would be his 3rd consecutive turn playing through 2 tiles.
Yeah, that would be correct. 4th, actually. No, he played Virid the turn before that.
Oh, yes, yeah. 2 2 disconnected tiles that time.
His 5th total, because Quit was also played through 2 different tiles.
Wow, yeah, come on, keep up the streak, Ari.
No, but I
Small
think
victories.
it's a fun stat, but it's a testament to Ari's play finding ability. It's definitely not the easiest to generate these spots with 2 tiles on the board that you're playing through. So the fact that he's consistently found top plays that exhibit this pattern just shows that he's really on top of his game right now. It's just sometimes, when someone like Jackson draws 3 bingos and a 60-point J play to start the game, it's a really uphill battle. Like, you're climbing Mount Everest there. And
Hey,
he's found
yes,
Penny.
here it is.
Very well done.
Right. Small victories. Keeps a nice lead. Okay, we got more scoring tiles on Jackson's rack.
Yeah, he just has not had a
Increase that
full
pressure.
rack yet. So yeah, that spot I had mentioned earlier with Heed, he can now play Way there, Weigh. That does not block anything, but it scores 31 and gets rid of some of the clunkier tiles like the G and the W. He could also opt for Hue on the side of Cutover, which it looks like he is opting for. This scores 6 more points and it blocks the L. Way does not block anything, so I think from a defensive perspective, this is definitely a better play. I like this decision from Jackson.
So is that his lowest scoring turn so far?
No, he had when he played 2 E's, that was 24.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if Ari has, it's interesting to see how he'll handle this turn because there's really 2 ways you can go about it. You can just go all out for points and just try to cut spread, considering you are down over 150 at this point. You can play Askings. That is 44 points from the AS. But you could also just, continue to play for the bingo with KI in that same spot, making Ask. You could go either way. Could maybe even
he's
favor
gotta
but
he's gotta play through 2 tiles again. That's
he
what he's
really does
gotta
have to
do.
play through 2 styles again.
Well done.
Yeah, let me
Putting
get
on a
this.
clinic of play finding. Despite
Yeah,
the unfortunate situation he's in, he is finding great plays here. That's Scrabble, everybody.
That's Scrabble. Yeah. And I think one other perk of Jackson's play of Hue is that if he drew one of the 5 unseen A's, he'd be able to follow that up with Damn for 37 points alongside Hue. He kept the D and the M on his rack. So either the 5 unseen A's or the last U for Dumb would have given him this high scoring play to just continue pounding the rock and increasing his lead. It's almost a sure fact that Jackson's going to hit 500 points by the end of this game.
Indeed. It's got Damn set up on the left side.
Yeah, I would expect that would come down in short order.
Damn.
Yep, another 37 for Jackson. And yeah, he's up 484 to 322 right now.
So what's his average score here in this game?
I'd have to whip out a calculator for that one, but it's pretty
484
darn good.
divided by 9.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So that's above 50?
He's average. Yeah, I mean,
Whew.
he has definitely drawn pretty well. But no, as far as the play finding is concerned, both of these players have done a fantastic job. The only mistake I can see in this board is the phony of Seizure. And other than that, I don't think I've seen a mistake this entire game, and that just goes to show how strong these two players are. They are two of Canada's finest, and I expect that throughout the rest of this early bird and as well as the main event this weekend, you'll be seeing a lot of these players as well as a bunch of other strong players in both the NWL and CSW divisions.
Yeah, and we even hesitate to call seizure a mistake since he got away with it against a top 5 player in North America.
Yeah,
Against
it's
the one and only Nigel Richards, certainly that's a mistake, but he got away with it against Jackson here, so some kudos to him.
Yeah. Ari's playing his top equity move of bow. Again, just at this point, playing for equity just makes sense. There's really nowhere to bingo, and there's still an unseen blank. So it's definitely interesting to see how that will play out. So it's worth mentioning that Ratifiers takes a front G hook for Gratifiers. Looks like Jackson's top equity plays are playing either Goat there or Agent for 23 or 25, hooking his G onto Ratifiers. That's a pretty tough spot, and there's a pretty close play of just like Geen or Gain. It's not much worse that I had seen pretty quickly. That would also be fine.
How much further past 500 will Jackson score in this game?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
So I wonder how Jackson will feel about the fact that he accepted seizure.
He'll probably maybe be a bit hard on himself, but he won't be too upset because he's winning this game by a lot.
Yeah.
So we are seeing.
He did tell me that. Sorry, he did tell me that he is one of the things he wants to work on this coming year is his word knowledge.
Yeah, I think we can see hooks. Maybe
such as ratifiers.
Yeah, I think Eagle-Eye, there's a decent idea there. It does block the F. It reaches for the blank. It leaves one tile in the bag, and yeah, it just does makes Ari's life a bit difficult. So there's definitely merit to this play. It also, it blocks the F in Ratifiers, which is one of the very few marginal lines on this board. I'm not sure if he spotted Gratifiers, but this might be slightly better for spread because you are still blocking one of the very few bingo lanes.
Very nice. So he did draw that last blank.
Yeah. Blanks on Jackson's rack. He didn't need it, but it certainly, helps.
He won't put it back. I mean, he can't. Yeah. It's not allowed at this point.
It's not allowed. No.
He wouldn't do it.
I think if you're Ari here, you don't even bother trying to fish for something. There's just not enough space to draw something in 2 spots, and if you take a low score to try and draw something through the S, Jackson's just going to block it, and it's not going to work. Jackson has Angulos through that S, though. Do you ever block if you're Ari? That just feels wrong to block the S when you're down by so much, but also you're not fishing for a bingo at this point. I just don't think this ever gets blocked. All of Ari's best equity moves are in the bottom left corner, whether that be plays hooking Boomy, something like Odie, or Octil, or Ya above making Yamond AT. It's just none of his good plays on this turn will block Jackson's bingo of Angulos. So I think this is going to get even more out of hand.
Jackson's really doing a number on that pen.
Yeah. I think Jackson's just trying to take his time and figure out, every bingo that he might have. I can look.
He has the time, has it?
Okay.
Ari's
So
turn. 10 minutes left on his clock.
I'm looking at this unseen pool, and yeah, there is. Jackson only has a bingo 2 out of 8 times from Ari's perspective. If the U is in the bag, he'll have a plethora of bingos through the S, whether that be Anginos, Organize, Diagnose. And then if the I is in the bag, which is what is in the bag in real life, he has Angulos, and that is the only bingo he has through that S. So, 2 out of 8 times, the spread of this game gets pretty ridiculous, but the rest of the times, I don't think he needs to block. I think he should just, yeah. We're going to see him block, though. He's going to play codas. Jackson is not going to get the bingo to go out. So I'm not sure if this is the best first spread in all instances, but it's certainly going to work out here.
He draws that I. That was the one tile left in the bag. Now let's see how this end game plays out.
Yeah. Quackle Championship player liking the overlapping play of Gwenon above a butter. I can't say I've ever seen that word before, but that's 28 saving a blank, which is almost certainly going to go out for a lot of points on your next turn. A lot in terms of 2 tile plays.
Mm-hmm. We see him playing with the O on his rack. Putting the O and the blank to the side. What could he be thinking here?
Maybe like guano.
Guano.
Through then that same spot, or just guan. He's got time to figure out what exactly he wants to do.
Yeah.
But I do think playing more tiles here is probably for the better. It's also just a good question. Does Ari have an out? And I don't believe he does. The 5s with an N won't fit with the overlaps. And there's just nowhere else to even play through a tile. Obviously, there's no 4-letter word there.
Okay, well, okay. We have Guano.
Went on.
Yes.
That's his best
Went on, very
endgame
nice.
move. Very well spotted.
Very nice.
Yeah. And then Ari's best move here is just to play lay underneath Thiotepa from the Ellen exploit. 16 points. And in this position, knowing that Jackson is for sure going out with a blank, you just want to take your best equity move in this endgame.
Sure. Okay, everybody, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble, the premier place to watch Scrabble on the internet. It's been a fast-growing channel, making a lot of innovations. This channel just streamed the World Championships last month, and it's set to host another big international tournament, the Causeway Challenge, next year. If you haven't already, please subscribe to this channel. Please like this video. It helps the channel a lot. And if you want to be like Chess Bunzo, yours truly, please become a super friend for $5 a month. So that we can help grow this game we all love. I think after this game, we'll take a short break, and the next matchup will be Morris Greenberg versus.
Patrick Beatriz.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be a short lunch break after this game, about an hour, I believe. And then we'll be back with Morris versus Patrick. 30 minutes for the lunch break.
We'll be back at 3:45 Eastern Time after this game.
And yep, Ari's laying down lay, which is his best move. Again, it's an extremely well played game from both players. We'll see if Jackson can find his 113 point out. Tians through the TI on the board, as well as the N and Gwenons, is 13. You can also play As with planners or Air with QI. Those are both 12 points. I would assume he's at least found one of those. Those are pretty simple plays to find. No, he's got
He
TN.
found the best play, of course.
This is
What we
a
expect.
great game overall between these two players. It's going to end 547 to 378. You see the circling of the blank as an S. And as these players finalize the score, let's cut to overhead mic.
My big question.
I'd be very questioning that.
You're very
There you
questioning.
go.
I definitely questioned it.
You're right. It's no good.
But I've heard people use that in real life.
I know,
Like, you
I
can say somebody has epilepsy and they have a seizure, and you can say he's seizure.
Because it's not good with an S. I was sure of.
Yeah,
There's a
I was
set.
pretty sure of that too. 'cause
I was
it's
sure there was no
resident
S, but
major.
I had a feeling there was a difference with this
Yeah.
one. Like, it only. There's some that are like weird like that. It only goes with the Z. Shit. That
You're
kind
in
of.
a very brutal position to challenge there.
I know with
obviously.
Thiotipa, I'm like,
Yeah, you got that.
so many plays.
Yeah.
Fuck with it as well. I'm
Yeah.
so pissed. Yeah, like that threw me off the whole game honestly because I was
Yeah.
thinking about that. I don't know.
I was like, I wasn't about to not play it,
Of course.
but I was 25-75 on it.
Oh, you didn't like it.
I did not like it at all.
Oh, good job. Very good job.
And so you did successfully block Viscount on the field turn.
Through this.
I kept IN.
Oh wow.
So,
And that would have been cool with the Y hook as
And that-
well.
you know what? I did not know that took a Y.
I'm almost
That's a
certain.
fun fact.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
good
it
to
takes a
know.
Y and an S.
Uh,
Wow, that would have been
that
crazy.
would not have helped me because I did not know that.
Okay. But I mean, there's no chance I was leaving that stuff open. I had some hard turns with knowledge. Definitely.
This is wrong. I'm sure this is wrong now. But
You sure?
because there's nothing that you could have.
I had angulos.
Pardon?
I had angulos.
Oh, yes, you could have that.
So you blocked something.
I did block something.
was
Afterwards,
in the
I was
bag?
like, I kept ALY.
Okay, so
And-
I in the bag.
Yeah,
there must
so
be. There's
there's a-
organized as well. You're blocking other
Organized.
stuff.
I guess I'm blocking other stuff, yeah. I can just take the points with something here, with Boomy.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
They took
Don't-
Cody's out, right?
they did, yeah.
I was hoping you'd play Cody's.
You were.
Yes, that's what I was
Gunning
expecting
for
you to
Cody's?
play. I was,
I
gunning
was
you to play
pretty
Cody's
confident that they took that out. I wanted to leave the Y for
for-
the Boomy spot, just to
Fair.
threaten that. So no clays or cloys or any of that. But
Mhm. I was still waiting for a lot of exploit extensions. There's some good like unexploited, some good ones.
yeah,
Unexploited, that's it.
it's just unexploited, no overexploit or anything.
Exploitations. Well,
Yeah.
for the two, for the two.
Yeah. I would be like 95% sure that there would be no re-exploit. That seems a little far-fetched.
Yeah,
I would not
thought
buy
about
into
it.
that.
No.
I thought about it and I was like, I don't buy into that at all.
Exploitations
Yeah.
would take a front S. You know that? Yeah, interesting game. I mean, obviously not that interesting after Zhao's comes down.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So what do you think for opening rack exchanges? I had BNNTTRZ. I kept RZ.
wow.
Getting
I
into
could
the
keep
weeds.
R, RT, Z, RZ.
Mm-hmm.
Those 4 are all kind of reasonable.
I think RZ is fine.
Yeah, it's
I
hard
know-
to know for sure, eh?
I know early game the Z is not as good, so
Uh-huh.
you'd keep RT then, but I still think the Z is good enough.
Especially like about BRR. That's crappy, right? Keep NTTZ. I do not like that. That's such a bad move.
Wait, there's no. You only had one R, right? You only
No,
had
sorry.
one R?
I had BNNRRTZ.
RRTZ.
Yeah, I could play BNR, BRR. I looked at BRR right away, and I kept NNTZ, and I'm like, I'm not doing that.
I don't hate BRR actually. Just play it out. You have the Z. What am I going to do after BRR? I often give you Z plays.
Right.
I think exchanging is fine. I like RZ. Honestly. I think I might do the same thing.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. That's weird. I was surprised how long you took.
Well, I
wasn't
wanted to
expecting
think
exchange.
about it.
No, that's good. Yeah.
But
I wasn't expecting exchange. Yeah, no, it pretty quickly got out of hand, for sure. I always have to convince myself that equites is sticky S.
Oh, really? Yeah.
There's always a part of me that's like,
Yeah. You always kind of want to play it, eh?
yeah, because equine is close to a lot of things.
Yeah.
Just here, like it's such a bad play if it takes E in front,
Right.
but I have to be confident in that.
This isn't in Wigpo.
I know, that's why I had to pause and like,
Yeah.
where are we? What dictionary are we playing?
Yeah.
All right.
I knew it.
But does Wigpo have code? I don't think Wigpo has code.
No, I think that's the exact sort of thing that Wigpo would never tolerate.
No, if they don't have a Jaws, there's
Yeah.
no way they put up with Cody's. Yeah, they don't put up with Cody's. Oddly stressful.
Okay, are we ready to
Stressful.
run away from overhead mic? Okay, interesting post-game discussion there. As I expected, Jackson a bit hard on himself for letting Seizure go. But hopefully he can take solace in the fact that he's 4-0 to begin this early bird with an amazing spread.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone can catch Jackson on spread. It's just going to be a matter of will anybody get the games on him to pass him in the standings. All right, so I believe this is going to be the end of my time here. Brian will be joining you for the afternoon session, but I've got a job to attend to. So thank you guys for having me on the stream. If you enjoyed hearing me talk about Scrabble positions, I do analyze games on my Twitch channel, which you can find right below my name on screen. Any follows there would be appreciated. And yeah, tomorrow I will be live on the Heroin to Birds channel doing Heidi's point of view stream. So if you want to hear me talk about more games, be sure to check that out in addition to having all these other Scrabble streams open.
Yeah, it's been lovely to talk Scrabble with you and look forward to doing that again tomorrow on Heidi's stream. I put the link to her Twitch channel in chat there. So please give her a follow and watch her stream at the same time as this stream tomorrow. So we'll be back at approximately 3:45 Eastern time. I'll be joined by another high-level young whippersnapper in Emmett Brzezowski. Yeah, have a good night, Evan. Good luck at that job.
Thank you.
And hope to see you again soon. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully again soon, sometime after that.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more lovely high-level Scrabble here on Let's Play Scrabble. You're watching the Scrabble Holiday Party Early Bird, hosted by NASPA Games. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Scrabble Holiday Party, hosted by NASPA Games here on Let's Play Scrabble. You're still stuck with me, Brian Garnett, but now I'm lucky to be joined by my friend Emmett Brozowski, aka Truthmain, wearing a lovely sweater.
Thank you,
How
thank
are
you.
you?
I felt like it's a holiday party tournament. I gotta represent the holiday spirit with my dress. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. We've had some really great action so far today. I'm excited to take us to the end.
Awesome. So it looks like the next matchup will be Morris Greenberg, who we haven't seen yet today, versus Patrick Beatriz, who we saw earlier. And as we discussed before, Jackson Smiley off to an amazing start,
Yeah.
4-0, 600 spread. Chris Sykes, I'm happy to see bounce back from that first loss, right behind him at 3-1, followed by Patrick Beatriz, who might play spoiler today.
Certainly in this tournament. So right now he's well overperforming his mathematical expectations. But those who know Patrick know that he is a very strong player. He's studied all the bingos. So I'm not surprised to see him performing this well.
Let's see the player card for Morris Greenberg, who you may have seen on this channel doing looking happy as always. Rating 1843, ranked 50, nice career win percentage.
Certainly, this guy is a legend, and I think he's well on his way to being a regular Scrabble legend. He's obviously been tearing it up on the tiles, and also recently he's been contributing some really interesting ideas to the development of Scrabble's newest engine, Magpie. So look out for that. Morris is a technical wizard as well as being a Scrabble wizard.
Hailing from Toronto. And whoa, look at that head-to-head matchup. They are neck and neck. How about
Indeed.
that?
Yeah.
Could not be any closer.
This first game being the rubber game is something that you always want to see. These guys are raring at the bit, ready to leap at each other's throats. So let's see what Patrick pulls out of the bag to start.
Let's make sure to get that score refreshed. Although Patrick is lower rated, he is not going to get a 74-point handicap in this game. It is indeed 0-0 at the moment, and he's drawing tiles. And my screen's a little cut off, sorry. ADFIIUV. So he will be, looks like a tough turn to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think right off the bat, you see the VU combination, and you're immediately thinking, maybe I'm just going to cut my losses in exchange here to start. But yeah, I guess maybe I would consider playing Avid or something like that, but that FIU leave is really not going to be good.
Yeah, I was thinking of Avid as well, or Exchange, which he decides to do, keeping AD, probably the best leave he could hope for, and exchanging 5, hoping to get that first blank or an S. And as we often see in Scrabble, if you have the letters WUZ, that is often your best play. And Morris plays was in 19 seconds. Good for him. So
yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer there, honestly.
Yeah, it should be 30-0 Morris now.
Indeed.
Ooh, very nice pickup for Patrick.
Oh wow!
So what
and
is his
for Morris.
best bingo here? Oh yes, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those racks actually that looks really nice at first blush, and Patrick thinks it looks really nice, but what he's going to realize is that he actually has no playable bingos in this position.
Wow.
This is one of those really high probability racks that famously doesn't have any valid anagrams, and though it does make a lot of 8-letter words, it doesn't with the relatively low probability tiles that are on the board.
Yeah, Morris did not do him a favor there.
Very true. I think, Brian, this is going to be sort of a trap turn for Patrick in terms of time to see how quickly he can realize that he doesn't have a bingo. And it looks like he's already set up one of his best one of his best options here, which is going to be Rota. And that is something that Quackle likes quite a bit, maybe slightly worse than playing Iota in the same spot, holding on to the R instead of the I.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he didn't eat up too much clock. This is the same guy who played. I keep forgetting the word Megilf in the
McGill.
first
Yeah,
game. Megilf, yeah. So if he can find that word so quickly, I'm sure he knows there's nothing available in that high prob rack that he had,
yeah.
plus the WUZ. So now with Morris's very nice rack, is he going to be able to lay down a bingo here, Emmett?
I am much more confident that Morris is going to be able to lay down a bingo. He's got a bunch of 7-letter bingos. I think the first one I see is Scotia's, making the C a blank. Now, I'm also seeing from, this is not from my brain, this is from Quackle. He does have a 9-letter bingo down to the triple word score. So I would be very impressed if Morris were to see that. I can think of maybe 1 or 2 people in the world who might be seeing this play here.
Let's see if one of them is in chat.
Exactly. Let's see if one of them is in chat. Yeah, I think as long as Nigel isn't in the chat, we're down to Mac Meller, and so that might be it in this situation. But
even if Nigel is in chat, I don't think he's speaking up. So it's on you, Mac Meller. Are you here?
Yeah, but his his other options aren't are only a few points worse. So the play of Satori's is only 5 points worse than his 77.9-letter word, which I'm going to spoil is autopsist through the UT, making that blank a P. So yeah, that would be an incredible play to see go down. I don't think we're going to see it, and that is no fault of Morris.
No. You either have to be a top player or you have to be an autopsist yourself, I believe, in order to find that play.
Indeed, of course. But Morris is taking quite a bit of time here. What do you think he's looking for in this position?
Well, he could be looking for that elusive 9.
True.
But other than that, yeah, I don't think there's too much to think about. There aren't too many places you can slap down a 7-letter bingo, and anything other than that's going to be a tough find. Okay, here we go.
So he's going to play Scotia's, it appears, which is slight. So that blank is a C, which is a couple points worse than Satori's, making the blank an R in the same spot. But not a big deal. My guess is that what Morris was doing was trying to find a spot to play a 7-letter word that didn't stick a tile in one of the triple word lanes, and especially didn't stick an S in one of the triple word lanes.
Gotcha.
So that's my impression of what he was doing. But we can catch up with him after the game and ask if he thought about finding a 9 there.
Okay, I have to resize my personal screen here to see what Patrick has. He looks like DEHIMNU. Nice mix of vowels and consonants. I'd be looking for a bingo here, but wonder if one is available.
So Patrick might be a little frustrated that he can't play inhumed, which is a valid 7-letter word on his rack. Mm-hmm. And from there, he's going to start looking through the nice floaters that Scotia's opened up. But what he's going to find as he keeps looking is that he doesn't actually have a playable bingo. So what I would like to see him do here is play a 7-letter word to the S in the triple lane. He's got a couple of good options that I see.
They look like tough finds, though. But I wouldn't put it past him. He's been putting on an impressive display. Yeah, he did.
And so, I mean, he may make the choice to play inhumes to the S in the triple lane. Okay. And that looks like what he's going to do. I might have liked to see him take a little bit longer and play mud hens or mendhees to the S, which are both words that Patrick is studied, so I'm sure he knows them,
Mhm.
but it's definitely a lot harder to spot those words when you have to play through a tile on the board versus when you have them on your rack.
Yeah. Okay. And meanwhile, we see a couple of clunkers in the FW and a couple duplicated A's on Morris's rack. So
Yeah.
there's some ways he could solve this problem. He could score with the F, I can see. Oh, I missed this word. I see the top word highlighted on the engine here. I've missed this recently, but
Yeah.
he is not. It's a
Morris
very
is
useful Scrabble word.
very, very impressive by him.
Yeah, very nice.
Fatwa, which is going to score 30 and leave a very balanced rack. Kind of a no-brainer if Morris sees it, and he did see it very quickly, so props to him for that. Patrick is now going to have a pretty difficult turn here, just based on the tiles, but I think there's a standout option that I see here.
So he could play jig somewhere. Is that
Yeah, that's my thought. Is just playing jig, hooking
Yeah.
the G onto the iron and Humes. It's going to be 25, leave a relatively balanced leave. I guess there are a couple of other options. He set up. He had Pigeon, I believe, to the Annan and Humes, Pidgin, not the bird, set up for a little while there. But instead, he's just going to go ahead and slap down jig. I think this is a totally defensible play.
Yeah.
I think this is probably what I would choose in this situation.
Right. Sometimes you might hesitate to put that J so close to the triple word, but there's not a lot of space to use that J. So
Yeah,
I would not be afraid to put that down in this situation. Very good. Oh, but not a great pickup for him. But we'll
No.
worry about that later.
Yeah. So now Morris is going to be in the position where he's looking at his rack. He's hoping to find a bingo, and I think eventually he will also come to the same conclusion that Patrick had to come to earlier in the game, which is that he's not going to be able to play a bingo on this turn, even
Wow.
though his letters look quite promising.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what would you be thinking about here, Brian?
I would be saying, is Lorders a word?
Right.
To myself for probably a couple minutes before either chickening out or just pulling the trigger on Lorders, to be honest.
Morris falls into that trap. I mean, it's certainly the first thing any rational Scrabble player is going to see when looking at this rack, and then it's just really up to you to fight that anagramming intuition and go back to your study and just know that this isn't a valid word, but it totally looks like it could be. So
it's too high prob for Morris to have not seen it before if it were a word. So I don't think that will come down. But given his 40-point lead, I think it might be worthwhile to look at hooking an S onto Fatwa.
Yeah, I think so. What I would be trying to think about here is like if I can score 20 and take a 60-point lead and also do something to make the board a little bit harder to bingo on, I think that's what I would want to do. I don't quite see a really good play that underlaps Fatwas that cuts our Fatwa that cuts off a lane like that, but it's possible he might opt for something like resold, hooking the S onto Fatwa, scoring pretty nicely, and making it so if Patrick wants to bingo underneath that RE and resold, he's going to necessarily need to open up 2 triple word scores for Morris to be able to use. So that's kind of the dynamics that I would be thinking about here in Morris's situation. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he is obstructing the hook a bit there.
This is a play that I quite like. I think he leaves himself the tiles that are going to be pretty useful for playing to this hook of Fatwas. And he makes it so any bingos that underlap Fatwas are unlikely to score very highly unless they end up being double S bingos.
Yeah.
So I quite like that, and he's going to get paid off with the beautiful draw from the bag as well.
Yeah. So, a landlord is not one who you can't call a landlord a lorder, but you can call the person who rents their space a renter. So maybe we will see that come down soon. Looks like that happened so fast. Patrick just exchanged 7.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure. My guess is what Patrick is thinking about is that there are 2 unseen blanks in the bag right now, as he's going to be quite disappointed to see this come down so quickly. But my guess is, seeing those 2 blanks in the bag, Patrick is opting for something that we call turnover, and looking to get as many tiles off his rack as possible, so that he has as many bites at the apple to draw a new.
We see the downside of of the turnover in this case, I guess. And we see Morris put down renters and then second guess, the placement, and then decide to play re-rents instead.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm wondering what. Okay, so I guess he didn't want to put that E above the, or below the triple, above the triple letter score, which would kind of make a pretty easy spot to bomb the X.
Yeah.
So that's why he probably decided to switch around the order of those tiles.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So just so everyone knows, this is still me, Brian Garnett, but I'm joined by Emmett Brzezowski, not Evan Chester. So we'll get that fixed at the top right corner as soon as we can. But we're lucky to have Emmett with us today.
I am honored to be compared to Evan Chester in any way possible, even if it's people mistaking me for him. So, I'll take it for now.
That's very humble of you. I'm sure Evan would say the same thing about you.
Well, that would be, kind of a dishonest humility from Evan, who is, I think, one of the fastest rising Scrabble players we've ever seen in the game.
Indeed.
And I'm just a lowly 8-year tenured player who's still lower rated than Evan. But, anything to get better. We got to grind. Evan's an inspiration to us all, I like to say.
Yes, he is.
So, Brian, what are you thinking here from Patrick's perspective? I have to say, I'm not really liking this one, just because he's leaving for himself.
Yeah, it scores, but he needs to not only score, he needs to set himself up for a bingo ASAP, and that's not going to happen on the next turn for sure.
Yeah, I think if I were Patrick, I would have probably wanted to play something like Yogi or Yagi down, putting the I next to the F in Fatwas, and that leaves the rack of AEI, which is now rated worse than it used to be by the top engines, but still pretty good. As 3 vowel racks go.
Right.
But he does get a little bailed out with that draw of the Fs.
Almost making me eat my words. So Morris is the one who picks up the X and has a nice overlapping play.
Yeah, that's just going to be his top equity move, no matter what.
Very nice. And he has a nice leave of Rave. We don't like the V so much, but with the AER, we don't mind it so much.
Wow. Brian, I hate to spoil things here, but Patrick's top-rated equity play scores 5 points. See if anybody in the chat can guess what his top-rated play is from that hint. But do you ever want to be scoring 5 points on a turn of Scrabble at this level?
No, I don't, especially when I'm down about 130 points.
Yeah.
That is a play that I would make and cry while I do so.
Yeah. So our engine right now is estimating Patrick's win chances at right around 2% here. So when you're that low, you kind of have to scratch and claw and take any percentage you can get. But it is thinking that his best move here is just playing Uni, UNI, through the N in re-rents. But that is a very, very difficult play to pull the trigger on, especially when you're in this type of position.
Yeah, it's looking like looking good for Morris to catch up on the standings here. But 2% is not zero, so I don't want to
Very
speak
true.
too soon.
We all remember the other Nigel's famous comeback at Nationals, I think, where he was down over 200 points and managed to come back, and then obviously clinched his title later that tournament. So never say die, but it is dire straits here for Patrick, certainly. And right now he's set up Ionize, which I guess to play for the most. Okay, wow, he's going to put it here next to Fatwa's, leaving the U. I'm not sure how I feel about this play, Brian. How do you feel about that?
Well, it is opening up some space, but the other placement also would have done the same. I suppose we were talking about Ionize right below re-rents, right? As the other option?
Either right below or right above, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I guess this is less vulnerable to high-scoring comebacks for Morris. I mean, I'm not quite too confident about what I just said, but at the moment it looks that way.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, so in this position, the Lionize hook is going to be in play, and Patrick has happened to have drawn one of the remaining L's. So that's a positive of this placement. But I do think if you're going to be playing for the win in this position, and you want the idea of playing long, maybe to draw a blank, I think Patrick might have been better served by playing in a higher variance spot on the board, maybe putting Ionize, opening up a triple lane. Maybe you catch Morris with no vowels or no consonants on his rack, and he really has to think deeply about this next turn. Something to introduce a little variance in this game, and open up another bingo lane, because right now Patrick just used one of the only bingo lanes remaining on the board by putting that E next to the F in Fawas. So now
that's true. That already was a nice bingo spot. So yeah, very good points.
Unfortunately, he has not been rewarded for his bravery by drawing. But
turnover not his friend today.
So what are you thinking if you're here in Morris's position? I think I've got my pick for this turn, certainly.
Well, I mean, the first play that jumps out at me is just playing Vend to the left of Ionize. It's kind of, I would say, making it less likely to bingo up in that space. You're blocking the I and the O there, and only just putting a V up in space. Not the scariest thing to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably what I would do too. I mean, you're scoring 30 plus points, 32 points. Maybe you're opening yourself up to rare bingos that have like an end in IVE or something like that. But I think there's really not too many downsides to playing Vend. You played through a few tiles. Push this game closer to the end.
Yeah, and put on the scoring pressure.
Indeed, very true.
So what do you think he might be considering instead? Because I'm sure he sees that right away.
Yeah, I think he has to see that right away. He has to think, well, he knows that Patrick didn't keep an L on his last turn, because otherwise he would have just played Lionize.
Good.
But maybe he's thinking about obstructing this Lionize spot in a way that doesn't open up possible 90-point bingos. So instead what he does is he ignores the Lionize spot altogether, because it's really not that powerful, and he obstructs this other bingo lane on the board. And of course, now he's opening 8s lanes through this A and this D. But Morris is approaching very quickly a very constricted board that's going to favor him as the player who's up by over 100 points. So I quite like this play of Davin.
Okay, very nice. And what is his score now? Is it 252? Oh no, we need to
Not quite. He's at
273.
now. So yeah, this lead
Oh,
is
we see. Interesting. We see a very, very nice overlap. Maybe not what he wants to do to the board, but a very pretty looking play of Plume alongside Ionize. That score is 35.
nice and quick. But again, now the work that he did of opening up that part of the board is over. So wow,
Ooh.
he did draw. He's drawn outraved to that D in Davin, which is going to be big if he's able to play it next turn. But I wouldn't be surprised if Morris decided to block that spot.
Yeah, that's really the only spot available at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reasonable spot.
You could play a long word to the Y, an LY bingo at the bottom of the board. However, Morris's best plays, his highest scoring plays here, are all in the same quadrant of the board, and they're all triple overlapping these two-letter words that Patrick just created with Plume and Lionize. So he's got a few options there, all scoring 27 points. And I don't know, Brian, I think those are going to be pretty attractive to me.
Yeah, we kind of have the benefit of knowing what Patrick has on his rack, which is certainly biasing my opinion as to what Morris should do. But yeah, he is very nice. Yeah, he's just going to pick up the points.
And this is his top equity move.
Very nice. So that puts him at an even 300, yeah?
Yeah, indeed. There was an interesting option on that turn that we didn't consider and Morris didn't consider, which was playing Tornillo, Tornillo, to the LO from Plume and Ionize. And that would have done a good job of cutting off this big ED hook that Patrick has just taken advantage of. So now this game is getting interesting.
Yeah. So that might be a play we would have seen from Ari Sinki, who made about 6 plays through 2 tiles on the board.
They are the
certainly he would have played Tornillo.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, Patrick playing outraved quickly. Yeah, making this a game. He's only down by 50, but it is Morris's turn.
Suddenly. And Morris has a pretty tough rack here. He's not going to be able to score much more than 20 points on this turn, if that. So all of a sudden, Morris is starting to sweat a little bit more than he thought he was going to have to during this game. Interesting. Yeah. What are you thinking here for Morris? I mean, you have to balance your desire to shut down the board with your desire to score points.
Yeah, and fix your rack a little bit as well. Yeah, it's a tough question.
One good thing here is that you have the last, as Morris, you have the last 2 L's. So that bingo line on the bottom to the Y is going to be something that you're going to be able to take advantage of much more often than Patrick is going to be able to take advantage of. Or more to the point, by having those 2 L's, Morris is denying Patrick the ability to draw an L and take advantage of that line. So he's going to play Halt, which is his top equity move here. And nice. I think makes a little bit of progress towards shutting down this board. But this game is certainly not over.
So someone in chat said that Patrick gave off a few tells. Could you speak more on that? What information do you think Patrick gave away that might have been hurtful for him in this game? Maybe he looked too excited about having a bingo. I didn't notice, but if that person in chat could shed some more light, that might be an interesting thing to think about. So meanwhile,
yeah, I think it's possible that the tell they're referring to may be his post bingo draw. Patrick might have been hoping to draw that second blank, especially after you play a natural bingo this late in the game with a blank out. That's something you're going to be looking for quite often. But honestly, this isn't a bad outcome for him. Yes, we have to update the scores for Morris, but now this game is within 30 points.
Yeah, very nice 40-point play. Keeping Bob. But
Indeed.
40 points is 40 points. Oh, not a great pickup for him.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess Morris can do one of two things here. I think if I'm him, you get to take out this K spot and play your Q, knock out two birds with one stone, and just play cat in the B column. What do you think about that option, Brian?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. I guess the only other option would be playing something like Flake or Flaker through the K, score a little bit more. But then you're, with not many exposed eyes on this board, you're leaving yourself a little bit vulnerable to some really, really unlikely Q sticks down the line. So, maybe that's something that's going through Morris's head here. But I think if Morris stays calm, plays cat, he can start to be a little more confident and breathe a little more easy.
Yeah, and it's nice that TOE doesn't have any front hooks to worry about.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if it does in Collins, but sometimes it's nice to play a more limited dictionary, right? There are so many fewer hooks that you have to worry about.
Yeah, there are certainly advantages in each dictionary, but yeah, certainly in this dictionary, it's easier to know all our hooks.
I'll never forget watching a Collins tournament over the summer, and like one of the best Collins players in the world, I think it was Matthew Tunnicliffe, played this word that went right up to the triple, and he thought it didn't have any hooks, and then it did have a hook, and that could have changed the entire game. And, I'm just glad I don't have to worry about that, because all of our NWL hooks are easy to remember. Obviously I'm being facetious, and I forget hooks all the time. It's something I'm working on. But,
right.
Yeah.
So our players here are playing with the North American dictionary, as opposed to the International English dictionary that's also being played in this event. We'll see some of that action tomorrow on this channel in the morning games. So we do see the play we liked of QAT.
Yeah, I think that's a great option for Morris. And now Patrick has an annoyingly doubled rack here. Again, I feel like he has so many of these racks with duplicates.
In fact, he has a lot of the letters have doubled, but
yeah, he does.
No consolation.
So, look, I think, Morris is likely to win this game. He's probably thinking, okay, kiddo, just play something, get this over with, let's get to the end of the game. Of course, that's a great joke, chat, because Patrick can play kiddo from the K on the top column or the top row of the board.
That's what you can expect with this dynamic duo of me and Emmett. It's not only expert commentary, but great jokes.
Yeah, if I'm anything, I'm a Scrabble player and a comedian. You can't take either of those away from me.
Nobody would think to do either.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so maybe Morris is hoping that Patrick hangs an E for him. Not sure where that would go, but if that happened, he could play fiercely. I think not going to happen, but that's going to be okay for Morris. Although, given the score and given the remaining blank, there's only 4 tiles left in the bag. Morris hasn't seen the second blank. Patrick hasn't seen the second blank. So 6 tiles left in the bag. If Patrick plays 4 tiles here either with Doob or with Kiddo, he's going to be very likely to draw the last blank.
How likely?
As a math major, I can tell you with certainty that he's going to be 2/3 to draw the last blank if he draws 2/3 of the tiles in the bag.
Very nice.
Thank you. But from his perspective, there's 13 unseen tiles. He's only 4/13 to draw the last blank.
Oh, so how could there be 2 different answers?
Well, Brian, it depends on the information. So Scrabble is, as we like to say, an imperfect information game. which means you don't know what tiles are in the bag or what your opponent has at any given time until the end game. But the best players manage to make the most out of the imperfect information. We saw mathematician Adam Logan win the world championship just a couple weeks ago. And the best players are the players that can make those probabilistic calculations the quickest and think about, okay, if I play this, what are the odds that I'm going to get to play this like game-winning play, stuff like that. And Adam is so good at that. And I believe, Brian, he's playing in this tournament. So if you guys stay tuned this weekend, you'll get to see him walk all over the Scrabble board and do some cool math maybe.
Okay, so I mean, you're saying that probabilities could change depending on the information you have? So they could vary from the standard 50-50? It either happens or it doesn't?
Oh, I forgot about that. I guess Brian, you're a math professor, right? So you're probably right about this. You're probably
we
right.
should just defer to me. I think. It's always 50-50. Okay, so he plays 4 tiles, therefore he'll have a 50-50 chance. We've agreed that he'll draw that last blank. He'll either draw it or he won't. So that's 2 outcomes, and therefore 50-50. Let's see.
Ooh,
Yep.
Wow.
50-50 went his way.
Okay, he's got it. Now, what is he going to do with this?
And not a lot of space to put down 7 tiles, but first we have to see what Morris does.
Yeah, and this is now a really tough rack for Morris to play through. His best moves are scoring less than 20 points. So even after Morris plays, he's only going to be up by around 40 points in this game, which is not something that you want to be doing, and especially not something that you want to be doing when almost all of your players are going to be emptying the bag. But yeah, so we'll see what Morris sees in the bag, what he's scared of, and what he decides to do, because I wouldn't be surprised to see him block that F or that Y on the bottom of the board.
So I'm seeing Quackle showing a 0% win percentage. Is that correct?
No. I just there hasn't been a sim in this position yet.
Oh, okay.
But I will say, if Morris doesn't block the Y at the bottom of the board, then Patrick will bingo out with lobbying with a blank L, and will be very likely to win this game. So, Brian, this just got interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant it's a 50-50 chance for either player to win the game. But all joking aside, Patrick has really increased his winning percentage from earlier in this game when it was sitting at just 2%. Yeah. Well done by him.
I mean, so can ask Quackle's championship player, see what they would do in this situation. But I feel like you probably have to block kind of throw equity out the window and block that Y on the bottom of the board, especially if you see the ING combination left in the bag.
Right.
So, that's going to be really interesting from Morris's perspective to see what he decides to do.
Are we looking at Morris's perspective here? Because I noticed the N isn't included in the remaining tiles from his perspective.
We supposedly are, I believe. It should be included. And he makes this play of FA, which does a couple of things. First, it obstructs the Y, and second, it doesn't empty the bag.
Very good.
The one issue with this, though, Brian, is that this does give Patrick the opportunity to fish one more time, and now he's fishing with even better information than he had before.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if there are any really good tacticals or tactics that Patrick can do in this situation, but typically, here's something that I see. He could put the B or one of his B's next to the A and outraved, and then he would have exclusive access to front hooking that with either the O that he has on his rack or a blank A. So that to me looks like a possible path to winning this game for Patrick, depending on what he draws. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to reconcile the remaining tiles we see displayed with the reality.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be. I think it's fine. We might be experiencing some sort of bug with our display software, but
I see.
on the back end, we'll be just fine. I think here,
Yeah.
and indeed, with Quackle's analysis, if Patrick plays BA next to the A and outraved, that is going to give him a 37.5 chance of winning the game. That's a 3 out of 8, as you well know, Brian. And that means that with 3 of the potential tiles that he could draw, he's going to win. So,
Wow.
what are those 3 tiles? I wonder. Chat, let's see if you guys can figure this one out.
Right. So you're talking about plunking the B next to outraved, and he's got the O to play there, and he needs to be able to bingo, but looks like a lot of his options would do just that.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, I think this seems like. So maybe Patrick is looking through the R for bingos on this turn. Or maybe he's considering whether yobbings is a word. Spoiler alert, it's not. But if you're Morris here, I think you have to be pretty nervous about what's going down. And what's that last tile that Patrick is going to draw is going to be another E. So if he plays the B, he'll have the B next to the A and outraved. Depending on what Morris does, he may be able to play Begonia.
Bingoed? Oh.
Yeah, sure. Or bingoed. No, bingoed actually won't fit.
No, it doesn't fit.
But boinged will fit in the same
Yeah.
spot. Yeah. An out bingo of bingoed would be pretty electric, I do have to say.
Yeah. Okay, he's got about 5.5 minutes left, so good time management prior to this to give himself enough time to think through this very difficult turn.
Indeed, as some people in the chat are pointing out, Morris will be able to play blocking plays, either by blocking column 1 or by extending Bay or BA into like Bay or something like that, or Baylor or something like that. The worry from Morris's perspective, though, and I think what Quackle's picking up on, is that in those positions where Morris decides to play a short blocking word, he's not going to be scoring enough to outrun Patrick, and Patrick is going to be able to outrun him in the end game. So I think that's kind of the complication that's going on here, which is that just threatening to bingo on his next turn from Patrick might force Morris to sacrifice enough points where Patrick is going to be able to outscore him in an end game. Now, that's a lot easier said than done, Brian.
Yeah, very interesting. This is definitely our most down to the wire game so far today.
I was not expecting that after seeing an 150-point deficit early in the game. But this game is it's truly still up in the air. I would say it's even 50-50 who's going to win.
Nicely said.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, I guess.
Ooh. Not what we want to do.
Yeah. So I think what Patrick may have clued into is that if he plays BA, well, that's just going to get blocked by Morris. But he might not have figured out, or he might have mistracked how many tiles are left in the bag, or he might not have gone far enough down the lines to see that he actually wins some of the games where he plays BA, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. And I think some of those lines are 6 or 7 moves long. No 6-7 intended. My apologies.
Okay. So that scored 21, right? Putting him at 344.
Yeah. Let me. I shall update that presently.
Okay, so now the bag's empty. Morris has perfect information. Now needs to find his best endgame sequence.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do with these 2 Cs.
Yeah.
But he's got a few plays that are going to win this game 100% of the time. And I believe all of them follow the basic tenet of Scrabble, which is that you want to go out in 2 if you can go out in 2. So, yeah, we'll see. I presume that Morris is going to be able to find one of these winning plays. But with only 2.5 minutes on the clock, that time pressure can get to people, even people as skilled as Morris.
So is Cryer a viable first option for him? Scores 18. Does he have an out after that?
Yeah, I think Cryer is going to win. Yeah, setting up Seal, and I assume, though I haven't looked, other options elsewhere on the board. Yeah. Yes, yeah. So with CLI, there is another option on the board in the lower left or lower left corner of the board as well.
Gotcha.
So that's going to be playable. So we'll see if Morris spots that sequence.
Oh, Lacey?
He's going with Lacey, which is one of the
A winning
options
play?
that Quackle likes. So in this sequence, he can play Dicer down from the D. Yeah, and I'm sure he has other things that I'm not seeing immediately as well.
Sorry. Thank you for pointing out in chat that bingoed is not a word, just boinged and bingos. That's what I was confusing with. Sorry.
For now.
I think,
yeah. By the way, this is a very ballsy play from Morris, given that he has to be kind of absolutely certain that Patrick doesn't have any outplays here. So I respect him for making that play so relatively quickly. Because if Patrick is able to go out on this board, then Morris is totally done for. So all sorts of respect to Morris for that play. And we'll see what Patrick can do to cut his spread as much as possible here.
That's funny. I remember you saying those exact words in our first tournament game against each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after I made a play, you described it as being very ballsy. I didn't know if it was a compliment, though.
Usually it's a compliment. What a great tournament. That was a really great tournament. Another Let's Play Scrabble tournament was that tournament that me and Brian played. In fact, it was 3 years ago, but the next Let's Play Scrabble tournament on the schedule, which is the Albany New Year's tournament. So get excited for that. That is one of Let's Play Scrabble's greatest events. And if you're not planning to go, get there to upstate New York. It's going to be a real fun time.
Will you be going, Emmett?
Unfortunately, not this year. I'm too scared of the competition.
Yeah, I hear you. Will we be seeing you at the next NASPA Scrabble Players Championship in a neighboring state to mine?
You mean in Cedar Rapids, Iowa? I certainly hope so. Yeah, I can't say for certain yes or no, but this year I would love to make my Division I debut at Nationals. It's been a dream of mine for a long time, and I'm finally able to qualify for that with my ratings. So that would be very fun for me.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for you if you do decide to make it. Okay, we see a blank designated and obey.
All right.
Conceding defeat.
Yeah, indeed. This seems okay. And it looks like we're just going to have, oh yes.
Oh, a challenge. Free challenge, might as well.
Yeah, unsurprising. You never know. That could have been a game-losing move if it happened to be bad, but Morris is a very skilled player. He knows his fives. Yeah. By the way, the other option with those tiles was recti through the T on the bottom of the board. So Morris was in fact leaving himself with 2 outs.
Okay, let's cut to overhead mic.
That not being a word.
I
didn't see anything.
Well, yeah, recti and dicer.
What word?
RECTI.
That's a word?
I think so. I could be wrong.
Don't recognize that. Cider trace.
Yeah, recti. Okay. I couldn't do racy. He's Horacy.
Horacy, yeah.
I thought there was a chance you would try glacy because glacier, but
Glacier,
yeah. Did you consider just BA here? But
you can just drop an E right here or something.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
play something like that and block.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that was good enough.
Yeah, that's
you
totally
blocked
fair.
lobbying.
Oh yeah. I saw lobbying and bogeying. There were a few things available in the bag. Yeah. So, yeah, and I actually thought there were more bingos here than here at that point. So, yeah, I feel like there were a bunch of turns I didn't play well that game.
I had some of the most horrific draws.
Yeah,
I had Inhumed on my rack.
You had a what?
Inhumed.
Inhumed, gotcha. Interesting.
Well, there's no place for it, so just had to hope.
I looked for a while. Like, I looked for outwards here. I looked for a bunch of things, but nothing's. I didn't see. I mean, Satoris is good, right?
Satoris?
Yeah.
Aris, Aristo, Satoris?
Yeah. I was pretty, yeah. I actually like though because I'm assuming you're going to hit this spot, so like I'm gonna stack here a lot. So I actually preferred taking the 2 less points and like having this be a bit more open, just so I get a spot guaranteed. Whereas Satori's doesn't give me nearly as much firepower by comparison. I don't know if I missed other things that turn. The ionized turn for you. What was your other letter?
A U.
A U.
I couldn't figure out any plays that made any sense. I could trade, but I guess the spot with EF is still open.
Yeah.
If I just leave it, but I thought I just needed to throw some letters out there and hope that I drew well. And then Plume kept OU, and then I drew out Rave.
Yeah, nice.
So I thought, Plume was my chance to, because it looks like I could be threatening, like, I don't know, flag.
Yeah, I had a few weird turns. Like this turn, I kept RR, which I didn't love, but 3 Rs were already played, so it's not the end of the world. I could have done Drave here.
Raven.
But Craven, 2 Cs were unseen.
Oh, that's true.
So, and is Graven good? I forget if Graven's good. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, G is also good there. So, but the G's might have been. Oh no, you had a G at the end. So yeah, I didn't want to do Raven. I could have done Vane here that turn instead, VANE, and it would have actually set up the D here, which was kind of cool. But I actually figured that you're often having bingos here, so like it's still probably
that was the best
worth.
bingo line by far was with 2 and with
Yeah.
Under
So it's like it was a weird turn. Keeping RR with that feels so unnatural. Yeah, Lorders isn't good, right? It's Lordings is the word I'm thinking of.
Lorders.
Yeah, okay.
Lordings is
Okay, yeah, I kept ERRS with this. So I was like pretty darn sure it's not good, but there was like also slightest seed of a doubt. So
dial was really mysterious, so that makes sense that you had something like that.
ERRS. I think that's pretty easy to infer. 4 1-pointers probably need an S in there.
Yeah, we didn't have the CSW for rollers.
Um,
Solder or resolder.
yeah, right. Yeah. This turn was Aardwolf minus the L.
What word?
Aardwolf, AARDWLF.
DLR.
Yeah.
My one turn that I think maybe had something. So one interesting play was keep.
Yeah.
So I kept B, B, O. So I could play beat, but it's 8 less points.
Yeah.
So the one thing is the K is a lot easier for you to make a play from than like the B.
Yeah.
So it turned. So it's 8 more points to play keep.
Yeah.
So I thought that I might not even have to bingo to win this game, even though I was down however much.
You were down a lot.
I didn't have the blank yet.
Right.
I drew it off of Kiddo.
Gotcha. Oh, really?
Kiddo also kept Bob.
Bob? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's interesting.
So I thought my chance was play keep. You somehow don't have a play, and I can score something there.
Yeah.
And then it was the exact kind of racks that you had, I believe, that were the way that I thought I might be able to win.
Yeah. I felt I had decent command position because, like, after Kiddo, the board's pretty dead for scoring at that point is the thing, even.
It's just the R and the Y.
Right. So it's like, as long as you don't bingo at that point, it's a pretty good deal for me.
There's like a good possibility. I could have played like Doob right here, but that blocks the R but leaves the K. But the K is not a really good bingo line. This isn't a good bingo line either.
I see.
I figured you would address the Y.
Yeah. It wasn't 100%, right? Like, I drew a C out of the back, so I'd clay fire minus an A that turn, or fiercely minus an E, whatever. So, like, co-reigns, things like that were available if, like, BB was in the bag at that point. So there were some,
Totally possible.
which is definitely possible. Like, you're not necessarily, I can't really infer you're keeping a B by any of these plays. So, for my mind, but I realized, like, I probably didn't do a perfect job at all going through the tile sets, but I felt like there were probably actually more bingos that fit there for a lot of your reasonable ranges.
It sounds like it's so much easier to play something there, especially with ING in the bag. It's really hard to hit that R.
Right, in that perfect
There's
position
not really
too.
enough
Yeah,
vowels to. Yeah. That was my other thought potentially. Is there some sort of play I can make here that opens up? Like, I can play all the way over to the first column and then leave the Y open, but I don't really have any good rack to do that.
Ooh, on which turn you're saying? On the Kiddo turn or on the?
Yeah, on Kiddo. I thought I had a better shot just scoring the points.
Yeah, it's tough if you don't have the blank in that situation. It's pretty brutal. Like, you can't do any sort of setup because. Well, I guess you have to assume you have to assume you draw the blank. Yeah. So. And what are some ideas? Yeah, it feels very unlikely at that point. Like, right, something like dit here is just insane, right? Right, it's just something like that truly opens that. Like, I'm trying to think of other ways you could even open column A.
Bit.
Bit, fishing. Oh, obit. Yeah, actually, that's slightly more reasonable. I'm just stacking there so often, I feel like, though. Or I could often make a play there.
If you play down to here.
Well, I could often make a play here, right?
Uh-huh.
That's I won.
So I made it a game.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so actually, in the pre-game position, so what letter did you draw the bag also? The E or
the E?
Okay, gotcha. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So he's down, Jackson. He's down 3-2-3 to 3-5-6 in this position.
He's down 3-2-3 to 3-5-6.
Yeah, he just played F, blocking lobbying.
This is your rack.
Yeah.
And the E's.
Yeah, there's fiercely in the bag. Or fiercely in the C.
No. He's like.
Okay, yeah.
So you're down 33.
Yes. because Ba just gets blocked easily.
Bouchy's good, right? BACCY or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably would have played that. Doesn't feel like there's much you can do here.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Is there anything that starts with the Y you could go?
I mean, that's the only thing that I could do, right?
Well, there's the
Maybe it's time to finally interrupt these guys.
I have to.
We gotta keep this tournament moving at some point. These guys can never get enough of discussing the intricacies of strategy, but we got a nice lively post-game discussion, even featuring a third party at the end in Jackson Smiley.
Very lively. Yeah, I'd hope. Well, I guess I'm interested. I haven't dug into what those winning lines were in particular yet, but I sense that that's going to be a very fruitful enterprise when I do decide to do that. So, keep posted. Maybe I'll get the message to the people who are streaming tomorrow, and that just means you just have to stay tuned in to Let's Play Scrabble all weekend, because the action that we're going to be bringing you this weekend is going to be awesome. I think we have 4 national or world champions playing in this tournament, Brian, something like that.
Yeah, this weekend we have Adam Logan, our reigning world champion as of a month ago. We have Jackson Smiley, a 3-time consecutive World Cup winner. We have Josh Sokol playing in CSW, a national champion, and who else?
Michael Fagan.
Michael Fagan, of course, the previous national champion.
Yeah.
So interesting in that discussion, we did hear before I started zoning out, because it was approximately a 40-minute discussion. We did hear that Morris gave his rationale for choosing Scotias over Satori's. And also that he did see the possibility of lobbying for an out bingo. So very interesting to get into their heads a little bit.
I agree. I think in particular that decision that he made between Scotia's and Satori's is very, very instructive. Because we can think about like static equities and how many points we're scoring, but really what we want to be doing in Scrabble is maximizing our score on the next turn and minimizing our opponent's score on the next turn. And so just making that 2-point sacrifice between Satori's and Scotia's allows Morris to underlap that the OTI in a way that's going to hit much, much harder after his opponent takes the very juicy S spot in the triple lane. So I think that's a really, really instructive and deep tactic that Morris thought about there. Now, it's helpful that he also didn't seem to be 100% sure of the validity of Satori's, but that's neither here nor there. We can use these kind of deeper tactics as decision-making tools, especially when it gets down to it on 1 or 2 point differences in these plays. It was also kind of good to see that he was looking for 9s through the UT, but he only looked for 9s that started with OUT. I mean, why would you do that? That's like, of course, that's like what you would expect to see 9s, and I don't think anybody would see autopsist, except I did send Mac Meller the rack and the board state, and in 15 seconds he hits me back with, quote, autopsist, quote, easy.
Easy.
Of course, easy. So, as I said, maybe between 2 and 5 people in the world are going to be able to do that, and it is no degradation of Morris's skills that he's not one of those people yet. But we'll see.
Not today. So our next matchup will be number 1 seed Jackson Smiley, and also top in the standings Jackson Smiley at a perfect 5-0 record. He'll be facing off against Morris Greenberg, who just climbed to the 3 position after that win, just behind Patrick in a little bit of spread. Looking forward to this next matchup.
So excited.
Jackson just needs Yeah, sorry, Jackson just needs one more win to clinch. We'll see if he can do it in this game.
Yeah, it's very impressive to be Gibsonized in such a short tournament. But Jackson is a very impressive player. I think currently his live rating is over 2,100, which would put him at one of the top 2 or 3 highest rated players in the country. Wow, 2,110. So he lock up that 2,100 rating, lock up the tournament, and put himself in a spot with a lot of motivation and momentum heading into the larger tournament this weekend.
Yeah, we've got some very close ratings at the very top. He could very well be number 3 in the continent by the end of today. So we've got their head-to-head matchup here. Jackson's favor. Wow, that is very impressive against a top-level player like Morris. But Jackson is Jackson. Am I right?
It's very true. Although they haven't played each other in, it looks like, over a year. So I think Morris, with the weight on his shoulders, he's the only man who can stop Jackson from running away with this. Extra motivation here to lock in and stop Jackson from this division.
It's Quebec versus Ontario in this head-to-head matchup. A very important game with the tournament on the line. Let's go. Let's play Scrabble. Handshake.
I see what you did there, Brian.
What did I do, Emmett? What did I do?
Let's play Scrabble.
Oh, yes. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, the premier place to watch the game we all love on YouTube. Please like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. And if you want to be extra cool, become a super friend like myself.
I have to say I'm not cool enough to be a super friend yet. But
you're getting there.
Oh, thank you.
What is this? Is this a word?
I have never seen this word before, but I trust Jackson. So
let's see if Morris trusts Jackson as well. And we could get a stoppage after 10 seconds of thinking.
That is, chat.
Let's see. Let's find out. We've got the wordjudge.me brought to you by Art Moore. Not valid.
Wow.
That's our
Very
first.
impressive by Morris there.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
Interesting decision by Jackson. I think if you're going to play that, you want to play it as quickly as he played it. Yeah, I'm now you guys all have incentive to stick around to the end of the game to hear what he was thinking about on that turn.
So, are there any letters he could hope for with Cabland?
Well, you could hope for an E for balanced, but now that's not going to happen. I think if I'm Morris, I'm just going to, well, he can't play the E because that goes back balanced. I think he kind of has to exchange now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably looking at Jackson's rack and what letters could form a bingo with that. The only one he has is the E.
Yeah.
For balanced. And yeah, after determining that, like you said, it's a pretty quick decision to come to an exchange here with the.
Well, yeah, I mean, so you could exchange. He could also play he could play Gapy, Gapy, and leave himself EEQ. If he's sure that it doesn't give Jackson back a bingo, which it happens to not. But something like that, or exchanging down to, I mean, AE maybe would also be a good option. Or Quackle thinks that exchange down to AEP is actually a significant bit stronger than exchange down to AE. So he might want to do one of those. I mean, we know as Scrabble players that exchanges at the starting of games are typically going to be the best play a little more often than at other points of the game. So, yeah, maybe we'll see an exchange. Maybe we'll see Gapy played. Yeah.
And why are exchanges, more advantageous at the beginning of the game, Emmett?
So I think one reason that exchanges are, and he's going to exchange down to EY.
Interesting.
One reason that exchanges are more valuable at the beginning of the game is that when you have two alternatives, and one alternative or one option is playing a short word that doesn't score very many points, and the other option is exchanging and scoring 0 points. A lot of the time, the difference in how many floaters that you're going to give your opponent to be able to bingo through is a very strong point in favor of not playing any tiles on the board. So one rule of thumb that some top players like to talk about is that you should never play a 4-point play to start the game. Just because if you're playing a 4-point play, you're putting out 2 good floaters for your opponent, and you're only scoring 4 points. Just exchange those 2 tiles is what people tend to think. Again,
Yeah.
everything, this is up to your interpretation. Some players have different philosophies, but that's the one that I tend to subscribe to.
So that's 2 consecutive scores of 0. I wonder if Morris was thinking about how Jackson had a B, but I don't know if that would sway me too much to keep the Y for hooking potential.
It's possible. I think I guess that's a good point. It has worked out in Morris's favor as he's drawn into Sternly natural. But this is going to be a gut check on whether or not Bland takes an S.
That's got to take an S. Yeah.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Does it not?
Think so. Quackle seems to think not.
Okay. Interesting. Is he on hold? It looks like he is.
Yeah.
So Jackson is considering challenging, and he does. Okay, we're
Wow.
going back to the computer.
That is a
Alrighty.
very impressive challenge, I have to say. Those 5s and their hooks with the S are very difficult to keep straight. Wow. That is...
So
we've had a crazy game so far. 4 turns and only 1 scored any points.
wow. Yeah, I did not think twice about Bland's being valid. So yeah, you're right. Very impressive challenge. I like how he put both words in just to
make sure, yeah.
Well, yeah. Also, even if he is sure that Sternly is good,
Now Jackson has atomical, I believe. Is that a word? Did I just make that up? Yeah, atomical is a word. Yeah, I didn't make that up.
I mean, no to you making it up. Yeah. Very nice find.
Yeah, so now he's going to be able to bingo, or with anatomic as well through the N. So this has just flipped on its head. Yeah, and as another Brian in the chat has reported correctly, Sternly doesn't have any 8s at all. So somehow this isn't going to give back any bingos to Morris.
Wow. I wonder if Jackson already just figured that out.
Yeah. Wow. This game has started far differently than I would have expected going into it. And we'll get the scores updated on the screen, by the way. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so this is now, I guess Jackson actually hasn't committed this play yet because his clock's still running. He's probably thinking about whether Morris has any playable bingos now, and secondly, whether Morris has any powerful plays, likely sticking the Y on the double letter score. So in my head, that's what's going through Jackson's head.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. He's got the shirt in the mouth, the Adam Logan signature move.
Yeah, I didn't know that was Adam's signature move until this month, but now I am well aware of that. Prominently displayed in the stream earlier this month. Wow. Yeah, so Jackson is still sitting on this. I think he just wants to be extra certain that he's not making one of those very tilting mistakes. I see Will Anderson has joined the chat, and not to pick on Will, but he knows just how annoying it can be to challenge off your opponent's play and then immediately play a word that gives them back a bingo. So it's a very tilting experience. I've done it more times than I wish to admit. And good on Jackson for just making very, very sure that he's not doing that. And now Morris somehow, his highest scoring move is 36 points, burning the S. He doesn't have a turn higher than 30 that keeps the S.
Wow. So while we're at it, let's give a shout out to Wanderer15 in chat, his YouTube channel. In case you've been living under a rock, you got to follow that channel and subscribe to get some of the best Scrabble content out there.
Yeah, very true. As the kids say, no glaze, but I recently had my YouTube recap come out, and my top channel was, for the third year in a row, or maybe second year in a row, Will Anderson. So shout out to Will for being the godfather of Scrabble YouTube. So go subscribe to him. Go subscribe to him, please. And Morris is going to play Nettie. Yeah, so I was hoping he wouldn't do this because it exposes that I lied about him not being able to score more than 30 while also keeping the S. Does score 32 points and keep LRS. So on equity, it's maybe slightly worse than playing something like Neatly through the A and Atomical. But this is a totally valid play.
Is our very own Nettie Oberstad still in chat?
Nice.
I know that's her nickname at her local Las Vegas club. Ooh, and we find the Q on Jackson's rack this time. And he's going to make a play without it. Playing Vow for a lot of points.
Looks good
increasing
to me.
His lead. Yeah.
Looks good to the crowd to quackle, as it were. Yeah, and Morris did not get any help from the bag there, drawing into just one vowel, and he's kind of in a tough spot here, Brian. What are you thinking here?
I'd be thinking, how is bland's not a word? And trying to get over that.
As any rational Scrabble player would be doing, certainly.
Well, I naturally said woof, but maybe I should have said a synonym to that for a play I might be considering here.
Right. A 14-point synonym of woof. As Brian points out, he has, or Morris has ARF in this position from the A in bland, which looks a little counterintuitive, but is in fact his best equity play. Leaves a pretty nice leave of ELPRS. I think sometimes we like to talk about how robust particular leaves are or how stable particular leaves are. And I think ELPRS isn't a particularly stable leave because if you draw two consonants out the bag, you're not in a great position. But if you just draw one vowel out of the bag, kind of no matter what it is, you're going to be in a good position. And he makes a similar play, trying to give himself a more stable leave by playing 3 tiles instead of 2, giving himself 3 bites at pulling a valuable vowel instead of 2. But holding on to the F is going to hurt his bingo chances for the next turn.
Yeah, he does give himself a nice S hook as well. ARF would have done the same, of course, but let's see what he gets. Oof, that is not what he wanted.
Yeah.
We'll see
Too
what
many
Jackson does. Too many U's.
Tale as old as time. Jackson, again, his best plays are not going to drop the Q on this turn because he can score above 30 points with pod, which he already has set up on his rack. So I think about 30 points, 29 points.
Yeah.
This looks fine. He's leaving himself Cade and Coddy for next turn, and he's also leaving himself the tiles for QAT on his rack if Morris happens to open up a spot. So this seems fine. Keep the scoring pressure on, keep the time pressure on, right?
Yeah. And he doesn't need to keep bingo leaves with this big lead at this stage in the game. Just keep scoring.
No, this is a very impressive play for Morris, especially to make it so quickly. He's cutting bait on bingoing with this rack, which has been his plan for a few turns, and he's just playing his highest scoring turn, 39 points, nothing to sneeze at, pulling right back into this game.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, now Jackson has picked up the X to go along with this other high-scoring tile of the Q. What options does he have here? How much can he score?
I think you just play QI, honestly.
QI.
You don't need to get any fancier than that. Yeah, QI next to the B in bland. You start to make a little progress towards shutting down the top right quadrant of the board, up 70 points. Especially now that we know that bland does not take an S. It gets a lot more difficult to access the bottom of the board. With the very important exception of bingos to or from the D. So that's, because of the ED suffix in English, that's going to be one of the easiest letters to bingo to. So Jackson has to be careful of that. But after seeing Morris play 6 tiles, he shouldn't be too worried about that on this turn in specific.
Okay, so for those of you who might be newer to Scrabble, this, as soon as it was introduced, became by far the most commonly played word in the game, QI, and I believe it's the first time we're seeing it today, if I'm not mistaken.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Somebody in chat will correct me very quickly if I was wrong about that.
I forget the percentage of games it's played in. I'm sure a particular person who's made a Better Know a Letter series in chat knows that, but it's somewhere between 5 and 20%, which is big. Or maybe it's 50%. Who knows, honestly.
Nice deep cut reference to Will Anderson's channel, just showing how much of a super fan you are of his channel.
Yeah. I'm a real fan. I'm not a poser. I know there are lots of people think it's really cool to be a Will Anderson fan now, so people are pretending to be fans, but I'm a true fan, and I have been for years.
That's the truth, man.
Brian, you're too good at this. So Morris is going to take advantage of that spot that Jackson just opened up next to the Q. He's going to score nicely in the high 20s with Yin, and reset his rack a little bit. I don't really like the OU combination that he's leaving, especially with no T, but Yin looks fine. The other thing I might have considered was playing coin from the Q.
Yeah, I think I like that better as well. Also open up the right side of the board a little more. Hope to mount a comeback in this game soon.
Yeah. And now Jackson has the opportunity to make one of those Ari Sinky type plays where he plays through 2 tiles that are on the board. Chat, can you spot what 2 plays that I'm thinking of?
What would Ari do? Chat.
And,
here it
Chat's
comes.
being a little too slow, but Jackson is fast enough to play Kindar, Qindar. The other option was Kintar, Qintar. But those are, I think, far and away the top 2 options in this position by at least 10 points. And he makes the right choice between the 2 of them. Nice. Brian, is this scary to play at all if you're in Jackson's position?
Because of the S hook, he just right by the triple a little bit, but he's up by about 100. So
yeah,
I don't know. With a different score, I might be more hesitant. But
I feel like
what do you think?
Always something that you're worried about, as Morris makes one of his top plays of Arugo. But especially just given how much better this play of Kindar is than the rest of the plays in the position for
Yeah.
Jackson. I think you just have to play it, and he plays it nice and quickly.
Yeah, sometimes you have to accept the downsides in favor of the huge upside it had in scoring and clearing his rack. Okay, so I see he has the beginning of Josh Sokol's Twitch name.
He does actually.
Unfortunately, not a valid word.
No, but
what were you saying, Emmett?
Well, I think I was going to say it's going from bad to worse for Morris.
Yeah.
Now he's started to play very volatile and in a very volatile manner, volatilely. But it is going to come back to bite him here, as Jackson can play. Well, here's one option that he's thinking about right now. He's playing retax, hooking air rugo with the E or with the A hook.
It looks like he sees the better option. Yeah.
Right, and now he sees the best option in the position, which is zero, or at least the best option by static equity. There's something to be said for maybe inferring that Morris is keeping an A on this turn, but I think Jackson will correctly ascertain that there are way too many racks where Morris plays Erugo just to play through a lot of vowels without actually holding on to that A. So I think he makes the right decision here, playing Xeric relatively quickly.
Conveniently, there's no possibility of overlapping Xeric as it ends in the C. And that does not take a back S, is that right?
I don't believe so, but I've been known to be wrong.
Yeah. Right, it doesn't.
Okay, lovely.
Just, I should have had more confidence in my knowledge about that. But yeah, so nice scoring and nice scoring play, and it does convenient things to the board at the same time.
Yeah, and now Morris is. He could play his best play his top scoring play is a new word, so it might still be difficult for him to see, as it is difficult for me to see. Instead, he's going to play a word that is certainly more volatile, opens up a lot of space. So he could have played Jedi through the D in Kindar. Instead, he's opting to play emoji, which is his second best word. Also a relatively new word. I think sacrificing 10 points is a lot in this position. I'm not sure if it's quite worth it, but it certainly closes the gap in terms of winning percentage.
Even though he knows Jedi is a word now, it takes a while to train your brain to see those plays that involve the new words. Yeah. Even though it's good. And meanwhile, we're definitely seeing a bingo come from Jackson soon. So I think that's going to be it for the tournament.
He has the most fun, hard decision to make in Scrabble, which is where do I put my 7-letter bingo that came onto my rack in right order? So he can play laneated, which is just sitting there on his rack in one or two different places. So he could play in the C column next to the I in emoji. He could play next to the OX, making locks in the M column. So he kind of has to decide which one he likes more from a board control perspective. I think I would be partial to playing next to emoji. What do you think, Brian?
Oh, interesting. I think I was going to say next to locks. I felt like that gave less or fewer openings back. And obviously I was right, because that's what Jackson is doing.
Oh, gosh darn it.
Take that.
Right, this is why you beat me at Albany a few years ago.
Oh, but you also beat me.
Well, whatever. We don't have to talk about that. The other option that Jackson, I don't think, ever considered was, I'll let chat find what the third available bingo in the position was. It's a fun one.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't think anybody's said it yet. So, now Morris has a rack that looks like it could possibly have one of those really high scoring, like Yiddish inspired words. Unfortunately, it doesn't. But he does have a pretty high scoring option nonetheless, going back to that well of hooking Irugo with an A. So we'll see if he's still thinking about that spot, or if the hook has slipped his mind.
Yeah, that I know that happens to me sometimes, but Morris has been playing this game a long time. I find it's helpful to, when you notice a hook, write it down on your score sheet so you don't forget a few turns later, because sometimes I think about that hook for 3 turns in a row, then just when it becomes a juicy spot to play, I forget that it's there.
Yeah. So as chat points out, there are a couple options here. So the one that we're talking about right now is NAR, KNAR, for 46, hooking Eruga with the A. The other option is for Morris to play, again, opening up a lot more space and playing something like Fakir for 37. So that's 9 fewer points, but puts an R in the triple lane. He could also play something like Kafir next to lane aided, making 4 overlaps, which is his second highest equity score. But yeah, it's dire straits here for Morris. He's going to have to make Patrick Beatriz like come back in this game.
Yeah, I love how we're, naming certain Scrabble phenomena after our crop of players today already. We've got Ari Sinky-like plays that use 2 tiles, and we've got Patrick Beatriz type comebacks. We've got Jackson Smiley type dominance.
Yeah. As usual for Jackson.
Yes, that wasn't coined today.
Very true. And Morris is going to play Fink.
Okay.
I like this. I think I'm trying
3 S's in the bag.
With 3 S's in the bag, I think he may also be going for something, some big Z bomb in the top right hand corner with putting the Z on the triple. I'm having trouble finding exactly what he's trying to get, but that blank is certainly going to be helpful.
Yeah. Of course, he'd prefer to be able to score big without it, and then hopefully bingo with it to come back in this game.
That is the dream, isn't it? But yeah, down 140 points. Beggars can't be choosers. I think Jackson has it set up on his rack. It looks like he's just going to take that spot, bomb his H for 40 points, move on with his life.
Oh, we have Sir Fink in the chat being called out on the board. Nice.
Wow. Yeah, good word indeed. Shout out to Sir Fink. Jackson does play heel. That's going to be 40 more points, stretching his lead to a whopping
something large,
180 something. So
wow.
He's in pole position in this one. Yeah, I feel like Morris is like weirdly close to some bingos that I have in the back of my head. But I don't think he's going to get to play any of them. Yeah, Grazioso is one 8 that I see, but I don't think it's going to go down in this position.
We see the other blank on Jackson's rack.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
And he is, I think, more likely to be able to bingo with his rack than Morris is his rack.
For sure.
Yeah, I think Widgeons is just going to go down here, making that blank an N. And Jackson's going to cruise away with this one. But first we'll see if Morris can pull fireworks out of his hat, which is a phrase that I've just invented. Maybe he'll decide to play what Quackle likes here, which is Zori to the eye in emoji.
Yeah, Zori to the eye looks standard in most positions.
Yeah, I mean, what are the other options here? He could play... Yeah, I'm actually not sure why he would play much of anything else. If he wanted to hold on to the R, he could play Zoa next to Lane-Aided, and leave himself with a slightly stronger leave. If he wanted to leave himself with his best leave, he could play Zoon, Zoon, or Zune, depending on which way you want to talk about it, to the N and Fink. But that's just sacrificing so many points. So I just think Zori is the play here.
They're both using their time pretty well. We each have 11 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those really difficult spots to be in when you're Morris and you know that you're like certainly sub 1% to win this game. But you have to keep trying, keep pushing, keep trying to play the best play every turn. Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. It's certainly a tough thing to do. But the best player in history, Nigel Richards, says he doesn't care if he wins or loses. He just tries to make the best play. And Morris is making a valiant effort here.
In fact, he's sub 0.1%, possibly, it looks like, from the simulation.
Yeah.
But that's still positive, everybody.
Yeah. It looks like he is just sacked 0.008% of win percentage with this play versus playing Zori, but
yeah,
not a big deal.
And the simulation didn't know that Jackson had Widgeons, Finks, to play right afterwards.
This is probably going to be GG.
Yeah,
I feel comfortable calling a 96-point bingo, already up 170 points. GG. Yeah. So it's kind of academic for the rest of this game. We'll see how much time Morris decides to spend on each of his next turns. But Jackson is fast approaching 500. And he may even get to 600 this game if he gets lucky.
Wow. Yeah, Jackson putting up some big scores today, starting off with a score of 620 something in his first game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And we saw him score 510 turns a couple games ago.
Wow. Yeah, and he'll take both of those S's, that's for sure.
Yes. Yeah, his hard work is paying off.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Morris has a couple of bingo options here, but he's probably going to be a little disappointed with how much he can score here. I think all of his options are under 70 points, which is just not going to do much when you're down 270 points. But it looks like he's going to go with Armoire, making that M, that blank an M, and just live to fight another turn.
I finally got my bingo. Now I'm only down 200.
Right, exactly. That is the worst feeling in Scrabble, honestly. So Jackson doesn't have the greatest rack here, but with both S's, he's going to be able to bail himself out and underlap Armoire or hook Armoire with one of those S's and just score a nice 31 points with Vest and very, very quickly keep moving into the end game.
Yeah, I would just be wondering if I could fish for the rack of Emmett or Emmets.
Wow. I would hope he would respect me in that sense. He just needs one more E. There is one E in the bag from Jackson's perspective. And as we know, EMMET, it's an ant. So if Jackson really, was a big fan of mine, maybe he would sacrifice some points to fish for that. But I'm not going to fault him for not doing it.
He definitely is a big fan of you for sure. But despite that, looks like he's going to play Vest.
Yeah, and I find it to be a better tribute to me to make the best play than to make a fishing play anyway. So I'll take
make the Vest play.
Yeah. Okay. Let's calm it down for a moment. Let's calm it down.
All right. I'll be over here.
But yeah, he's gonna make the play of Vest for 31 points, break the 500-point barrier for at least the second time today, and probably far more than that.
At least the third time.
Yeah. and he's going to pull his last tile, and he's going to say, Morris, you poor, poor thing. Another rack with 2 U's.
Yeah, we could see Jackson just crying over the bad luck of his opponents. He's just feels so bad for them, and
Very sad.
yeah,
Despite how bad his rack looks, Morris actually has a really pretty and high scoring option here. I'll see if Chad can spot it.
oh yeah, we got a 37-point play on offer here. Don't worry about leave. It's not the time to worry about leave.
Exactly.
Looks like he's catching up on tracking.
Yeah, I mean, so even the cool thing that I like about Scrabble is that even in completely lost positions like this, right, where Morris is down over 200 points, there's absolutely no chance he's winning this game or even getting close to it. You still have the opportunity to solve the puzzle and solve the position. And so what Morris can do in this position is notice that as of now, Jackson only has one possible outplay, which is playing mitts, mitts, through the I and armoires. So if Morris can solve this position and figure that out, he's going to be able to hopefully make a sequence of plays that he's going to be proud of. He's going to be able to look back on them after this game, learn from the sequence that he makes. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of a special thing about Scrabble is that even in totally hopeless positions, there's still something to play for.
Yeah, I agree. So my first love in terms of tournament play was chess, and I still love that game. Love it enough to have it at the beginning of my Twitch and YouTube name, as you see, Chess Bunzo. But there's nothing worse than just losing a piece in a tournament chess game, and then just knowing there's nothing you can do. But in Scrabble, if you're, like you said, even if you're losing the game, you can still take some joy in finding the optimal sequence of plays, win or lose. Sometimes you have the game locked up and you still have to just find that athleisure sequence.
What a great sequence! What a great sequence! One of the best we've ever seen. Although I'll use this opportunity to air my grievances with athleisure. I think Nigel has made many more impressive plays than that and found many more impressive sequences than that. And that particular sequence is very stylish, not the most difficult. That's the last heresy I'll ever say on this platform ever again. So please don't kick me out of the Scrabble community for that. But that's my take on athleisure.
Well, no one can argue that it was certainly a stylish play.
Oh, come on, man. It's too much. It's too much. So
I'll be here all afternoon, everybody.
Oh, God. As Will says, Morris still has the opportunity to style on his opponent. So we'll look to see if he can do that. And he's got a few ways that he can do that. So the best, nobody seems to have spotted the 37-pointer so far, I don't think. And the play that we're looking at with that is beige, Beige, through the E in armoires. And that would be a very pretty way to score 37 points. It would also, according to Quackle's endgame solver, not be even particularly close to Morris's best sequence for the reason that I gave earlier, that lets Jackson play out. So, in fact, what Morris wants to do here is play one of a few 3-letter words here next to Azo that obstruct this spot where Jackson can play mitts. So
or mots, right?
Bug or hug, right? Mitts or mots. Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, so he wants to find a more colorful option than beige.
I have to give
Right,
it give
right,
you
Emma?
props for that one. I do. That was good. We'll take that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
I
all I'm
mean,
trying
look,
to do is I'm trying to win over you, not the audience, just you. If I
look,
can
Brian,
win
you're
you
being.
over today.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give you some affection after this. Maybe a kiss, maybe a hug. I hope that won't bother you.
No, I'm wondering when your next tournament is. I'll be sure to be there.
Oh, great, yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that O is in the position it is because Morris does not have the opportunity to play Humbug
Ooh.
Armoires, which would be quite fun and also a great descriptor of my co-commentator.
Bah.
But yeah, Morris is doing one of the key techniques in Scrabble, which is to use your time. He saved his time for the end game, and he's darn right going to use his time in the end game. So I think my guess is Morris has started to see these sequences that start with hug or bug, and now he's calculating down these lines to see which ones end the best for him.
So while we have a little pause in the action here, I want to remind everyone to like the video if you haven't already. If you love puns, please give us this like and subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble, the premier place to watch streamed tournament games on the internet. And if you really, really love Scrabble and me, you could become a super friend for $5 a month to help support this channel, help support Scrabble, help support this game we all love.
Yeah. If you're watching and you're thinking to yourself, "Wow, these guys are so good. I'll never be as good as this guys." Well, there's one way that you can get as good as these guys, and that's to play. So hop on over to Woogles and play some Scrabble online. Go to a Let's Play Scrabble or NASPA tournament and play some Scrabble in person. And it looks like Morris has decided not to block the Mitts spot here. Maybe he just saw Mott's. And yeah, I think that's just what happened, is that he saw Mott's and didn't see Mitts as a possible outplay for Jackson. And that is how this game is going to end.
I'm gonna go ahead and put in the link to scrabbleplayers.org.
Yes.
And we're gonna cut to overhead mic now.
So that was so slow, man. 528 to 302. Nice job.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a lot of weird racks that game.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah, you kind of never recovered. Your rack just kind of
Kept
deteriorated into with LARP. You had decent
FBLS. I could have played ARC, but I don't know. That was right in the same spot.
And then I guess that you drew vowels for Perfuse.
I drew another U to that. So
So you had another U with Perfuse.
yeah. So that's gotta be the right idea. Yeah, Bland's. I was like, wait a minute, is Bland's good? I'm like, no, I think it's good.
Yeah. I was sure that was why I played Bland probably. But,
Yeah, on that, on my exchange turn at the end of the game, I exchanged AEGPQ, keeping EY. I can't give you balanced.
you can EY.
Yeah.
Why not EP?
You think EP is better than EY there? I thought like you could sometimes play Cabal in that situation or something like that, where the Y actually stacks off, and I thought the L often with the Y also is decent. I thought so.
I see what you're saying.
I could be wrong though.
No, I see what you're saying.
So
I don't know why I always try to phone you, man. So dumb. Did you think it would Scabland, or you just hated it? It just wasn't a word.
It just wasn't good.
I don't know why, man. So bad.
Yeah.
Such a bad call.
Yeah. I don't, would you exchange in that situation where you play like I could? Yeah.
Oh, no, but yeah, not
Yeah.
exchange. Well, Gapey maybe?
No, that gives an E.
No,
Oh,
GAPY.
wait,
Not good with me.
It's not good with me. Oh, most ones I thought are good only with
Or this one's only without. I might do GP. Yeah, that doesn't give
maybe
anything else.
QE. Yeah.
GAPY, yeah, QE, EQ.
Is agape what's the word that's like that? No.
AGAPAE, AGAPAI.
Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking. I considered it briefly, but yeah, I thought just exchanging the Q there is probably better than. But maybe not. Gapey does actually keep things pretty checked.
I think, yeah. I could play cab or something after something to the Y.
Yeah. It's. Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, your EQ is horrible. Is not a great position, but I don't know. It might be a bit better than
In exchange, yeah. Look at be close. Like,
it's close. I think I'd play Gapey.
Yeah.
What if you play it somewhere weird? I'll get the result in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was an interesting. Like, even though it wasn't a close game, there were a lot of interesting turns. I felt like in that.
528, 302.
Yeah. On the yin turn, I kept OUGE.
Wow.
Would you do coin there instead, keeping GYE?
Probably. I think so. Just get things going a bit more. Or biogeny.
Where did that? Oh, that's pretty. I must have tunneled on the queue there. Yeah. That's great.
Nice job.
Okay, gotta go for you in the main event then.
Yeah. This is how all our games go. I call you early, round it off.
And then you bag me in wins, right? In loss, I can bag you occasionally.
Yeah. But you don't play phonies in those cases.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I think backoffs was the first phone you got away against me.
Really?
Like,
Okay, as they're finishing up their discussion and squaring up the tiles for the next game, what does this win mean for Jackson, Emmett?
It means a couple things. First and foremost, it means Jackson is the champion of this early bird tournament. So congratulations to him. It also means that he is, by the end of this tournament, officially going to be rated over 2,100. And it's not a first for Jackson, but it is the first time he's been that high since 2019. So props to him for clawing his way back. It is a very, very difficult thing to maintain a rating as high as Jackson's rating is. And depending on the results of the next game, Brian, I think Jackson could actually get up to third highest rated on the continent. So he still has something to play for, and he's had a great tournament so far. So yeah, big props to Jackson for his performance today. He's been on a tear lately.
Yes, indeed. And I understand we're going to have a little interview with our early bird champion here at the Scrabble holiday party, sponsored by NASPA Games.
I was looking at Jackson's recent results, and I noticed that a few weeks ago he went 5-2-1 at a tournament, which is a result that I'd be happy with at any tournament that I ever went to. And Jackson lost rating at that tournament. He lost 1 rating point. He went from 2098 to 2097. So that's just how high up he is. Okay, I think now we're going to hop into our interview. We're going to be able to ask him some questions.
Fantastic.
Jackson.
Hello.
How's it going?
Great.
Good. How are you? How do you feel? How do you feel about the way you played today?
Pretty good. Besides a couple missteps in words on the stream. Otherwise, perfectly clean, I would say. But I feel good. Yeah, I feel good to finally get 2,100 back after 6 years, if anyone's counting. So that is good. That was the first goal of today for sure. But yeah, feeling good despite the phony bingo and the letting the other bingo go earlier on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
so
let's
you
go ahead.
sorry, Emmett. So you when you played Cabland, you knew that was phony, but it looked like
I
a
knew it was
plausible
phony.
phony.
I knew it was phony because Scabland is a word, and it's a
Mhm.
word that's given me trouble before. I guess maybe it's just me that types in Cablands instead of Scabland a lot, because
Uh,
Morris didn't even care to think
mhm.
about it. He was just like, "That's not a word." But yeah, I was saying I have a knack of phoning Morris in these bad times, and he always tries to pull it off.
You played
Yeah,
it so
kudos to
quickly,
him.
though. I mean, you played it before the tiles even had time to hit your rack. So I guess
Again, I mean, it's a type of word where you kind of have to go for it like that. I was hoping that he just had some confusion and then just took the confidence at its face value. Um, because I was sure it was no good. I was like, I just got to go for it. Definitely a lazy move instead of
yeah.
just playing cabal.
Well, it ended up working out, and then a couple turns later, I was also interested in the turn where you played atomical. You took
Mhm.
quite a while on that turn, but you saw atomical and I assume anatomic pretty quickly. What was your kind of
Yeah.
decision making process there?
Yeah, I mean, anatomic scored was it what 9 fewer points or something?
Yeah, nice.
And so it's a lot of calculation of looking at what his best options were. First, I was looking for bingos, and I was trying to figure out if anatomic might take an S. I didn't like it, and I confirmed it's no good.
Right.
I didn't like the idea that anatomic comes down and he plays sternly in anatomics. Suddenly, I'm forced to challenge that. Didn't love that. That's kind of what pushed me over the edge. The fact that I wasn't sure about the S hook there. But even then, otherwise, like atomical did give up a lot more points. It lets him score well if he wants to. Stuff like yarns or netty or fish easily. So even atomically, I thought he might play. So he gives him a lot of good options. So
Yeah.
anatomic was a bit safer in that respect. So I don't know how close it was.
Fair enough. I think Quackle liked your decision. I think just the nine
Yeah,
points seems like too much to give up, but
I think so. He still had some good options after
yeah,
anatomic. So bit of a wash.
definitely worth the thought.
Yeah.
So I think our most important question is: I see you're wearing a lovely shirt today, but will you be participating in the ugly sweater contest that's being held?
Yeah, I riffled through my sweater drawer, and I couldn't come up with anything that was Christmassy or adequately ugly. So I'll have to just be a judge tomorrow, I'm thinking.
Wow. Gosh, what a great casual flex. All my sweaters are too attractive. I don't have any sweaters that are ugly enough to participate.
No
Uh,
Christmas sweaters. No Christmas sweaters.
yeah, sure. The last thing I wanted to ask you about was the Arugo turn.
Hmm.
Uh, did you think that was some sort of setup for Morris? Did you think about sacrificing points to block that immediately? Or
I was looking at it. Honestly, I know Morris's game pretty well, and he's a very dynamic player in these circumstances, and he's absolutely the type of player to make something like a Rugo without anything in hand. He'd play a Rugo from pretty much any rack that's not like a bingo rack or something. And so it didn't really scare me too much. I think there's maybe some people who would only play a Rugo or think of it with like ZEA in hand or something like that. But because of Morris, I know he's a type. He's down 100 points. He's going to throw it open. He's going to try to fork, especially. And it was a really nice play for that, like setting up potential Z plays plus bingos. But because of that, like I wasn't worried that he had like a Z in hand or anything. I thought he was just setting up a threat for later. And that's why like Xeric was just too solid. Like I score, take out the biggest bingo lane, and keep the A as well with not that many left.
yeah,
I don't even know if he had an A with Irugo, but
yeah.
I
So
I didn't even think it was a guarantee that he had one.
your read on him was right. He actually did not have an A in the
Okay.
position. He just had a
Okay.
very vowel heavy rack, but he
That makes
did
sense, yeah.
redraw into a Z after that. So
Okay. Interesting.
kind of the same difference. But yeah, okay, great. That's very
Sure.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Right.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. I think we're going to move to the next game pretty soon. I think we're going to actually feature you versus Chris Sykes. Even though
Very
you've
good.
locked up the tournament, you have to
Well,
play the second seed
I'm
as
playing
it's
for
a round
max
robin.
rating now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think if you win this
Any
game, you leapfrog Josh for third in the continent, I believe.
Okay. There we go. That's what we're playing for.
anything you're looking to see in your game against Chris?
Let's say
Any
no
player
word knowledge
insight?
errors. I'm saying no word knowledge errors across the board. That's the only thing I'm going for.
Okay.
The rest we
Good
can
luck to
do
you.
whatever we want. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
All right.
All right. Nice
It's a
interview
privilege.
with.
We get to see
Mhm.
Jackson play again. And there are still stakes. As I said, Jackson and Josh Sokol, preeminent player in the Scrabble community. I think they play upwards of like a 7-game series kind of every week or multiple weeks, every couple of weeks. They play probably more games against each other than any other two Scrabble players that are currently at the top of the game. So getting ahead of Josh in rating is going to be a big incentive for Jackson here.
I think we're ready to go to our final game pretty soon. So if we're ready to cut over to that, we're going to see a high-level matchup between the top 2 seeds, Jackson, who has just been on fire today, and Chris Sykes, my good friend. He has amazing word knowledge, so yeah, Jackson will need to definitely be careful in this game.
Certainly.
I think they are drawing to see who goes first place.
Chris
who gets
is,
to play first, sorry.
Formerly rated 2000. I think most people who know him agree that he certainly has the skills and the word knowledge to reach those heights again.
Yes,
and
indeed.
he's had a good tournament so far today. So I think he's on that path, and we're going to see a really high-level game between two guys who are really, really skilled at Scrabble.
Yeah, and 2 really, really nice guys. It'll be hard to see one of them lose. Just love both guys so much. So maybe they'll tie. We'll see.
Right. They've also both contributed to the Scrabble community in terms of tech. I think Chris Sykes is the creator of the Tile Runner website, and he has created a bunch of games and study tools that I personally love playing, and has also invented a couple Scrabble variants, including one called Prison Break, which something like that, which is really fun. Ask Chris about it if you ever meet him. It's a great game to play at tournaments like Let's Play Scrabble's New Year's tournament, which is coming up in a couple weeks.
Awesome. So are we ready to cut to the board now?
Cool. Yeah. Great. We're going to show you some exclusive stuff, which is which player gets to play first. And if you don't know, usually tournament directors determine that before all the games start. But in this instance, we're going to be able to watch them draw tiles out the bag for it.
Okay, we're just getting confirmation. So what has been your favorite moment today so far, chat? While we get ready to start this game, what was your favorite play today so far? So we got the D and the V. I missed who got which.
I think Chris, who's right now labeled as Morris, got the D. But yeah, so Chris is going to go first, hopefully. He's going to have a 5% edge against Jackson by virtue of potentially having one extra turn to play. And that should make this all the more difficult for Jackson to beat his rival Josh. But, if anybody can do it, it's Jackson Smiley.
Cabland was one person's favorite play so far today.
That's a good favorite play.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's he mentioned that that's a word knowledge thing that confuses him. So that I guess one would think if it's something that confuses you, it might confuse other humans out there. That was interesting insight.
Yeah, I think it is. Some people have speculated that the only way that Nigel Richards could be a better player is if he bluffed people and phonied on people in the way that Jackson just did. So I think it's definitely an unexplored or underexplored aspect of Scrabble strategy. But we are going to cut over to the standings so we can take a look at this beautiful Gibsonization that Jackson has achieved.
So now it's just a fight for second place. Patrick wins his last game. He's sewn up second place, which would be amazing for the bottom seed coming into today.
Yeah, Patrick.
Wow, look at that average points for Jackson. Let's see if he can make that go above 500. High scores for today. Whoa, actually, Steve Bush coming in with a 648 point game, eclipsing Jackson's 623 that we were so impressed by earlier. Good job, Steve. Rating gain, no surprise. Patrick, in the tournament, coming in this bottom seed, has gained the most rating today so far with 31, and Jackson, as the top seed, has gained 13 points of rating. Very, very impressive. And he's looking at 2110 at the very moment. Ooh, head-to-head. We just saw those two. So it's 6-1 Jackson against Morris is the head-to-head between those two, but I believe Jackson will be playing Chris Sykes next. And here we go. 14-7 Ed against a very, very high-level player in Chris Sykes. So that's very impressive, although it looks like it's been a bit even in their past 5 games, 3-2 in favor of Jackson. Average score 420 to 401 in favor of Jackson. Let's see if Chris can try to turn this around.
Taking 7 games off of Jackson is no easy feat. But Chris is still only 1/3 against him. So we'll see if he can improve that. And Chris he's a swirler. Some players just dip their head into the bag and take their tiles out. Chris is one of those guys that really likes to dig in there for a while. And it seemed to work for him so far, depending on the rest of these tiles, and it's okay. It worked out a little for him.
So is he playing Ovoli?
I think he's going to
keeping
play
AS?
Ovoli. Interesting.
I don't know how to say it.
I think
what are you thinking?
That is hasty of him.
What would you have liked to see instead? Viola?
I would have played Viola or Voila. Probably Viola holding the S.
Score more points?
You're scoring 6 more points. And OS is not that much worse. So that's an interesting decision by Chris. At least he made it quickly, which is an important aspect of the game.
Yeah, especially against Jackson. You're going to need time to think later in this game. So we got a couple of eyes on Jackson's rack. He set aside Mika to the left.
Yeah, he's quickly set up his tiles, and what I think is probably far and away the best play here, which is playing Mikva, M-I-K-V-A through the V. That's one of those high-scoring 5s that some people who score by or who study their 5s by high score will see pretty early in their study. This is a very useful one. Quite often the best play you have when you have the letters on your rack. So I think he's rethinking this. Instead he's going to play Umiak, one of the many spellings of this word.
Wow.
What do you think about this decision,
Brian? So sacrificing 4 points so that he keeps IR rather than IOR?
Yeah. There's positional.
I like it.
There are definitely positional concerns here too. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think this gives back more. Indeed, Chris takes immediate advantage of that. But
good point.
Yeah, so I'd be interested to hear from Jackson what he's thinking about on this turn. I'm sure he had his reasons.
Well, he just drew the blank. Maybe that was one reason for playing off their tile.
Too bad Chris has such a bad rack, though. He's not going to be able
Oh
to
yeah!
next turn.
Wow.
Yeah, so Jackson has a great rack. He's going to be able to bingo, I think. Nothing is standing out to me as really great for him, though. He's got Dachuric next to Ovally on either side. That's Daturic, making the blank a T. I'm not sure if he has anything through the K. He might be looking, given that CK combination. But he's going to take a little bit of time here, as is often the right decision with the blank.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you be thinking about in this position, Brian?
Well, it's just really important to find a bingo. Just find one bingo, and once you have that one bingo you could rely on, then you can start searching for other possibilities or what is your best bingo. But yeah, it's most important for me to at least just be able to. Yeah, okay. So he has lined up a playable bingo, so that's an important first step.
Yeah, so now it kind of comes down to which side of Ovally he wants to play Dachuric
Mhm.
on. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a right answer here, honestly. Maybe you're concerned that if you play to the left, you put the C next to the double letter score, and then maybe you get hit by some like hard H plays or something like that. So that's kind of the only thing that I can see to differentiate these two positions. Yeah, it's really dealer's choice for Jackson here as to which spot he wants to pick.
I think he's going to play it on the right side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh,
Because you
and I'm right.
tiles down there.
No, there was a little delay. I really did predict it.
Fair enough. Okay, so it's a good start for Jackson. And yeah, as expected, he designates the blank as a T. Chris is going to be able to hit back pretty hard here with dainties or adenitis through the eye, and I predict he's going to do it pretty quickly as well.
All right. An actual prediction made by Emmett. Very nice.
Let's go. Yeah, and so Chris here picks the option that doesn't put a vowel next or two vowels next to triple letter scores. So I think that's probably pretty clearly the right option from him here.
We got ourselves a game. Chris is up by over 50 points.
Yeah. We'll get those scores updated. And Jackson is sitting on relatively balanced drag. He does have those duplicated L's, but he also has some pretty high scoring tiles in the M and the Y that he should be able to use to score around 30 on this point, or on this turn rather. And indeed, he does have a couple options for scoring 30 points. Yeah, I think the best one is possibly Glam on the fifth row, underlapping Umiak and Jag with forming Gig, IL, and KA. Again, of course, that does take the P hook on the end of it for Glamp. And that is a hook that Chris happens to have on his rack now after the bingo. So we'll see if that comes into play.
So we'll see if he goes for a safer option, such as Gamely, in the same spot but vertically, forming JAGG.
Oh, yes, Jag with two Gs. Yeah, that could be a really interesting option. Yeah, it's too bad if YK were a word, he could play, maybe if he plays Gamely and then, wow, here's something that's so cool and close to being possible but not actually going to happen, is that if he plays Gamely through the G, then Chris is one E away from playing Psyche, Syke, making Jack
Ah,
for like 1,000,000 points and also playing his last name. And Chris happens to have the S and the Y he needs for that, but he doesn't have the E. So, of course,
wow,
this is
that's
all hypothetical, but that would be really, really cool. Maybe he could fish for that. That'd be cool.
very, very nice find. Very nice hypothetical find.
That's what I'm all about, hypothetical finds. I can't make real finds, but hypothetical finds I'm real good at.
Well, yeah, that's something. That's something.
Sure, it's definitely something. So Jackson is rethinking his play of Glam. Maybe he's thinking about another option that Quackle turned up, which is playing Mesally, Mesally, through the S and Adenitis. That's probably his highest scoring move here. Probably not his best move, just because it hangs that Y for little to no reason. But yeah, we'll see what he thinks about this one. Yeah, he's going back to Glam.
And he's holding it, and there it goes. So that scores 32.
Yeah.
Bringing it closer. See what options Christopher has now.
Yeah, Chris has not the greatest rack, but
He does have that P you mentioned.
exactly. He has the P to hook Glamp. So we'll see if he has anything that he wants to do with that. Nothing super good is immediately jumping out to me. But again, he could also hook Glam with the S and play something like Buoys for 50 points.
Oh, yes. That's a very good word in Scrabble. Another one of those words, if you have those letters, it's often the best play.
And he's
to
going
get
to
rid
do
of
it.
Oh,
He's
oops.
playing burps. That's
Okay.
interesting. I think Buoys is more points and has a better leave, but maybe he wants to score with the O and the Y. Oh, maybe he wants to draw into the last G and play. No, maybe not. Well, regardless, Jackson's going to hit him back with Yuletide through the I and Adenitis. I would bet my life that he's going to find that, which is a very Christmassy word. So shout out to Jackson if he plays this.
I see some possibility for scoring with the Y below the M in Glams.
Oh, Yuletide doesn't fit anymore. Gosh. I'm so sorry, guys. I got too excited about that.
Oh, don't worry. No one is annoyed with you right now.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Is there anything? I'm not sure that I see anything that's going to be really good for him putting that tripling that Y. Oh, I guess you could play Lay, just Ley, couldn't he, for 39? That would be pretty good. I think that's probably his best option here.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was that spot was influencing Chris's decision to keep a Y on that turn.
Yeah, I guess that's a great point. That's probably the reason that he's drawing into those. Yes, Chad, I'm sorry. Gig Yuletide is no good. My apologies. Everybody makes mistakes. Jackson does play Lay pretty quickly. I think this is the right move here. Just move on with your life. And yeah, he's going to keep pestering Chris. Keeping the scoring pressure on.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
We'll see if that pestering annoys Chris.
Yeah. So Chris has one bingo here, which is a very difficult spot, but also a super fun word. And he doesn't find it. Anion. Okay, he's gonna play anion with the different spelling of anion. That seems reasonable if you don't find the very, very cool Synanon, Synanon bingo, that would also go in one of those spots, either above or below Adenitis. Very cool word with a very cool definition. It's a support group for drug addicts, Synanon. I guess cool is up to interpretation.
Yeah, I would not have guessed it had that definition. I thought it would have something to do with synonym, something like that.
It's like Al-Anon, which is not a word, but you know,
Yeah.
in spirit.
Okay,
That's
so
actually a tough position here.
yeah, wants to balance out his rack. He's put UTEI to the side, or possibly DTE to the side. You never know with these players.
Could play a classic.
Sometimes they set up on the left or the right. I'm not seeing any plays that use the UTEI.
I agree. I think to me there's a pretty standout play here. Or maybe not standout, but a play that I quite like in this position. A couple of them.
Oh, is this it?
Yeah, that's one that I was thinking of. Then he could have played neuter, NUD, or sorry, not neuter. He could have played, what am I talking about?
He could have played neuter.
No.
Right? Oh, sorry.
He could have played uteri through the R into Churich, which would have been interesting, but not quite as good as this duet play. So good play by Jackson.
Yeah.
He's playing very
28
active.
points. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, 28 points, and now he's only down 26.
Okay, nice game we've got going here. Now, Chris has all consonants to go along with his blank. Let's see what he's going to do about that. Yeah, I like playing ring through the I for 9 points. I mean,
it's not very inspiring, but it does look to be good. And he's going to play it.
Well done.
Yeah. You never want to play a 9-point play if you can avoid it. But if the 9-point play is the best play, just play it and be done with things, get it over with.
Yeah, personally, that's one of the things that finally kind of brought me over the edge to deciding to play Scrabble competitively. A lot of times in the past, I would get just too frustrated by my tiles and the fact that I couldn't make any high-scoring play. But once I learned, about equity, things like this, then I learned that there's value in finding the best play available given the bad options. And at this point, I can take some joy from finding the best play, even if in my past life I wouldn't have been too happy with the play overall.
It's one of the beautiful things about Scrabble, I think, is I certainly credit it with my ability to be a little more even keeled and go with the flow, because you're never going to be able to control the tiles. You just have to control what you can control, make the best play every time you have the opportunity to make the best play. And wow, Jackson is going to try this word of anionic. And it's good with the other spelling of anion, but I am pretty sure that this spelling is not good.
Clock is stopped. That's getting challenged.
Yeah. And Chris is going immediately into it. Maybe Jackson mixed this up with baryonic, which is valid with that Y spelling. Or maybe he was just trying to slip one past Chris.
That's tough to do.
It is tough to do, certainly.
He wishes he could take that back. Well, he did have to take it back, but now it's not his turn anymore.
Yeah.
Guys, we're playing double challenge here. Okay, so Chris sees an E. Duplicate R's. Are there any options to score well here? Take advantage of this extra turn?
Not that I can see. I mean, I'm sure he has something quite good, but
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything
exception.
great.
I think again he may end up playing a very very low scoring turn here. It seems
I
like his
see.
highest equity plays are stuff like layer and player through AYE for 8 and 11 points respectively. If he wants to score more than that, he's going to have to play something like Exam to the AM from Jag and Umiak, and that is a very scary play to make, especially after what you just saw from Jackson.
Yeah. Would you be scared of creating that S hook in the triple lane after you just saw Jackson put down ITON?
I would be very scared of creating the S hook, and it looks like Chris agrees with me, and he's just going to drop the X for XU for 18 points.
Yeah.
Move
Very
on.
sensible decision. Yeah.
That's a solid play as well. Jackson is back with his Toniest rack that doesn't play anywhere. And we'll see if he makes his own 10-point best play of not from the N and ring.
Well, he plays not using his N, creating a juicy spot on the board, or forking the board, in fact.
Wow.
Arguably.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's certainly possible for Chris to obstruct both S hooks here on one
Right.
turn. That's very much not easy and requires Chris to have an S of his own, which Jackson is kind of banking on him not having. But that draw from Jackson, that is brutal.
Oof. But Chris still only looking at one vowel in his rack.
Yeah.
And he just plays prod to get rid of two consonants and keep both those spots on the board. We'll see what.
Quite accurate to me.
Yeah.
Jeez, this is a brutal turn for Jackson now, especially with what we have just seen Chris draw. But I think he's going to come to the conclusion that he probably just has to play QI under prod and bite that bullet.
Mm.
Yeah, he does
But
not
he
look
still
happy.
keeps. Yeah. But he still keeps those two S spots open. Hopefully he can take advantage next turn. But he has to keep 3 E's with the ST.
Yeah.
If he does go for that play.
And if you're keeping 3 of any vowel, E is certainly the one you want to keep. But if you're doing that, you're already keeping 3 of a vowel, which is not something you want to be doing. Yeah. It's possible that in chat, there's a suggestion for Jackson just to exchange QEE here. What do you think about that suggestion?
Yeah, it's certainly. Yeah, I like it.
It's certainly
if you can only play for 15, yeah, looks like he likes it too.
That's what I'm going to go with. I think I like the trade. I'm not positive it's worth the 15 points, but yeah, Quackle seems to think it's only 0.1 points worse on static valuation than playing QI. So trust the duck. Trust the duck.
And meanwhile,
yeah, come on, Chris.
Meanwhile, Chris plays Settler using one of the S hooks to increase his lead. And at the same time, Jackson picked up WDH. Would not be his first choice.
Yeah. Now in Jackson's position, you kind of have a big decision to make because you can play something like Whist, WHIST, for almost 50 points, hooking not. Or you can hope to have that S hook stay open and hit it with a bingo of your own. But with two S's out, I don't know how comfortable I would be or how secure I would be that this spot's going to stay open. Yeah, and he set up Wisted with no place to play it, I don't believe.
So the score is 333 Chris to 204 Jackson.
Indeed, yeah.
Chris is up about 130. Yeah, here we go. So
it is Jackson's in a tough spot right now. He really has to find some sort of creative idea to get him out of this place or out of this position. I think he set the H up right now. Potentially, some idea that I just thought about was putting the H, making ham near the top of the board, and that takes both an S front hook and a W front hook. So that would be a really, really interesting play to give himself two options or two spots to hit an S bingo on a triple in.
Yeah, I love
really
that.
Interested to see him play that. I think in real life he may end up getting hit with the other hook to HAM, which is the C that Chris has on his rack. And now he's going back to whist and just cashing those 50 points immediately.
Yeah, tough decision. I see that dropping the H and keeping WISTED, that would bingo with quite a few letters.
Yeah.
AEGHLRT, but
yeah,
like you said, there's more than just the SW to worry about there for Chris to take the hook away.
I don't think it's a huge worry for him, but I really do think that what he's doing right now is going through the tiles left in the bag and calculating, okay, if I draw this, can I bingo? If I draw this, can I bingo? Yeah. I do think when he realizes that he can bingo with either an E or an A draw, in addition to a number of other confident draws from the bag, he may just make this play. And this is the kind of creative, out-of-the-box type of move that we've come to expect from Jackson Smiley.
Beautiful.
That's quite nice.
And yeah, an excellent spot from you as well.
Thank you.
And we'll see what he does pick up. F is not what he wanted at all.
No swifted, unfortunately.
Okay, so is there a viable option for Chris to make use of that C hook there?
Probably just play Bice, BICE. That's 24. Yeah, that's 35 points. You'll go back up 150. And now you'll only have one spot to worry about instead of two. So I think that's probably what I would do. It's you're leaving yourself open to some real nightmare scenarios where you draw 4 vowels out of the bag. But I think one potential one potential upside to drawing a lot of vowels is that then you potentially have an excuse to play like an 8-point play that blocks the bottom left triple lane, like OE or AE or AI, not AI rather, OE or AE, something like that. And you can feel okay about it if your only letters are vowels. So that's probably the plan that I would go for if I were Chris. And yeah, he's going to end up playing Bice here, taking his 35 points.
I like it. So that's 368 to 220.
Indeed,
like you said, he's up by about 150 now. And Jackson getting a little low on the clock. He's had a lot of tough decisions to make here.
Yeah, he has to think about whether he's going to keep going for wow. And Chris, commentator's curse. My apologies to Chris if he watches this back, but he has drawn those four vowels out of the bag.
In fact, he has every vowel.
Swift.
Ooh.
this is like, I guess this is the best possible situation for Jackson to be playing this
Yeah.
word. Chris, like literally, I think his best play is going to be Iota for what is it, 15 points. And Jackson has another shot to draw. Well, are there any S's left in the bag? I don't think so. So maybe that's a
No
give
more
up.
S's.
Jackson.
But yeah, there's still the spot below Bice
True.
for bingos. Not necessarily going to score as highly as potentially hooking the knot on the
Yeah.
left.
Yeah, I
That's
think
something to think about.
Chris is now probably just gonna end up playing something like auto or outa or iota through the T. Take his 15 points, go back up by like 120 points or 130 points, and I fear that Jackson's fighting chances in this game may be slipping away from him swiftly.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's 11 tiles in the bag. Is that right?
Yeah, 18 unseen, 11 in the bag for Chris.
Okay.
Ooh, what's he considering? Okay.
Oh.
What is he
Oh, he's just considering underlapping Swift with OE?
Yeah, but OE doesn't do that. Maybe AE.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
I was thinking maybe he's considering underlapping not.
Yeah, but he can't be. So then I moved over to Swift
Right.
and ponied a 2 in my head. Oh, there.
Oh, he's
Okay.
overlapping it. Yeah, I wonder why. I guess, well, so one,
No more S's.
actually, no more S's, but I thought maybe for a moment that something like auto gave back a bingo lane, but it does not. Maybe this is why he kept the U, is that so if he draws into the Q, he's a happy camper.
Ah.
But yeah, on the face of it, that OE play is certainly surprising. Jackson's going to have to deal with these clunky mix of tiles. We'll see if he decides to play something like video overlapping prod with the O at the end and kind of blowing this board open. He's set up HID on his rack now. I'm not sure where he's considering playing that. Or if he's considering playing something like Lavo through an F or through an L that I don't see. But it's a tough situation here, Brian.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, does Jackson have any winning chances here at all?
My guess is with no S's and no blanks left, he's probably as close to 0 as you can get without being there.
Yeah.
We've seen crazy things happen over the Scrabble board, and Jackson has done many of those things. Arapaima a couple of years ago to win the World Cup was exceptional. So we could see him surprise us.
Well, yeah. So this is, at my level, a situation where I, would probably just concede defeat. But a player like Jackson, if there is that positive probability of winning, he's, very likely to find it. So I wonder if it is there.
Yeah, very true. Very true. He is going to sit and do his best to come up with a winning plan here.
Yeah.
It's just a winning plan that I'm really not sure exists. He's now set up either Hove or some IDA play on his rack. My guess is Hove. Underlapping the P in prod once again. And I'm not sure what he's hoping to hit with this play, but yeah, it seems like almost as good a play as any. Okay, and now he's going back to Avo.
Okay.
Actually, I quite like this from a board dynamics perspective, Brian.
Yeah.
So, this play the A could get hit hard, but one way it's not going to get hit hard is by an overlap that shuts down the quadrant of the board. So oftentimes when an A, when you play a 3-letter word to the A, or even a 2-letter word that's like doubling on the A, you're opening up a new bingo lane. So this makes it not trivial for Chris to block up the top left quadrant of the board. So I like that idea from Jackson here.
Yeah, because of the placement of the V, he can't play parallel on top of the A going to the right. It would have to extend to the left, which
Exactly.
Keeps things open. A good point.
In this instance, Chris actually happens to have quite an opportune set of tiles to shut down this quadrant of the board. I think he could just play Aqua or Aquai through the A for 26 or 28 points and start packing his bags. Thinking about the endgame dynamics of this game, with 13 tiles left, playing 4 tiles is right around exactly what Chris wants to do. He's going to leave 2 tiles in the bag. He's going to make Jackson empty the bag, and he's probably going to have an advantage going out in the end game. So things are looking good for Mr. Sykes over here, and he's going to play Aqua or Aqua. He's going to play Aqua, which I think looks like the better option.
Yeah. It's just considering for a second. What is he? Oh, maybe he just wants to play quad.
Ooh.
Or
he's gonna use his case A to overlap. Aqua, but no, he's thought better of it. He thinks, no, that's too fancy. There's no need to do that. And he's gonna make the standard play instead. He has hit his clock now.
Let's see what he draws. So Jackson down by about 140. He's just gonna score the bottom right with FE.
2 left in the bag.
30
He can
points.
play FE. He could play HI next to Aqua. But and he'll go with FE and just empty the bag.
Yeah. So Chris picked up EERZ.
Yeah.
So
the rich get richer here with the
yeah. It looks like he can make a standard play with that, score 30 something. He might not like to play Z in the American pronunciation of that letter.
Right. He could make the standard play. Quackle's championship player has different idea, which is that his best play is by 10 points, in fact, is Conai, CONI, down here in the bottom right quadrant of the board, making SI and TO, and leaving himself with EEERZ. Now, I am unfortunately not high IQ enough to understand the concept behind that play, because I'm not sure it gives Chris an out and 2. But if somebody who's smarter than me in chat wants to let me know what's up with that, please do.
Yeah, or if you could text Mac Meller, last year's North American champion, he would give you the answer very quickly, along with the word easy.
Yeah. Maybe he'll say easy in a couple different ways also.
Yeah, maybe he'll spell it out in terms of the letters that Chris has.
Aha, EEEZ. We know when we love the word EEEW, but and Chris is going to play Razi. I think this is also an interesting play that I'm also probably not high IQ enough to understand.
Yeah,
But
me neither.
you can ask Chris what his idea was here after the game.
Yeah, he could have scored 30 something just playing Z, one spot to the right there. And he keeps IOE. I don't see
I don't quite
what
see a
that
spot
does.
with that. Jackson holding 2 tiles.
Yeah.
Aha, this is nice. This is really
Yes.
nice. And this is something that I don't think Chris really had to give up, but Jackson has now set himself up to play some word starting with an H on the top left triple, because the word HAE is a valid word. So Quackle likes this option. It thinks it's tied for Jackson's best option here. The other endgame sequence has the same spread for Jackson.
Oh.
And now he's going to play Konai, that play
There's
that we
Konai.
talked about earlier.
Yeah, Chris gave a little smile to that play from Jackson. He appreciates
Game
the
respects
late,
game.
yeah, the late beautiful play from Jackson. Doesn't change the outcome, but like we discussed, that's what we love about this game. We can make beautiful plays even on a lost position, and beauty in that.
The other interesting option there for Jackson in the AE position is he could have played Rani, Rani, from the N in rings, setting up his case D to make the outplay of Ranid and Hyde. So that would have been another option for him in that position.
Yeah, we'll cut to overhead mic now.
Huge swing right there. Obviously. Huh? No, there's no way. You go ahead and 2, I'm sure. You see the phony?
Nope.
Put an I in between there. I guess it's like anionic plus anodinic. Bastard child. I don't know.
Pertaining to anyone.
Yeah, anyone. Yeah, it's so bad. But that was a rather large swing. Nicely done, though.
That Scrabble influencer Josh Sokol in the background,
You need
hovering as he does.
Okay.
Morris Greenberg's absence being felt and less verbose endgame discussion.
Right, I mean, do you want to
Yeah.
go with you? Okay. I'm down to do it. Thank you very much. Well, 101 looks good.
Okay, they're squaring the board now. I think the players are tired at the end of the day, but again, Jackson Smiley had clinched the early bird victory before this game. So it was nice to see Chris Sykes pull a win off of him at the end there. And we will see what happened with the standings pretty soon. And before we wait for that standings update, we have a lot of people to thank today. Emmett, who would you like to thank?
I mean, first and foremost, all of you beautiful people for watching this stream. Oh, yeah, and my co-commentator, Brian, of course, is what I meant first. for holding this down all day. But yes, all of you viewers, thank you so much for tuning in to another Let's Play Scrabble stream. We also need to thank Seth Lipkin, one of the goats of the Scrabble community, for Cross Tables, which is the website that all this tournament information is hosted on, and for Ulu, which hosts the clock that we use for our in-game clock. Brian, anybody you want to thank?
First and foremost, I want to thank you, Emmett, for joining me at the end here and making this a very fun experience for me in the afternoon. But no, yeah, I'd also like to thank the viewers. Thanks to all of you for sticking around, watching all day, and liking and subscribing. So yeah, there are a lot of people who help make this happen in the background. Well, there's Josh Greenway, the producer and maintainer of this channel, Let's Play Scrabble. We use a pairing system that was created by Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor. I believe we already gave a shout out to Art Moore for creating the wordjudge.me feature that let us see some challenges that we finally got to experience towards the end of the day there.
Yeah.
There's Steve Seguin of VDO Ninja, who helps make the streaming technology possible. Emmett?
Yeah. Also, we want to extend our thanks to Sarah Rosenbaum for creating the Let's Play Scrabble tile bags. And George Bissonette of George's Custom Scrabble Board, who made the brand new Let's Play Scrabble board that you've all been watching all day. And of course, last but not least, we do have to thank the entire Let's Play Scrabble team for putting this on. This Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, and Josh Hoff, who has brought us all these beautiful advanced stats that we've been enjoying all day long.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. So we are ready to go to standings. Yeah, I'm sorry if we have some audio issues at the moment, but let's try to power through. Okay. So we know that Jackson finished 6-1, and looks like Patrick Beatrice did clinch second place, coming in as the bottom seed. Wow, good for him. So he definitely secured the highest rating gain of the day.
Yeah, Patrick is going to be and already is forced to be reckoned with. He's very fast rising. Talked about Patrick is that he is an umpire. So you might see him on your screen while you're watching baseball games this season.
Wow. Is he a major league umpire?
Major league aspirations.
Wow, that's incredible.
I'm hearing. So, he's better than my co-commentator at both chess and Scrabble.
Okay, watch it now. Watch it. So Chris ends up at 4-3. We're going away from, away from the standings now. But yeah, congrats to Jackson and Patrick. And just
as we know,
getting word from our producer as to what's next.
Yeah, we've got video stream of this tournament all weekend long, starting at I believe 9:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and we're gonna have I think 7 or 8 great games for you tomorrow with some other great commentators. I won't be back, unfortunately, but there are people that will make this experience even better for you. So please be here. It's going to be a great stream. There's going to be some great Scrabble. As we said, we've got 4 world champions, or four world or national champions, including the reigning world champion Adam Logan. So yeah, I can't think of anything else that I would want to do with my time tomorrow. So please come watch and support Let's Play Scrabble.
Yeah, and also you can see Heidi Robertson's point of view tomorrow on her Twitch channel. She will be streaming her games from this same tournament. So have that stream up at the same time you have this one up. And hopefully we'll also see some action on the West Coast in the California Open. And yeah, please come back tomorrow and the next day for some exciting Scrabble action here on Let's Play Scrabble. As we conclude, or I should say we begin, the main event and conclude on Sunday, the Scrabble Holiday Party, hosted by NASPA Games.
Right.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Please show up tomorrow. I've been Emmett Brasowski. You can catch me on YouTube at One Truth Main. And please subscribe to Brian Garnett on Twitch at twitch.tv/chessbunzo. The stream's going to come. I just know it. It's going to be next week probably.
Yeah, so just subscribe now in the hopes that I'll be streaming regularly again soon. Or you could just follow for now.
Cool. Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.